21 जुलाई से लेकर के 10 अगस्त का ये सफर फाइनली अपनी चरम सीमा पर पहुंच चुका है। ये है iQOO बैटलग्राउंड सीरीज और हम लोग ग्रैंड फाइनल्स के लिए नोएडा इंडोर कॉम्प्लेक्स के अंदर आ चुके हैं। आप भी आइए जरूर, यहाँ पर शान बढ़ाइए एंड दीज फाइनलिस्ट्स आर हियर एज वेल। मेरा नाम है ओशन शर्मा, मेरे साथ जुड़े हुए हैं वरुण जॉन एंड दिस इज गोना बी जस्ट इंटरेस्टिंग।
Exactly, it's going to be interesting. It's going to be filled with a lot of surprises. क्योंकि अगर हमारे सफर की बात करें along with these teams, तो काफी सारे surprising results हमने देखे थे. But we are still not done. Grand Finals के आखिरी 3 दिन किसी को नहीं पता कौन जीतने वाला है ये ट्रॉफी.
एंड यू नो, इस तरीके से जब हमने पूरे टूर्नामेंट को देखा तो फॉर्मेट पर नजर डालनी जरूर बनती है। सबसे पहले शुरुआत हुई टीम्स की जो कि इनवाइटेड थी, वहां से धीरे धीरे कटाई छटाई होती रही, बट नाउ फाइनली वी आर लेफ्ट विद जस्ट 16, द बेस्ट 16।
Exactly, the best 16. और इनकी जर्नी भी काफी इंटरेस्टिंग थी, बिकॉज ग्रुप स्टेजेस से कुछ टीम्स डायरेक्ट आई थी, फिर कुछ टीम्स सेमीफाइनल्स खेल के यहाँ तक पहुंची थी, लेकिन वो एक्स्ट्रा डेज ऑफ प्रैक्टिस या फिर एक्स्ट्रा डेज ऑफ स्ट्रैट रिवील बोले, उनका क्या रिजल्ट होगा ये हमें अब पता चलेगा।
100% एंड आज से हर दिन वो 6 मैचेस खेलने वाले हैं। देखिए, हर बार यही सुनने को मिलता है 6 मैचेस 3 दिन, वो 18 ओवरऑल, यू नो, पूरी कॉन्वर्सेशंस रहेंगी, लेकिन हर बार तरीके अलग होते हैं, तैयारी अलग होती है, हर किसी को तैनात रहना पड़ता है, तैयार रहना पड़ता है, तत्पर रहना पड़ता है, और सबसे ज्यादा जो तैयार है वो है हमारी टीम्स।
एग्जैक्टली, और टीम्स की बात करें, काफ़ी इंटरेस्टिंग यहाँ पे इन सब की जर्नी रही है, स्टोरीज रही हैं, क्योंकि हर किसी का एक अलग मकसद है। दे हैव समथिंग टू प्रूव ऑन दैट स्टेज।
100% देखिए, K9 ओमेगा, he wants that trophy, और वो ट्रॉफी लेने के लिए पूरे तरीके से तैयार। When we talk about an individual like Somraj, we know what Somraj is capable of. We know how silent he is, but how chaotic his mind can get as well.
एग्जैक्टली, केओस की बात करें तो इस साल के केओस की शुरुआत डेस्ट्रो ने करी थी इसी अरीना के अंदर ट्रॉफी जीत के, एंड यू नेवर नो, सेकंड टाइम एज वेल दिस स्टेज हैज बीन लकी फॉर हिम।
Hey, there's a Cincinnati kid as well. Juicy is ready. But when we talk about the comebacks, REVENANT X SPARK का भी तो comeback हुआ है। OG का comeback टूर्नामेंट में हुआ है। It's just gonna be amazing. ये पूरा टूर्नामेंट एक अलग excitement के साथ भरा हुआ है, and I'm ready for that excitement. I'm pretty sure you are ready for that excitement as well. Let's go for the chaos. Let's start it all with Ankibot.
थैंक यू सो मच वरुण एंड ओशन। और अभी मेरे साथ मौजूद हैं 2 ऐसे आईजीएल्स जो यहाँ पर आए हैं अपना और अपनी टीम का रिडेम्पशन कराने के लिए। आई हैव वाइल्ड फैंग्स सेंसे विद मी, और साथ में रहने वाले हैं सिंसिनाटी किड्स के जूसी। आप दोनों का ही बहुत बहुत स्वागत है। बट अभी तक की जर्नी की बात करूं, इट हैज बीन अ लॉट ऑफ अप्स एंड डाउन्स, एंड फाइनली यू हैव गाइस हैव क्वालिफाइड फॉर द ग्रैंड फाइनल्स। हाउ इज द फीलिंग एंड व्हाट डिफरेंटली आर यू गाइस गोना डू हियर?
आई एम फीलिंग ग्रेट, लेकिन अभी खाना खा के और ज़्यादा ग्रेट फील करूँगा। और मतलब यही है कि एक्साइटेड काफ़ी हो, क्योंकि काफ़ी टाइम बाद मैं लैन खेल रहा हूँ, एंड फाइनली मुझे पता है इस लैन में मुझे किस बंदे को टारगेट करना है, कौन से टीम को टारगेट करना है, एंड मेरा ध्यान इसी पे है।
ओके, आई कैन सी सम फायर लिटिंग अप ओवर हियर। जूसी, हम देख रहे हैं कि गेम के बाहर भी एक अलग राइवलरी आप दोनों के बीच में चल रही थी। आई हैव बीन वाचिंग सम स्ट्रीम्स एंड एवरीथिंग, सो व्हाट्स एग्जैक्टली गोइंग ऑन, और क्या वो गेम के बाहर की राइवलरी गेम के अंदर भी देखने को मिलेगी?
गेम के बाहर की राइवलरी तो ऑब्वियसली गेम के अंदर भी देखने को मिलेगी, क्योंकि गेम के अंदर तो सभी एनिमीज़ हैं। एंड रही बात क्वालिफिकेशन की, तो मतलब ये बहुत टाइम बाद आ रहा है, मैं आता रहता हूँ, बट इस बार मैं नई टीम के साथ आया हूँ और बहुत स्ट्रॉन्ग टीम के साथ आया हूँ, सो इस बार मज़ा आने वाला है बहुत ज़्यादा।
सेंसे, कुछ बोलना है आपको इस बात पे?
मतलब इन्होंने सारी बात सही की कि मैं बहुत टाइम बाद आया हूँ, लेकिन इन्होंने जो बोला कि बहुत स्ट्रॉन्ग टीम, मुझे वो उनकी बात सही नहीं लगी।
ओके, मे बी वी हैव टू वेट एंड वॉच की एग्जैक्टली जो गेम्स है वहाँ पे कैसे होता है। बट जूसी, जैसा आपने बोला, आप कई बार लैंड फाइनल्स के लिए क्वालिफाई करते हैं, बट अगेन द पोडियम, वहाँ पर पहुँचना एक बड़ा चैलेंज रहता है। इस बार क्या डिफरेंट करने वाली है जूसी एंड कंपनी? इस
बार डिफरेंट तो पूरी टीम ही डिफरेंट है फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल, एंड मतलब हाँ, इस बार थोड़े अच्छे प्लेयर्स और लेकर आया हूँ मैं, सो इस बार पोडियम तो नहीं, सीधा ट्रॉफी का एम रहेगा। क्या बात है, ट्रॉफी, लेट्स सी वो आती है या फिर नहीं आती है। एंड सेंसे, अ फाइनल क्वेश्चन टू यू, बहुत टाइम बाद रिडेम्पशन, हाउ मच दैट ट्रॉफी मीन्स टू यू?
बहुत ज़्यादा, लेकिन उससे कहीं ज़्यादा मेरे मैटर करेगी जो प्राइस पूल है, क्योंकि बहुत टाइम हो गया, एंड यू नो मैं वाइल्ड फैंग्स में हूँ, तो पैसे देखे नहीं है, तो बस यही है कि, और बाकी मतलब जो के साइड सबको ट्रॉफी जीतनी है, जैसे जूसी ने बोला, एंड आई थिंक मोस्टली यहाँ पे जितनी अगर 16 टीम है, 8 टीम का गोल्स तो ये रहेगा कि हमें ट्रॉफी ले जाने कैसे भी, और उनमें से एक हम भी है। हम अपने आप को बहुत एक स्ट्रॉन्ग कंटेंडर समझते हैं ट्रॉफी जीतने का, एंड आई होप मे द बेस्ट वन विंस।
इंडीड, एंड आप जरूर बहुत ज़्यादा स्ट्रॉन्ग कंटेंडर। ऑल द वेरी बेस्ट सेंसे, ऑल द वेरी बेस्ट जूसी। अभी हम चलते सीधे रावण की तरफ, जो तैयार है एक और स्पेशल गेस्ट के साथ।
थैंक यू सो मच एंकी। और फिलहाल मेरे साथ जुड़े हुए हैं रेवेनेंट एक्स स्पार्क के सारंग। दोस्तों, सारंग, काफ़ी समय बाद मैं आपको लैंड पे देख रहा हूँ, बहुत अरसा हो गया। ऐसा क्या सुधार किया गया कि फाइनली इस इवेंट पे आप आ चुके हो?
मतलब अप्स एंड डाउन तो सबके आते हैं, तो डाउनफॉल था थोड़ा टाइम के लिए, बट वही है, डाउनफॉल से जो ऊपर आता है वही मतलब रियल होता है। तो अभी डाउनफॉल से ऊपर आया है, तो प्रूफ करने के लिए है बहुत अंदर, तो अभी प्रूफ करने के लिए आया है।
तो इसका क्रेडिट मैं रोनी को देना चाहूँगा, क्योंकि उनके आने के बाद एकदम से लाइनअप में बहुत बदलाव हुआ। आपके अनुसार रोनी को क्यों चुना गया था और क्या सही सब कुछ उसके अनुसार गया अभी तक?
मतलब रोनी हम लोग को लग रहा था कि सब परफेक्ट फिट बैठेगा, जैसा वो खेलता है, जैसा मतलब उसका गेम प्ले का नेचर है, हमारी टीम में परफेक्ट बैठ रहा था वो, और वर्क भी करा वो चीज़, तो आप लोग देख ही सकते हो। आई होप फाइनल में भी वैसे ही कंटिन्यू करें हम लोग।
जी हाँ, फाइनल की शुरुआत तो ऑलरेडी कुछ ही देर में होने वाली है, बट एड ऑन इसमें मैं करना चाहूँगा कि पिछले स्टेज में जो डोमिनेट करता है, इट मीन जो टेबल टॉप करता है, वो लैंड में आने के बाद बहुत ज़्यादा स्ट्रगल करता है। तो सारंग उसको बदल सकते हो आप, या फिर उसी में कहीं ना कहीं पिस जाओगे?
नहीं, उतना तो हम लोग नहीं सोचते, कर्स वगैरह जो भी आप बोल रहे हो, क्योंकि पहले BGS वगैरह जब भी होते उसमें भी हम लोग टॉप पे ही रहते थे और टूर्नामेंट भी जीतते थे, तो नया नहीं है वैसे।
मतलब स्टार्ट कैसे लेने का सोचा हो, क्योंकि जो 15 टीम है आपके अनुसार वो बहुत ज़्यादा डोमिनेट तरीके से आए थे, आपने ऐसा क्या किया था? लाइक ग्रुप स्टेज की जब शुरुआत हुई थी, 1 पॉइंट से आप बाहर हो गए थे, और जैसे ही सेमीफाइनल में आप आए सीधा टेबल टॉप, ऐसा क्या ट्रांजिशन आया यार उस दिनों के बीच में?
जो फर्स्ट वीक था वो रोनी के साथ मतलब पहला सीरियस टूर्नामेंट था, तो हमें भी थोड़ा टाइम चाहिए था जब हमने खेला, और हम लोग मतलब ग्लैड थे कि हम लोग बाहर हो गए, क्योंकि हमें ज़्यादा मैचेस मिलेंगे उसके बाद खेलने को, क्योंकि अगर क्वालिफाई हो जाते फिर बहुत दिन हमें खेलने को नहीं मिलता, तो उसके लिए हम लोग मतलब ग्लैड है कि बाहर हो गए थे और ज़्यादा मैचेस मिले खेलने को, ज़्यादा प्रिपेयर करने का टाइम मिला, तो आई गेस अच्छा था वो चीज़।
काफ़ी अच्छा था, और इसी नोट पे थैंक यू सो मच सारंग, एंड ऑल द बेस्ट कि आप डोमिनेट करके जाओ। बट फिलहाल यहाँ पे चलते हैं एनालिस्ट के साथ, क्योंकि वो बिल्कुल तैयार है मैचेस के लिए।
3 days, 18 matches, and 16 teams, which will be duking out against each other for the span of next 3 days to find out who will be the victorious and taking that trophy home of this iQOO Battleground Series. I'm going to be a host and caster for the day, and John alongside with me on the panel will be Fixes and Scared Yet. And of course, day one is the most important day. Before we continue the conversation about the team, just want to know how you guys feeling today.
You know, it's been a long time. We've been sharing the desk together. It feels like it's almost ages. And yeah, super excited, super related and stoked, because again, day one brings in a lot of mystery, and I'm telling you, a lot is going to change tonight.
I need to bring in a bit more vocabulary out here, because you used every single term that I wanted to say. And yes, it is an exhilarating experience that we're going to witness right now here. And to be honest, I'm just super pumped up right now to see some of the big names out here, but also some of the new names that are slowly and steadily popping up. That's an important point right there. 2025, it feels like it's been the year of the new dogs, and so far they've been doing exceptionally well for themselves. But let's not forget, even the known names, they have been wrecking quite a lot of havoc. You exactly know who I'm speaking of. True Rippers, REVENANT X SPARK, these guys, it seems like no matter what happens to them, they always decide to bounce back in the overall standings. But you know what? Something that's extremely important, that's going to be the prize pool of this tournament. 1 crore rupees on the line, and of course, the first placing team, they will be getting the lion's share to themselves, 55 lakh rupees.
As a matter of fact, now we know who's really desperate and hungry for it. Sensei did mention that, you know, he wants to see some moolah around. So yeah, 55 lakh rupees up for the grabs, up for the victors. But how are you going to achieve that? Of course, you need those juicy points, and 10 for getting the chicken dinner, and it is in descending order, keeps on reducing.
I mean, that's the most important part, right? That those points specifically right from the first and then drop from the second, that's going to be the most crucial thing. And a lot of these teams out here, we've seen them, you know, falling onto those consistency streaks, yet not making it into the top 5 as well. A lot of that depends, yes, on the position points, but also on the finish points. And you know, right, Necro, Fixes, you both know, I love aggression. I absolutely enjoy when teams go out against each other. Especially this new point system has always been promoting that violence. It's always been promoting that aggression. And we all love to see this team grabbing those elimination points. And whenever we speak about elimination point, that one name pops up in my mind. And that is going to be REVENANT X SPARK. You got something to say about them?
Of course I do, because let's not also forget that we do have the players of REVENANT X SPARK very excited, but they have something interesting to say. Let's head over.
course, the players looking extremely refreshed. One thing is possible. We might just see anyone from the table toppers or from the leaderboard just bounce back anytime. And we have seen a lot of that times happen in the past as well.
Yeah, and a lot has changed, right? I'm talking about, finally Samosa getting its chutney in the form that, yes, folks, we do have the new zones to go along with the point system. So that is going to be absolutely ridiculous because now teams will be starting from a new phase. So really excited for that.
And we've seen recently as well, inside of the new zone structure, you definitely do need a lot of those elevation points as well. You need to be a little bit more proactive compared to the previous one. But for now, we've got a nice opening ceremony lined up for you guys. So let's move on towards that opening ceremony and have a look at it.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Vasista Esports! There is one solution for their trophy, and it has to be just chili. Please welcome Crew Report! They have to be in it. Omega leading the charge to be the Alpha. Please welcome K9 Esports. to rise from the ashes. But this time, it's Ash leading the charge. Please welcome Phoenix Esports. Leaving no trace, he will go all in. Sensei and the army is ready for trophy with aura forming. Please welcome Wyld Fangs. All the Star Boys are ready as Inferno rises up. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome LIKITHA Esports. The chefs are ready to cook some of the most delicious chicken dinners on the land. Ladies and gentlemen, accompanied by the MVP iQOO himself, please welcome the Apes Orangutan. Accompanied by Juicy for those juiciest of the chicken dinners, for the juiciest of the land to get that podium. Ladies and gentlemen, these kids, they know what they're here for. Cincinnati kids. They're on the line for a reason. They want to dominate for the reason. They have that trophy in front of them. Please welcome Gods for Reason. New zone meta, old zone meta, they don't care about the meta. The NINZAs are here to fight for the win. Please welcome Meta NINZA. Understand the gravity of the situation, or you'll be hunted down in a zap. Ladies and gentlemen, to fight for the trophy, please welcome Genesis Esports. When it comes down to the domination, when it comes down to the experience, when it comes down to the calculations, when it comes down to the calmness, the composure, the chaos, always knows how to lead from the front. Please welcome Team Forever. A team that means solid business. A team that is always on the LAN events. The next name to consistency. Here to reckon the lobby. Please welcome Reckoning Esports. A Wyld Spark arises, looking to be a thunderstorm. They were not here for a while, but I know you want to welcome back. Please welcome REVENANT X SPARK. Well, there's 64 players in the lobby, but then there's only one trophy magnet. Ready to reclaim that, ready to dominate again. Just with the squad, ready to reign supreme. God's reign! All right, ladies and gentlemen, the Kingdom Maker is ready, locked, loaded, totally back with the squad that got him the trophies, accompanied by iQOO Battleground. There's just one, Samraj from 8-Bit. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, we are ready with the iQOO Battleground Series. 3 days of amazing, exciting, fascinating, thrilling BGMI coming in front of you. But for now, let the action begin. Over to the analysts.
Teams are ready, and it seems like now they're also set on the stage. Guys, it's still so tough to say who might be the one to snatch that championship away, because this time, I know it's going to be extremely close. Looking at so many familiar faces, looking at so many potential faces, it's just tough for me to say.
you know, you do find those similarity in the faces that have made it to the land. Their roles have changed, their careers on the line, everything up for grabs. So I'm feeling kind of really excited because anything could happen today.
I mean, I'll have to say, this is the exact same arena, the exact same place where we saw one of the teams lift up the trophy earlier in this year. So I feel that they'll probably be feeling home. But if you're talking about consistency, right, we know that the boys of 8-bit, Somraj and the entire lineup, they've got their best boy back out in the arena, and he's been keeping up his numbers in the charts as well.
Of course, with that, man, they've also snatched the official trophy in the past, but it's not going to happen this time around inside of the iQOO Battleground Series. It's still a tough question. Let's not forget, we've still got so many names like LIKITHA Esports, God's Ring, Reckoning Esports. The names just keep on going on and on, but something that's extremely important that's on the screen currently, it's going to be today's schedule. We're going to kick things off in the Erangel. The second map's going to be the map of Miramar, and once again, we're going to go back towards Sanhok, and then we go back towards Erangel once again, Miramar and Erangel. We're going to play the classic maps a bit more compared to Sanhok, but my personal favorite has always been Sanhok.
I mean, I still like good old Miramar, but yeah, interesting stats up for us. We do have some potential drop collisions happening around Erangel, and what is of the utmost importance, folks, is once again a gentle reminder, we are set on the new zone. So definitely anticipating some early fights in this one.
Oh my god, you don't talk about that, man. The hardships that it always takes. It brings in all of that aggression, all of the fights out here, and I'm super excited specifically for the one that might happen all the way up top, right? Because we're talking about Genesis Esports, we're seeing LIKITHA Esports out there as well. Now, Genesis has had this habit of moving around the map a little bit depending on what teams they're going to collide with. But this is a situation where they've got no other option but to take that fight, because all of their drop places, they've basically been occupied.
Exactly. Genesis, Reckoning Esports, even they're having the same drop location over here, so there's a big chance we might see that clash happen too. But as I mentioned, there's so many teams with so much potential. Guys, let's not forget Phoenix Esports. They've got one of the best players out there, and I would like to call him the Clutch Meister. Godin, this man has proved himself time and time in the past. There's so many games, just on the back of this man, they've won those.
No, that's the thing, right? He has proven himself in the online stages, but whenever it comes down to performing on that grand stage at LAN, he somehow has failed. Maybe today is where he redeems himself, because he's got to go all out. You know, for Phoenix Esports, we know even in the LAN stages, day one has always been amazing for them, but the follow-up days hasn't been that great.
And you know what? Choking on LAN, the first name that pops up in my mind is also going to be OG. That's another tag that you got to add on towards the screen over there.
Of course.
But before we continue the conversation, we got to give a huge shout out to the iQOO Neo 10. Of course, the device that comes in with a lot of packed features, and one of those is also going to be that 144 FPS gaming, which means you are going to be experiencing buttery smooth gaming the entire time you play BGMI.
You know, we've had that. You've had that. He's not had that, but we're still gonna have him test that device out. Yeah, of course, we're gonna hook you up, brother. But again, coming to the matter of facts, I think I'm really excited to see Reckoning this time. Dionysus, he's taken up the chains as an IGL, and they qualified directly from the group stages. So really excited to see him perform at the LAN.
I love the fact how brought that up as well, because with the way how Dionysus has taken the baton, it has provided a lot of leeway to the rest of the players to eventually perform out there. And I was really having a look at the stats as well, right? And one of the big success of Reckoning has been in the form of Viper. This man was keeping up the charts in terms of those finish points, and after the group stages were over, after those 10 matches, he had 20 finishes. My man was pulling 2 in every single game at the bare minimum. So you know that his performance has basically been the big key for Reckoning to qualify.
You know what, since you guys have been talking so much about the firepower, so much about the elimination points, I want to bring out a team that likes to play on the survival tactics. I'm speaking of Meta NINZAs.
All right.
Dragon OP and the boys, they're so good at their survival tactics. Somehow they always find themselves in the center of the zone, just snatching away the most amount of placement points.
And especially considering when you're talking about the new zones, we've seen that they've also changed their ways, Necro. They do tend to take those hardships and go slamming for the center. But recently, if you've noticed, Dragon and Beard Baba, they have really picked their assaulting game up. Beard Baba has been one of the recent contenders even for the MVP. So definitely excited to see. I think there were those initial jitters in the recently held official LAN. Of course, they could not win it. But then again, still does not take the fact away that they are looking so strong as a team.
But in that LAN, they were also one of the most consistent teams out there to score consistent point in every single game. So that's also an important stat we need to put out there. And I generally think over here, snatching that championship away, NINZA as well stands a major chance. But let's speak about the table toppers in the group stages and even in the semifinals. We cannot forget REVENANT X SPARK and True Rippers. These two, they've been an absolute dominating powerhouses. Fixes, I know you've got a lot to say, and I'm going to unleash you, my friend.
At this point, REVENANT X SPARK, they had it all up for a toss. It was a straight up announcement that Osmium made that if they mess up, they're all going to lose their spot at REVENANT X SPARK. They'll be freelancers again, but that would have been hurting. But then again, for True Rippers, with those new changes that Jelly has made, it's been a breath of fresh air. When was the last time you saw True Rippers dominating? They dominated the freaking group stages, and they made their way through. And they had the maximum amount of chicken dinners, a lot of finishes to also count up with, so cannot rule Juicy out as well.
I mean, I'd have to say at this point, right, you mentioned about all those players as well. You've been talking about the consistency of True Rippers. Even you brought up Cincinnati kids out here.
Yeah, I mean, Jelly.
Yeah, I mean, they still have made it out here, though. It's one of the redemption arcs coming in out. But my whole point, or rather, my whole focus is going to be on Jelly. I love the fact how you brought that point up, because I think so this new zone meta, it kind of works well with how he calls for his team. He always prioritizes this zone as well, and with the current meta, you have to prioritize the early 2 or 3 zones. And I think so this has been one of the big reasons for their success and why they eventually ended up on top. Now, when they are talking about REVENANT X SPARK, that's an interesting factor, because if we are looking at the group stages, they missed it by 1 point. And when we are talking about the semi-finals, they retained that spot. They still kept up all the way on top above the rest of the other teams. So I think so this time, it's going to be an uphill battle for them.
It was not a spark. It was an absolute volcanic eruption. That's what that was. REVENANT X SPARK just dominated through the semifinals. Now got over here to the LAN finals. And of course, I'm just craving the left to see a little bit more often. But guys, let's not forget, we've also got some of the powerhouses like K9 Esports too. And generally speaking, K9 Esports, it's also one of those teams that we know they're known for their aggression. Let's not forget Ninja Boy. Let's not forget Beast, Slug. These three, this dynamic trio, they've always been the destroyers of the lobby.
I mean, they've always been explosive and erratic at the same time. Where's the consistency? That has always been missing. But let's not forget, K9, they've always been categorized as LAN demons, right?
Yeah.
Suddenly they come up to LAN, and it's not been a lot of months. Just recently, another third-party LAN, they were almost about to touch that trophy, just missed by mere points. So, of course, they've got that fire, they've got the players. They just need to ensure they do not make those basic mistakes.
And you know what? Basic mistakes has reminded me of Wyld Fangs now. Let's speak about them a little bit more. Wyld Fangs 2 is one of those teams. Generally speaking, we all did not expect that Wyld Fangs might just make it to the LAN finals. But let's be honest, the firepower that Trace God possesses, that Save possesses, it's absolutely insane. And I feel like that's one of the main reasons too why Wyld Fangs is over here. And even Sensei stepping up at the important points.
Yeah, that's the whole part about it, right? We've always been talking about how Sensei needs to step up, not just in the group stages, but also on the LAN. And I think so Wyld Fangs, yes, it's more of a revitalizing air for the team that they have been here, but this is where the main struggle begins. This is that barricade with Sensei as an IGL has to cross. We've seen Trace God, he performs on LAN. We've seen Save, he also performs on LAN. So this time it's going to be on the shoulders of the leader himself to finally pull the team back up.
At least the good thing is they know how to cook under pressure.
Yeah.
And that's probably the best possible quality to have. Inside of a LAN, we know how many jitters you can face. We know how much pressure you can have, especially the fans looking at you play right in front of them. And that is one of the most pressure-inducing moments. But Wyld Fangs, especially when the sword was on top of their necks, they performed.
They certainly did. And when you talk about, K9, Wyld Fangs, Cincinnati kids, let's also remind our viewers that it was that final game out of which, they scored really well and they qualified. So, yeah, I mean, for Sensei, honestly speaking, it would be a very emotional moment because he's making a redemption after a long, long time. So that is up there. But Orangutan, this is another team that, always gives me those heartaches, Necro, to be honest, because, I've been loving this team for such a long while. And it hurts being an OG fan, to be honest, at the very end of the spectrum.
I feel like at this point we sidelined a few teams. For example, Genesis Esports and Vasista Esports. These two teams as well, they might just stand a solid chance to actually be there, at least in the top 3, or maybe potentially snatch that trophy away as well.
You really can't sideline out Vasista Esports as well, because I have to say Scary Jord has been the dude who's always been on top of his team. If I'm not wrong, he contributes over 30% of the finishes of the team. That's basically 1 in every 3 that the team tries to get. And that clearly showcases you their game plan as well. They want to enable Scary Jord to eventually perform. And if I'm not wrong, this lad was all the way back in a very different roster as well when they, in this very arena, showed up right away from the open qualifier. So the journey has been absolutely phenomenal for them.
Yeah, I mean, representing Borami Esports, I think the last we saw them, they did not play fairly well. And they placed 16th, if I'm not wrong. And then in the officials, he turned out to be the emerging player. And as a result of which, it has been an uphill climb for Vasista Esports to the point where in the recently held officials, they could not even make it to the land. So another wake-up call for them. You know, that is how tipsy-turvy the BGMI scene right now is. You might be the champions and suddenly you miss out on qualification. But this man in front of our screen, he's got a lot to prove. And a latest addition, Necro, he's got Insidious making his way in. So we do not have Troy anymore. And even Aquanox is bent. So really big changes, and he really needs to fill that shoes.
Yeah, switching up the playing floor, especially inside of the LAN finals. It's not the first time Samraj has done this. He's been doing that over and over again, time and time. But guys, 2025, it's been the year of rookies. It's been the year of new faces dominating the competition. Even Gods for a reason, they might make it happen as well. We never know. It's a surprise package. The moment it unfolds, it might just explode, or it might just be an absolute nothing. So there is anything that can happen at this point. We're just speculating, we're just making assumptions, but without wasting any more time, let's just straight up dive inside of the first game of the day, as Erangel's gonna be booting up on the screen soon, and even that plane's gonna be in the skies.
1 crore on the line, and it begins right here, right now. Folks, as we charted through the greener pastures, the flight path trajectory, as it seems like it's gonna be heading all the way from Milta Power to Quarry, and well scared. You know, you wanted masala, you wanted explosion. It is right here, right now.
I'll have to say this has literally been the storyline of the entire iQOO Battleground series, because every single time you've seen these flight paths, they've been just diverted towards one part of the map. Right now, all the way towards the southern side. Now that means a lot of the teams that like to go up north, like LIKITHA Esports, maybe teams like Genesis Esports, they're going to be facing some struggles out there. But for some teams like God's Reign, yeah, I mean, military base is right in your pocket. Go jump there.
You know, Wyld Fangs must be feeling quite mellow.
Yeah.
They literally just need to step out and take a nosedive. That's it. Nothing else needed. But yes, like you said, right? Some early sparks definitely anticipated. We do have Genesis heading all the way up north. I think it's going to be a skirmish for those vehicles, right? And those garage areas around the southern Pochinki side, that is going to be one place of contention. We have seen that in the online stages, but seems like K9, they've got no one around them, at least for now. No trouble.
Yeah, it's a pretty interesting part out here as well, since you can see a humongous cluster as well forming right towards where the circle has formed. I know that reaction, and I totally get it, Fixes, because that's something you really need to focus down on. All the teams on the extreme opposite side towards the eastern path will have to take their rotations and have to go on their own way now. We've known some teams who love to go towards Yasnaya Polyana, but this time around they've decided to drop onto some other parts of the spectrum as well. Now, again, a lot of these drop locations which we eventually predicted, they've been changed a lot.
Yeah, of course, that had to happen, right? Of course, the inclusion of the new zones forcing all these teams to take such decisions.
Yeah.
But Vasista Esports will feel quite happy about how they are situated, just around Gatka. Should not have a tough time rotating around, and that is how they like to play. But at the same time, let's not forget, we've got the likes of Meta NINZAs who really benefit from such circles. Can't rule out also Cincinnati kids, and what the hell was Juicy doing out there? But seems like there could be some early collisions. You could see on the western side, Reckoning right next to the players of Gods for a Reason. That could be one of those early battles that we might get to witness.
I really was looking at that itself, right? Because there's one player who has been isolated out here. Fights coming out, brewing in, and it's a lot of people, a lot of pack of wolves out in front of you trying to survive, and it's not going to be enough. Hitman is the first one to be taken off instantly. And these wolves are hungry.
Interesting. You know, this was such an interesting maneuver from Reckoning. And you could see, right, the change in the mindset, the IGL changes, the drop changes. And they just gave away their old drop to the likes of Phoenix and Genesis.
Yeah.
Instead of dropping on the western side, gods for a reason, they were caught with their pants down. And now, of course, having lost out on a Hitman isn't really a good news, but they still have Sarwar. We've seen this lad perform extremely well in the online stages. Imagine a player and a team that made it through to the grand finals directly from the group stages. So G4R, they've got a lot to prove, but for Reckoning, I can see fire in their eyes.
They're just hungry at this point. They know where Gods for Reason drop, and they absolutely understand that they're a player down right now. But my big question is, they don't really have the best of the best weapons to try and take these fights, so maybe they'd rather want to maneuver out of this place, maybe go a bit more up north towards the George Ball City, just on the edges of the circle as well. They're going to get some extra bit of time to try and have some fun, but another team that's having a lot of fun is definitely 8-Bit. They've got the full city for themselves of Pochinki.
I don't know, man, if I'm being really naggy or being too picky about it. I want to see some early fights. It's been a while. I think almost around 2 minutes have passed, and seems like a few teams are starting to rotate around. So, yeah, I mean, we do have LIKITHA Esports, another team that we really have our eyes set on. But, you know, this is the thing with the new zone scared, right? To flourish, you need to ensure that you get those early collisions in. And we're talking about those early collisions. Reckoning, they're still on the hunt. Gods for a reason, I mean, they really need to manifest and get into their god mode. Otherwise, they're literally done for.
I mean, for now, the gods is being removed from there for a reason is the only thing that's remaining right now. Sarwar is out there, standing up top. Guess what? Chandan decided to step up. Already able to answer one, and that's flocked down on his knees. The weaponries are a big disadvantage for Reckoning. And this is the exact point which I mentioned a few seconds ago. There's another fight being taken. Sarwar shuts him down. Back and forth fight yet again. All in favor of Gods for Reason. You take one of ours, we take two of yours.
Oh, that's going to hurt. Gods for a reason. Already doing quite well. That was a recovery and a half. The job's still not over. Gods for a reason survived by Chandan, Sarwar and Soham. And suddenly Reckoning, they find themselves in a little bit of a pinch.
Yeah.
Dionysus, Viper, 2 members alive and absolutely pincer to that corner squad house. It's going to be interesting to see Gods for a reason. How do they approach it? They've got everything going in for them. So he's got a beautiful flank, one good grenade, or maybe a Molotov to flush the players of Reckoning out.
Yeah.
And that could be game over. But still, Viper is alive. He's breathing. So you cannot really rule out Reckoning's chances in this.
That is true, but you know, I'd have to say, as a wild animal, you either need some Wyld Fangs to try and hunt the other person down, or maybe you need some sharp claws. But this time it seems like their claws are chipped and they don't have any teeth left because they do not have any weaponries out there. I mean, yes, shotguns in your hand, cool. If anyone tries to rush on you, you can maybe surprise them, but it's about discipline, and Gods for a reason, they have got all the discipline in the world that they need. And I think so for as long as they're able to hold this position, they're going to be in a pretty solid place because even the circle is on to them. Right now, it's not going to take any major shifts.
Look at this. Now, this is what we were anticipating, right? A lot of teams hunkering around the central position, just around Gatka. And whilst we were speaking, of course, Viper, he does find a knock. And that's an interesting one, a knock on Soham. That means their flanks have been cut off. LIKITHA Esports, 8-Bit, and Vasista Esports, all these 3 teams have been really eyeing out for that central spot. Whilst for Gods for a reason, still fighting till death. It's a gauntlet battle, Reckoning against G4R. Both the numbers pretty much equalized, and seems like Gods for a reason, they really want to go for the revive backup.
Yeah, they want to go for the revive. The smoke is already on the way, and that could eventually help a bit for them. But you can quietly look at the position of Viper. He's quickly moved in onto the other building right now, up on top. He's got a chance, but he's visible, and Sarwar almost trying to put him down. That one nade could eventually be the grave. Reckoning, are you really going to take this fight? It's down to a 2v2 scenario. The HP pretty low. Soham, he's bleeding out, and there's no one to patch him up.
Maybe he's even running out of meds, considering the fact that they've been having a blood feud from quite the beginning of the game, have been going after each other. Kind of pushes me into thinking if they've got any bandages to work around with. And look at Chandan. He's getting so mischievous, and at the same time, you could hear Soham screaming, yelling. maybe try and get that revive back up. But Viper, he's not going to let that happen, at least on his watch.
Yeah.
And yeah, he at least has another weapon to follow up. So you do see that Honey Badger. So Soham, he takes his final breath and seems like it's a perfect 2-on-2 now.
To be honest, I really like the Honey Badger, specifically in these close
I
range
hate
combats.
that weapon. Trust me, I hate that weapon.
I love that. To be honest, all you need to do is manage the recoil, man. And easier said than done, but for now, it's going to be the AK in the hands of Sarwar. This man has proved himself time and time again on many big stages. And this time, his team really needs him to step up. Not like Chandan on the roof, but really step up.
That's going to be an interesting one. And seems like Sarwar, he's managed to thread the needle. He did find that initial burst of damage, but Chandan, he doubles down. And Viper finds himself caught in that mishap. And suddenly, he will be eliminated as well. So now everything resting on the IGL himself, as Dionysus finally feeling the jitters of being an IGL, being on the grand stage at the LAN, and Reckoning. Not really the best of start, but hey, that has been in their DNA. When was the last time we saw Reckoning ever perform well in a day one of the grand finals? It's always them making a comeback towards day 2 and day 3.
But this one stumble could eventually pave the way for some other team out here. You may never know, but there's a lot of things happening on the other parts of the map as well. We'll be coming on to that instantly as Phoenix is also able to answer back. K9 taking a huge blow when they were rotating out down from that 70 part. Struggling out there, and he gets banned. Oh my god, that's brutal! And so is the shot from Chandan, the S12K on the face. And Reckoning is the first team to be eliminated, and an emote on top of that. Sarwar, you are not putting a pinch of salt, you are sending a bag his way.
Yeah, message conveyed, received, acknowledged, delivered. Got for a reason, they've certainly done it, right? You wanted Sparks, you wanted Masala, you've got it. We also did witness Goten banning Omega. And seems like now the new lad needs to walk his talk. I mean, the first game, you're panning players, be aiming already at display. That's more like it, that's what we love. But whilst all of that is happening, the commotions going on, Meta NINZA, they've got a nice split to work around with. Vasista Esports still poised around the center, but they've got Orangutan right next to them. And we know these apes, they're a different type of animals. You know, the moment they get that first knock, and how technically poised they are. So interesting to see what happens next in this battle.
It's a crucial position as well if you're really looking at it, right? OG, even though they're surrounded by a lot of teams all around them, still have got pretty nice real estate for them, thanks to Aru constantly scouting out all the way up ahead. It's more of a 2-and-2 split by the team though, but they do not want to be caught in any commotion right now. It's all got to be silent. It's all got to be quiet. Since we're already talking about that, right? We've also seen Vasista Esports been quiet for quite a long time, but guess what? Their circle shift is not really going to let them stay quiet for long enough.
Yeah, that's the way of life, right? The
What?
Yeah, I mean, this is what you have to anticipate, right? Everything changes in the blink of an eye, and that has exactly happened right now. So the circle taking that hard shift to the west, and this is what the new zone holds in for us. That hard shift, it's going to be really decisive. And OG, I must say, they've been making all the right decisions. Really did not engage in a battle against Vasista. They knew the circle was starting to close in. And now, suddenly, look at them. They've gotten that center spot to themselves, 8-bit right around them.
Yeah.
You also do have the players of K9 closing in, but as a 3-man squad.
Oh.
And then you've got Cincinnati kids also in the rise in. As 8-bit trying to traverse around. Seems like they did spot out Aru, but decided that they're not going to be on their tails. And of course, it's one of those fights you would want to avoid.
It's probably one of the most open grounds out here in the
exactly
zone.
why.
You would just decide not to go and engage on it. Otherwise, we're going to not just have a third party, you can keep on counting the numbers, considering the number of teams that are around there. People out there online, they'd probably be watching the map feed as well and being like, why are they still not fighting when everyone's just close to the other team?
No idea. And this is something that I'm not really happy about, of how we really approach the new zones in BGMI. These are the times you should be taking advantage of that space, engage in those 4v4, clear the cluster, because it is going to be an absolute Hail Mary towards the very end, right? All these teams would be going after each other. It's going to be so much chaos. And you do not have things under your control there.
And that's basically been one of the Indian metas of BGMI, which I have to say. That most of the teams, they try to prioritize their survival over towards the very end, be it the zone 5th or even the ones after that. And then when the push comes to shove, then they decide to fight. And I think so. It's a bit more risky to take those fights then, because again, everyone's fighting everyone. It's super chaotic.
You pretty much answered yourself.
Yeah, exactly. You'd rather want to have some structured fights. So even I would want some of the teams at least to get aggressive and clear out their surroundings, their vicinity, to try and hold on to that.
I think the only mindset behind this is still the first game. So, how we say it, right? They're just testing the waters, scared. So that's what's happening. Trying to understand, trying to get a grip over how the new circles again. There has been that little bit of a break. They had to play the old circles and now the new circles. So teams really being reluctant in taking those risks. But again, at grand stage, you're at LAN. If you want to win, you've got to do that. And Vasista Esports seems like they're really close to the players of GDR. Of course, shots fired. And it's going to be Justin who takes their head out. Hector done and dusted. And Vasista Esports, they are left straggling for some sort of space.
And they literally took the head out, because that's Hector's, that's your IGL. You would not be wanting this in any kind of scenario. And this is what I was talking about. I kind of wanted Vasista to be on that aggressive end. They've got that firepower. They've got the boys out there who are just super ready to take those fights, but still a bit of tough setting out there for the team. But this is going to give a pretty solid start to the other side. But on the other end of the spectrum, Phoenix, specifically Ash, not the start that the man wanted. And it seems like the struggles all the way back from the side of OG when he used to be in that roster is still continuing with him on under a different banner.
Yeah, that has to be a little hurtful, of course. But to Rippers, in fact, Jelly must be quite happy.
Yeah.
Especially considering the fact that, we have been talking about him labeled as a land choker. Hasn't really lifted one of those major trophies, anything at all, anything substantial. So it's high time Jelly does redeem himself. And I have to tell you, this is the farthest he's gone. This has been one of the strongest outing Jelly has had during the group stages. So seems like the stars are definitely aligning for him. Technically, Necro did mention that he's very good with his rotations and everything. But fighting department has also improved exponentially.
To be honest, I'll 100... That's the second time, to be honest, when I'm agreeing with you on this one. The first one was back when you said that it hurts when OG does not win. We all want that to happen. But yes, I agree. Because even in the group stages, this team had more finish points as compared to their placement points. And one of the most consistent teams throughout the group stages. And the only ever to achieve 3 chicken dinners out here. And guess what? The other team to match that up is the one that's on screen fighting against iQOO 8-bit. And you do not want to fight this team when they're so powered up.
Oh, you certainly do not. But, of course, these are, again, these fights where you kind of expose yourself to getting third-partied. And OG, they start off with a shebang. Eviscerate the entirety of Vasista Esports. Them being dealt with. Aru finds 2. Visgod finds 1. And, of course, we did see Justin get the leader of the pack. But for now, LIKITHA Esports, they find themselves in really tough waters. GDR right in front of them, and Team Forever even from the backlines. Now, this is where it is starting to look really, really sketchy of what happens next.
Few different clusters now forming on the screen. One up north, the second down south though, but still is the one that's on screen that's grabbing all the attention. God's Rain constantly getting that fire. Inferno as well being fired upon from multiple directions. But guess what? He's probably got a bit of a lifeline as again. It's Team Forever all the way from the back now eventually. Getting the attention of God's Rain as well. Back and forth now. Neo falls down onto his knees. Every single one of them apart from him still alive and still very healthy.
Oh, look at this. Justin again shines. Of course, Neo down on his knees, but GDR slowly but surely trying to control that tempo.
Lovely.
Another grenade gets flung over. That's going to be the end of Smoker, but for Neo, things aren't really looking that great either. As Inferno confirms that finish, and now always he decides to strike in. And this is what we were complaining about, right? You delay the inevitable, and once it strikes, you are at every other team's mercy, pretty much.
And that's the big part about it. It's a third party almost every single where on this map. And Team Forever, right now they really want to try and bite a big piece of this pie, to be honest, if not the entire pie. They've got a very nice opportunity, but guess what? Even their 6 is not empty. It's Wyld Fangs, right, following up with a 1-3 rotation entirely focused on Team Forever too. And this southern cluster is going to be crucial to figure out who gets to fight another team that's sitting right at the edge of the zone.
Oh, interesting. Now that you've mentioned the circle has taken another shift up north. It's going to be an interesting one, this one, as folks do check out the iQOO Neo 10. But after this fight, Team Forever going for a slam in as they've got another team in front of them and will instantly pop the skulls open. Meta Ninjas had no response whatsoever. Thunder absolutely bringing all that thunderstorm, but Meta Ninja, they need to retaliate back. Of course, Poco being dealt with.
OG?
The Dragon, Beard Baba, Reaper around the vicinity as Team Forever. Always look at him really low, but he's going to patch himself up. But Team Forever, they really need to count their eggs. They really need to be careful because a lot of teams will be slamming it on them. And maybe GDR gets their revenge.
Oh my god, this southern cluster. It looks absolutely insane, just like how Ninja Boy is being won in the server itself along with Slug. Constantly firing the shots as Sensei was taken down of Wyld Fangs. They are not safe from another hungry beast, and Ninja Boy is taking everyone out, including Trace God, who was the spearhead of Wyld Fangs.
Oh, and it's looking really interesting now. GDR striking in on Wyld Fangs. They're going for the slam in, especially when they were wounded. Of course, Fierce did have something to say about it. Seems like we did miss a clutch there. But K9 still in the game and still breathing will be Slug, who gets a knock onto his Fierce. That leaves Wyld Fangs down to their last man. It's going to be Sensei. But the rest of the pack, they're dealt with as for Team Forever. Thunder, he's got his eyes elsewhere. Reaper will bring an end to Sensei's run. So Wyld Fangs, they've been eliminated pretty early. Seems like they did not have a lot of finishes to really work with. But Justin, now he feels he's a little exposed there. As Thunder, they take a couple of shots. And Team Forever, they found a really nice compound to hold on to.
To be honest, I was actually worrying about them a little bit, but when OG decided to back off from this third party, that's when they got their breathing room. And again, all the fights happening right down south of them. K9 cleared out the problem of Wyld Fangs, and eventually they were able to, find that one safe spot. And I think so that's the best decision of Team Forever, but they've still got to make another one right now. Mafia down on his knees, so Waze up close and personal to Beard Baba. And you mentioned about this dude all the way in the opening segment, that you do not want to fight against him. He's been a very key player for Meta Ninja, probably the meta of this team. And he's going to take the fight against one of the most experienced players in the community.
That's going to be an interesting one. Beard Baba, we've seen his improved aeons in terms of his assaulting prowess. Of course, a little cut off from his pack. Dragon and Reaper not having the best of angles, but as long as they can secure a knock onto its Thunder, maybe they can press on these matters. As Cheyenne, he's taken down, but now look at this. Always trying to be a little naughty, but Reaper swings that grenade in, gets that beautiful knock, and now Beard Baba, he's taking second thoughts. Maybe he wants to go pushing in, but no! It's going to be Thunder. What is happening? Knocks after knocks, trades after trades from both the ends. None of them really wanting to give up as Thunder, he continues! And a smack on his face, a 3 finisher, and wipes Meta Ninjas off. And Team Forever, we were anticipating where will the firepower come from. Thunder, he struck.
He went in from a category 1 to a category 5 out there, turning into a hurricane at this point. And his team needed that, but another team that really needs that fire. It's going to be 8-bit. Bit of a struggling end out there, a lot of teams around them, and also fire being shot at them from the other end. It's going to be a bit of a crucial play for 8-bit. They've still got NC out there on the knees, and this man is going to be out of this game as well. Had his own chance though, but his power is not missing a beat. He's still got to try and survive. A bit of low in the HP. He's going to patch himself up as well as right on the other end. It is going to be REVENANT X SPARK who's fighting against them. Shadow just right behind that vehicle, but there's one player who's creeped up and way too close. I don't know if Raiden has got the idea about that, but guess what? It's going to be another side that's got a full idea where Phoenix is. And they're going to be bowed down, removed out from this entire server. And that's True Rippers continuing their regression of group stages.
It's fights happening left, right and center, and everybody wants a piece of the pie. Everybody wants to stay somewhere inside the circle, but seems like they've got to fight for it. And now True Rippers, of course, have had the best of starts. 4 finishes. Hydro, he's going to be back on his knees, and now it's going to be interesting. OG in the meanwhile, they did lose out on Aru, who went on a little bit of an exploration spree. Did get caught to the players of 8-bit, as even Cheyenne wanted to get in and suddenly finds himself as a victim to the players of OG as they're enraged. This God getting those couple of knocks. Mafia does have that little flank angle to play around with, but now Team Forever really needs to be wary, really need to be careful. They have to get inside the zone. And given the fact that Team OG, they have regrouped, Mafia's chances look quite slim.
To be honest, at this point, I was about to say that maybe it's going to be OG who might take this winner chicken dinner home, but it seems like there's another team that are more hungry, and that's going to be Genesis, and they've got a lot of real estate to work around with. Plus, I was about to say that maybe Ninja Boy and Mafia could spoil the game a little bit for OG, so they will have to flush this player out as Mafia. The HP pretty low, AKOP taken down as well, but still surviving, still breathing, and still driving his car with barely one leg. But as long as he stands, that's what they need.
I liked how you said with barely one leg, because that was literally the case there. Needs to administer that first aid, needs to patch himself up, and OG, so far they've got that entire of that eastern areas under their control, right? But then if the circle shifts away from them, that's where the trouble brews, because then Genesis, they will start taking over. Because the moment OG decides to enter in, it's going to be those open lands, and Ninja Boy, his position still quite undetected. Gravity has no clue that there's one lonely straggler hiding beneath the ridge as Gravity is going to take a couple of shots, maybe towards Mafia. But little does he know, there's still Ninja Boy round the corner. Bustling, thriving, surviving as Atanki gets the final blow on Mafia. And that marks the end for Team Forever. That means OG, they've been racking up a lot of finishes.
They have been, to be honest. 7 already on board, and they've still got 3 players surviving. The only thorn that they really need to take care of is going to be the couple of members left from REVENANT X SPARK, specifically Shadow all the way in the backside. Ninja is also here. We've known this dude to be one of the extreme power picker. All the way, if I'm not wrong, Fixes. In their 2024 run, maybe? He was probably the MVP of a couple of official tournaments as well out there. So you've got to be wary about that. But for now, AKOP brought down onto his knees. A bit of a problem out there for OG. Gonna try and send one man back to patch him up as Ninja Boy as well. He'll try to play the spoiler. He'll try to ruin the day of the Apes if he gets a chance. But Atanki is on a watch.
He certainly is. But right now, what is very important, in fact, is to get that res back up on AKOP, which they've done. But everybody waiting with their bated breath, just waiting for that next circle shift that decides the outcome of this game. And imagine if it's centered. Still, it's going to help out the players of Genesis in the mere process. Look at Zap, he's making some movements. REVENANT X SPARK, they've gone completely unchecked. Nobody's really bothered about them. I'm pretty sure OG, they know that REVENANT X SPARK, they're still alive. But who deals with them? And imagine REVENANT X SPARK, maybe they throw a spanner to the works of the players of Genesis. Anything is possible.
They could very well do that, but to be honest, this circle shift, if anything, it's favoring Ninja Boy to survive for a little bit longer. My man was on the knife's edge and he slipped right there. Nice flush out coming in from Genesis, eventually taking that one thorn away, which could have ruined their plans. Now, a trifecta, a 4v3v2. All the numbers right now against REVENANT X SPARK, but how many times has this been the storyline when they are the ones on the receiving end, but they eventually rise on top right now, and this could be their moment.
This certainly could be. I think everybody once again, they're just waiting for somebody to expose themselves. Seems like Atanki, he's got a slight idea of where Gravity could be, because he's been finding himself amid so much action and a little bit of that higher terrain. that OG has to play around with, whilst Genesis and OG might lock horns. There's still possibility that REVENANT X SPARK might bite back from the backlines and Hunters. An important knock onto with Shadow, and now it's all down to NINZA. He needs to get his play back up. He needs to get his IGL, but seems like that is out of possibilities here. As Ninja, the final first hit, yeah, that's a new zone. That really hurts you. As now, Genesis seems like this is a chicken dinner in the making for them.
Unless AK does AK things and Wizjord eventually goes to the Super Saiyan God form. We've seen them do all of that previously as well, but they're all clustered down, hunkered around one part, and they don't have any map control. No flank whatsoever. So it's got to go down all to the individual battles, onto your gun powers, and that is Genesis' forte as well, as the man who used to be the spearhead is down on his knees, the first one to fall, and Atanki will follow his shoes too. It's an instant chicken dinner as Genesis take the first game of the LAN home.
What a way to get things off, Genesis Esports. Oh man, this was a chicken dinner that Genesis Esports definitely needed, because looking at their track record in the previous LAN, Genesis Esports is not one of those teams that likely has a good day on the day one. But this time around on the LAN, Genesis Esports, in the first game, on the first day, they have managed to pop off on a different level. But in my opinion, the teams that managed to get more than 8 points, it's still quite a solid ending.
Of course, a lot of teams did have a great start. I mean, we're talking about the likes of GDR. They got eliminated pretty early, but had 8 eliminations to count for. Even for the likes of OG, they started off really well, nice position points with good amount of finishes to their names. And I was really surprised with how good Team Forever also was. Necro, I mean, there were so many situations, even scared. We really never thought they're going to make it out alive, but Thunder and his plays, man. I was surprised and happy at the same time.
I'm pretty sure NINZA, now they know Thunder is a big pain in the foot. Pulling off a survival gameplay, especially Thunder in the lobby. Now that's going to be impossible. The man just straight up just moves in like it's a Thor hammer in his hands and just strikes down everyone. But let's move on towards the stage for an interview.
All right. This is a start. जिस बेहतरीन तरीके से वो चिकन डिनर आया है. ज़ैब साहब, सबसे पहले आपसे बात करते हैं. देखिए, ये शुरुआत एक ऐसी शुरुआत है जो किसी भी टीम को चाहिए होती है. It just came through you guys. आप थे जो सर्कल के अंदर एकदम सेंट्रल पोजीशन पर थे, जिसने जोन का मैक्सिमम होल्ड रखा हुआ था. Still were there any difficulties during the fights, या फिर कोई भी ऐसा इशू जो आपको लगा कि चीजें खराब कर सकता था?
नहीं, ऐसा नहीं है. जैसे आईजेल ने जोन तो ला दिया था, अब उसके बाद सब प्लेयर्स को पता ही है करना क्या है, तो सबने कर दिया, वो चिकन इजीली निकल गया.
And see, Yash, this is just the start. आगे आने वाले गेम्स के लिए गेम प्लान आपके अकॉर्डिंग क्या बनना चाहिए आपकी टीम का?
ऐसा एज सच कोई गेम प्लान नहीं है. हम अपने बस बेसिक्स पे फोकस कर रहे हैं. बस जोन टू जोन खेल रहे हैं और मार रहे हैं.
काफी बेहतरीन. हंटर्स, you were the one who was trying to hunt for the people. इस गेम के अंदर एक अच्छी शुरुआत. Next games, are there any other teams that you think you'll have to still watch out for?
नहीं, अभी तो नहीं है कोई ऐसी टीम, क्योंकि पहला ही मैच हुआ है अभी, और डे 2 खत्म होगा, उसके बाद सब पीछे पड़ेंगे.
Alright, well, अभी तो दिन की शुरुआत हुई है और धीरे धीरे आने वाले गेम्स के अंदर कहानी और लिखी जा सकती है. बट वो कहानी लिखेगा कौन और किस तरीके से, अभी के लिए चलते हैं एनालिस्ट की तरफ.
Genesis Esports pretty much had the prime position in their hands, and that's also one of the main reasons why they easily snatched away that chicken dinner. But we were having a conversation about the Meta Ninzas and how Thunder just completely demolished them. And yeah, Meta Ninza, their main priority has always been about the circle. It's always been about the safe gameplay. But when a man like Thunder just straight up rushes in and demolishes you, now that's a bit of a concern.
And the fun fact about that, as Fixis pointed out just a few seconds ago, that even though Team Forever was the one who was a bit of a back foot scenario with one of their players knocked out, Thunder's position was crucial. That was the key. He needed to outperform the other side, but man, oh man, the way he did that 1v3 was important. But eventually, as you mentioned as well, Genesis having a full control of that final circle, eventually what led them to the victory. But I think so I want to still bring it back to the point that you shared, Fix, is that I really want to see some early aggression, and not because I'm a fan of violence, but more because I really want to see that more saturated gameplay over towards the last circles.
You know, to be honest, like you mentioned, right, of course, Genesis won that. But let's not forget, folks, that Genesis began dropping from the eastern side. They had to rotate all the way inside the circle, have a really great position, and then convert. And in the meanwhile, of course, we want to see those earlier fights, but hoping so that happens maybe in Miramar.
And honestly, Fixes, I was pretty surprised looking at one of the men from the side of K9 Esports actually making it to the top
Omega
three.
got banned, bro.
Yeah, I understand, but still, at the end of the day, what matters are the points. And I feel like K9 Esports, they've justified that first game. K9 Esports, solid stuff. As I mentioned, the moment a team gets more than 8 points, they've done more than enough. But something that's extremely important for you guys, that's also going to be our sponsors, iQOO Neo 10. I would recommend you guys to move on towards Google and definitely check out the device because it comes with 144 FPS, smooth, buttery BGMI gameplay. What else do you want? 144 FPS? That's something I hear inside of computers, but now we're getting it in the palm of our hands. That's probably the best possible thing.
And on a budget, especially. Let's not forget that either. I mean, it's perfectly priced, all you could get. But the MVP, Justin, I think he was one of those, he was the first one who got a finish on towards Hector. And that is where their tyranny began, to be thwarted off by so many third parties happening around GDR. They got eliminated pretty early, but Justin, he was at the forefront of it, and this is exactly what GDR need to have that winning momentum building up.
I was looking at God's Reign, and Justin was constantly someone that was constantly poking the opposition over and over again, and I guess that's one of the main reasons why he managed to acquire those 5 finishes but 0 knockouts, and also did get 1 bonus out of that. And even Fierce is right there with 3 rescues, 0 assists, and the healing done's going to be 134, and you've also got Zap. He's going to be the finisher, just that 1 finish in the end.
I mean, but the whole point is that this dude used to be in the, as a stand-in player for godlike esports as well, and now, since he's here, Genesis has been basically on the LAN and they've been getting all the chicken dinners. I'm not saying anything. I'm just talking about the stats here. But that's one of the big things out that's been happening around. I mean, hey, don't give me that look, man. Don't give me that look.
It's not me. It's every godlike fan that have been yearning that their players get on the stage, they lift the trophy, and suddenly the outcasts are here on the grand stage. And imagine Zap, what a turnaround even for Zap and Hunters. Imagine Hunters once upon a time was struggling to find his playing days at Seoul. It got removed. He made it to the official LAN. Same was with Zap as well. So, I mean, for these young rookies, so much on the line and so much to prove, and they're doing it.
And that's the crazy part, right? Somehow these rejects always do end up performing extremely well whenever they join a different banner. And once again, it's the same storyline with Zap and Hunters. They've undeniably got one of the best firepowers inside of the scene, and now they're finally unleashing themselves in the playing field. And looking at the highlights, too, this is how the action really kicked off. Gods for a reason, off the rip, wiped out the players of Reckoning Esports. And we also did see a bit of that emo, the salt on top of the boots.
That's the fun part about it, That's exactly what we also like to see, that aggression, not just in terms of your weapon skills, but also sometimes pouring all of that too. But eventually, this was not really the end I was expecting for Reckoning Esports, but yes, that was a very solid start. And since we've already been talking about solid start, I really love this new type of God's Reign that we are seeing, where previously they used to prioritize zones so much that they left most of the crucial fights that they could have won. But this time around, we really saw that happen, and that was phenomenal.
And what was this fight? It was so chaotic. I mean, we just came there and suddenly everybody was just falling off. Poof, poof, poof. Boom, boom, boom. Everybody done and dusted. But again, REVENANT X SPARK, another team. I mean, I need to ask you, Neck Bro, how do you feel about their performance? I mean, first game, decent amount of points. 2 players survived, made it to top 3. In my opinion, a nice start, but you were always one of those critics.
No, look, I think it's pretty much justified. As I mentioned, the moment a team gets more than 8 points on a LAN, specifically on the day 1, 8 points is sort of like that consistent threshold. The moment you cross that, it's pretty much bonus on top of it. And I think REVENANT X SPARK getting 10 points, it's more than enough. It's extremely good in the first game itself. Now let's just hope that REVENANT X SPARK is able to bring in that consistency in the upcoming games and consistently get more than 8 points.
If we're talking about that consistency, we've seen a lot of teams have that consistency every single time for the 2 days of LAN. And that team is the Apes. That is standing right at the second place right now with 13 total points, man. 7 eliminations, 6 of them eventually came in from their position too. So I think so. This is a very decent start for OG, but every single time, and now I feel like a broken record being on the desk, and that to less than you both.
Let's not curse it, bro. Please don't curse it.
It's with the story.
You need to stop him.
It's fine, you know. It's been a while since this man's been on a BGMI desk, so we're going to let him slide. We're going to let all of his crimes go by just like that.
Not with OG, you know, considering
I
how
love OG.
much of a strong believer I'm in OG. And again, we're talking so much about them, it kind of curses them at the same time. But let's not forget, folks, we loved what Ninja Boy did towards the end, right? He was the only player surviving, and as a result of which he secured 4 extra points for his team. And that brought K9 to 10 points. When was the last time K9 had a good start, Necro?
I mean, K9 Esports, for some reason, I've always had that piece of trust on them. You know this.
Yeah,
you
he's an ardent
always
believer
know
in
this.
K9. Yeah,
I'm a big fan of aggression, and K9 Esports always satisfy me for some reason because they've got 3 of the best firepower salters out there. So K9 Esports is always one of those teams that has left a good mark on my heart. So that's why I always love to be with K9 Esports, and them having a great start, it's just the icing on top of the cake. I want to see K9 Esports be consistent, but we all know that's not going to happen.
Oh my God, to be very honest, yeah, please take that away. I'm not going to say anything apart from that. But I was about to say that K9 is a team that had a very nice consistency chart. I want to see them continue that.
I mean, at this point in time, inside of the grand finals, what exactly is most important? That's going to be the consistency. Before that, we've got an interview lined up, so let's move on towards the stage.
Alright guys, well, मेरे साथ इस वक्त मौजूद हैं RNTX के coach, analyst coach, जो भी बोलना चाहे. He's the wizard behind everything. Rahul Sharma, aka Auspium. So, Auspium, welcome to the LAN after a long time. क्या vibe है, क्या mood था टीम के पूरे उस खेमे में जब पता चला भाई LAN पर अब तो जा रहे हैं?
2025 अपना इतना अच्छा नहीं था, स्टार्टिंग से बहुत ख़राब खेल रहे थे, बट फाइनली हमें भी इंतज़ार था कि कब लैन देखने को मिलेगा. सो फाइनली आ चुके हैं. जब क्वालिफाई हुए थे तो भी बहुत अच्छा लग रहा था, तो यहाँ आके तो और ज़्यादा अच्छा लग रहा है.
एंड यू नो ओके, एक बहुत ही डिफरेंट सा सवाल. हर बार इंडियन इकोसिस्टम में एक बात कही जाती है, जो भी ऑनलाइन स्टेज को डोमिनेट करता है ना, वो लैन पे आके डोमिनेशन नहीं कर पाता है. व्हाट्स योर टेक ऑन दैट?
हमारा ऐसा नहीं है यार, हम ऑनलाइन में भी डोमिनेट करते थे पहले और लैन पे भी आगे करते थे. तो ये स्टेटमेंट हमारी टीम के लिए तो नहीं है, बाकियों के लिए में भी हो सकता है.
एंड डज द जोन मेटा मैटर्स नाउ? न्यू जोन, ओल्ड जोन, वो सब चीज़ें मैटर करेंगी अभी?
या ऑब्वियसली बहुत सारी स्ट्रैटेजी चेंज करने पड़ते हैं टीम में न्यू जोन मेटा के हिसाब से. ज़्यादा कॉम्पिटिटिव है.
एंड स्प्रे गया, रॉनी आया. रॉनी का आना एक बहुत ही डिफरेंट मेंटालिटी के साथ, रॉनी के आने का इम्पैक्ट दिखा है, टीम और फोकस लग रही है. हाउ हैज दैट इम्पैक्ट हेल्प द टीम?
रॉनी का इम्पैक्ट तो बहुत ज़्यादा अच्छा है टीम के ऊपर. अभी मैं देख पा रहा हूँ कि जैसे टीम पहले खेलती थी उस गेम प्ले में और इस गेम प्ले में बहुत फ़र्क है. सो लाइक अभी ऐसा फील हो रहा है कि टीम कंप्लीट हो चुकी है रॉनी के आने के बाद.
एंड व्हाट्स योर एक्सपेक्टेशन नाउ दैट यू आर एट द लैन?
एक्सपेक्टेशन तो क्या ही बोलूँ, पर कॉन्फिडेंस है लॉन्डो पे कि अच्छा करेंगे.
चलो, ऑल द वेरी बेस्ट मैन.
Of course, it's the REVENANT X SPARK's coach, and he's definitely had a lot of choice words to say. REVENANT X SPARK is one of those teams that has faced a brutal downfall in between, but now feels like they've bounced back like never before.
It feels like it's hammer time for Osmium, because every time he comes up on stream and he says something, the team keeps on improving exponentially. We did see that happen in the semi-finals of how good they really were. But now, you know, heading on, I think this tone has been set for the day. We have seen these teams, they have been showing interest in taking those early fights, and that masala that we keep on searching for, that one pan, I'm telling you, there's something cooking. Omega will respond back.
Well, we are always a big fan of rivalries, right?
Yeah.
You already know that. And K9 Esports, it's one of those teams, we all know, they do possess a lot of aggression, and there's a big chance we might just see a bit of that revenge story on the map of Miramar. What do you think?
I mean, I really want to tell you about that one revenge story and how they take things personally. Yeah, we all remember the Sanhok drop clashes that used to happen all the way back, right? Or going all the way from global esports time and SA to UL or Seoul, and that eventually carried forward and into different rosters named too. So yeah, I'm really looking forward to it, but I really hope that this time we're going to see some aggressive plays.
Generally speaking, I've had a lot of expectations from a lot of different teams, but only one thing is able to meet my expectations, and that is going to be the iQOO Neo 10 itself with Snapdragon 8 Series Gen 4, 144 FPS gaming, and also supercomputing chip Q1, and also 120 watts flash charger. This device, it is it. If you're someone who likes gaming on your device, if you're someone who likes playing BGMI 4 hours, this device is the device you need to get your hands on. So move on towards Google and search for the iQOO Neo 10.
You know what? I kind of attest with whatever Necros just said because, you know, he's a big man. It's so difficult for him to have his hunger satiated. But ever since he's got the iQOO Neo 10, he's been hungry less. He's been playing a lot more, of course, courtesy that 7,000 mAh battery. But again, you know, everything aside, great phone, do check it out. But now Miramar is coming up, bro. And now with the way fights are happening, do we get to see any drop flashes?
That's the thing. I just want to see a bit of that early aggression at this point. I want to see teams like Infinix Esports just go out guns blazing. Cincinnati kids as well. I want to see them rise from the ashes. Before now, it's time for us to toss to a short break. Do not go anywhere.
It just seems like yesterday when we started with 500 questers, and today we have 3 million plus questers with us, supporting us, guiding us, and building iQOO together with us. Lots of gratitude and a promise to keep questing on and on.
I am from Delhi, Chennai, Mumbai.
Swadika, welcome to IFM 3.0 and we are back yet again. 3 times more fun, 3 times more excitement. So let the action begin.
iQOO.
A dragon's power knows no bounds or fear. Ready to wield it? Fight with the dragon's might. Dragon X Suit. Get now.
as the festivities continue at the iQOO Battleground Series. Once again, folks, welcome back. We're live from the Noida Indoor Stadium. So if you're around Noida or anywhere in Delhi NCR, do come by and say hi, as I'll be your host for this segment, Fixes, and joined along with two not-so-gentlemanly figures because they love fights, they love all their dramas, as it will further unfold in the game of Miramar. So, Necro, first game we did see Jinnes is bagging off a chicken dinner. But what happened to Vasista Esports? They had literally everything aligning for them.
That's the exact question I was about to ask Shaishanu as well. What exactly happened to Wyld Fangs? What happened to Vasista Esports? What happened to Cincinnati Kids? What happened to all those names that we had a lot of expectations from?
You're supposed to answer me, not ask more questions.
Because I don't think there's a proper answer to that, so I'm just going to leave it to my friend over here. Tell me.
What is he going to do out of that?
Throwing me under the bus like anything. My goodness, bro. But yeah, to be very honest, I really wanted to see Vasista Esports have some aggressive action as well. I discussed with Fixes during the game that the position they were in, they were clustered around by a lot of teams, so they had to clear their vicinities. And I think so their decision of playing a little bit extra passive without realizing who was around them, that basically bit them in the back as well. And to be honest, you know, one simple answer for that, God's rain happened.
No, I think so the simple answer for that is just the game one. And we all know game one specifically shifting from the old meta now to new meta. Things are a little bit confusing, so let's just give them the leeway. Let's just give them the benefit of the doubt. First game jitters, it's the land jitters as well. Vasista Esports, we think game two can definitely be a bit more happening.
Oh my God, this man's getting old because, you know, he's young, he's got all that aggression, and he should have just bashed, right? He's one of those bashers, always says, you know, I do not like people who try to play passive. I rather love them going aggressive. But what has changed, Necro? I mean, you're giving teams leeway. You're saying that it's just the first game, but all right, we get that. We totally get that. But let's also not forget that Reckoning, you know, it was such a big, important game for them to have that right note. And they certainly did fail. And I'm kind of starting to wonder what really went wrong with Reckoning.
Yeah, it feels like Reckoning Esports was the only team that was searching for fights, that was searching for some kind of smoke. They ended up colliding against a team like Gods for a reason, and somehow Reckoning Esports just absolutely melted against him. And generally speaking, Reckoning Esports, it's one of those teams that we really do not expect to get wiped out like that, specifically against a team that is showing up for the first time.
And to be very honest, I think so that's also one of the big reasons why eventually they fell, right? I'm looking at the other part of that spectrum, and I think it's just because you're not accustomed to a team for quite a long time, specifically on a LAN setting, that eventually bit them in the back, and they did not anticipate Gods for reason to eventually clutch up in that case. But to be honest, you know, it's absolutely fine. We know the first one jitter happening to them, that is totally cool. But here's the big thing that I really want to talk about, Fixes, and that is the fact that regardless that it's the first jitter or not, we have got a big marathon up in front of us, right? 6 games, that is more than what they had either in the group stages or in the semi-final stage. And overall 18 games that they'll be playing. That is still 6 more games back through the semi-finals. So we've got a lot more chances to try and experiment a bit. But that also means that, you know, that last 1 or 2 game comeback, that might not come this time around.
I mean, at this point, he's literally right on his words. You need to hit the hammer right from the very beginning. And you talk about hitting the hammer right from the get-go. Was Team OG. We have all been yearning for when OG finally lifts that crown. Maybe Ocean has a lot of questions to ask their co-founder, Yash Bhanusali, over to Ocean for that exclusive interview.
Hello everyone, I am here with the founder of Orangutan, Yash Bhanusali. स्वागत है आपका सबसे पहले तो. बट स्वागत से एक चीज़ मुझे याद आती है. जब भी कोई लैन इवेंट होता है, यश और जय दोनों के माइंड से एक ही चीज़ होती है, भाई अगर हम लैन पर आएंगे टीम खराब खेलेगी. अब आप यहाँ पर हैं, कोई वजह इसके पीछे?
नहीं, कोई वजह नहीं है. हम आए थे iQOO के CEO एंड फाउंडर निपुण सर को मिलने, एंड वी थॉट आई विल बी देयर फॉर ऑल 3 days, एंड आई डोंट थिंक अभी कोई मैं सुपरस्टिशन में बिलीव कर रहा हूँ. आई थिंक द टीम इज़ गुड इनफ, एंड मैं सारे कर्स ब्रेक कर दिए, वेटिंग फॉर द लास्ट कर्स टू बी ब्रोकन. बट फिंगर्स क्रॉस्ड, दे आर प्लेइंग वेल, एंड होपफुली द फैंस हैव बीन अमेजिंग एज वेल. So constantly supporting us even when we didn't qualify for BMPS, but everything has been outstanding until now, and yeah, great.
And you know, online stage was just incredible. जिस तरीके से टीम का था, अब लैन पर आकर के क्या expectations?
हाँ, ऑनलाइन स्टेज अच्छा नहीं था ऐसे. वी केम बैक फ्रॉम 23rd to 5th, but the mentality is really solid, and I really hope we keep up with the momentum and we don't let it go. लोग हमें बहुत नामों से बुलाते हैं, but this time I think we'll prove them wrong. And yeah, I trust my boys, and I feel that the hard work which we have put in is going to come through.
Well, I just wish you all the very best for it. Thank you.
Us bros, that has been such an us moment. We've been also, yelling, screaming, scratching our heads when does OG stage their comeback, and seems like the players look quite stoic. But now, of course, they were still denied the chicken dinner. Now, Necro, where does Genesis go with this? Because honestly speaking, we've never seen Genesis have such a kicker start, right?
Yeah.
First game, chicken dinner. What should be their objective in Miramar?
That's the exact point I brought up right when I was hosting too. It's like, when was the last time you saw Genesis Esports on the game one itself, just kicking things off on a fiery note like that? And now Genesis Esports, in my opinion, they do not really need to go for good games. They do not really need to go for insane games. Just try and play for the bare minimum. Just get 8 points per game. That's still going to keep you at the top. That's still going to maintain a decent bit of cushion on the overall standings, because now is the game of consistency.
And I think so Miramar is one of the best maps to try and show or build upon that, because you don't really have to take some early fights. You don't need to go very aggressive. You can play it slow. It's a big map out there. You've got your time to try and settle down and understand what the other teams are trying to do. And I think so this is also a map on which either you're very good or you're on a very struggling end. So maybe if they can find a middle ground in that and they can get those juicy points, they'd be able to keep their...
And I also think the main reason behind Genesis Esports' success in the first game is also a bit of that IGL shift, right? Now we speak of Shadow being the aggressive IGL out there. He likes his boys to be as aggressive as possible, but now the dynamic shift has came through. We are seeing Genesis Esports play a bit more tactical. They were holding that center ground for the longest of the time. They were thriving for that map control, and they also had a lot of map control in the end. And I think that's one of the main reasons why Genesis Esports did so good in that first game.
I really loved what you just said, because now it's been quite underrated. They've been quite low-key, but when you look at their roster, it looks quite stacked, right?
Yeah.
Gravity has the IGL. He's worked with Hunters before. You've got Zap. He's such a young assaulter. And the culmination in all its entirety sets Genesis apart. I mean, maybe, who knows? They could be dreamers. They could be believers. But then, what do you have to say about Cincinnati kids, Scared? Because again, so much bashing, so much drama, lafda at LAN, we have witnessed it all. But where's the gameplay at LAN, bro?
I mean, I don't think so that's a question that I can answer right away, since it's been raised all the way since 2022, 23, all the way long back. This has been basically the main point regarding Juicy. All the way when he used to play with boys like Mighty, Beast as well, right?
Yeah.
And I think so they would always make it to the LAN, but LAN is where they would eventually put a full stop on their journey and never to the podium. So I really feel that this time around it's an entirely new lineup, new boys, maybe he can pull that off.
Dude, honestly, Necro, is this a Juicy problem? Because now we just did have him tell us that this time he's come up with strong boys, right? He's got the likes of Scapes, Flock, all of them coming into place. And this is where even he felt personally that maybe this is where things change for him.
Fixes, look, I feel like you're jumping the gun over here a little bit, my friend. It's just one game.
All right.
You cannot really judge anyone just on first game's performance. There's a lot of things that have changed. And of course, the biggest thing that has changed is the zone meta itself. And that changes the whole way you play the entire game. So even if Cincinnati kids did extremely good in the online phase, let's not forget, it was played on the old zone structure. But now as we shift on towards the new zone structure, that's where the major shift happens.
All right, so some interesting substitutions being made. So XO being brought in. And that's going to be really interesting. And oh my God, oh my days, we've got everybody here. We've got the legend himself, Mortal, the ever charismatic Pile Gaming. And of course, the CEO, iQOO, with us. And the fans all lying in wait, just waiting to meet their favorite creator and support their team. But again, Scared. Now, of course, I might be jumping the gun, and I truly still feel like, I wanted to see a different version of Juicy and the boys, something that we witnessed during the online stages.
And to be honest, I remember how, both Necro and you were mentioning, and how Juicy himself said in the interview that this time he's coming in with a strong boys. I just want to point out that one of the strongest boys he used to play with is right now in the roster of K9 Esports, just performing out of his mind. So that's going to be one of the big things I really want to focus on as to how he will be able to carry these new people forward, right? Because they're still playing this with the same style, dropping towards the primos, having their own fun time. And I think so this was one of the key points I noticed, that there are some IGLs that eventually blend in according to their team and change their drops, like Omega, who used to back in the S8QL, or rather back in Seoul, used to drop all the way towards Gatka. But when he joined K9 and when he was playing with the boys, he was overly going towards his own drop, that's 70. But now there's some kind of IGLs like even Hector, even Juicy, who like to stick with their own drop, and the team eventually adapts to them. So I think so that is going to be crucial for his victory.
I mean, that would in fact be crucial. But now, of course, it feels like we'll be heading on into the Battleground. So, gentlemen, before we get there, quick predictions. Necro, which team do you think is going to win Miramar and why?
I think it's going to be Phoenix Esports. And you already know the reason why. Phoenix Esports, of course, in the past known as Rising Inferno, the IGL shift just came through. Ash is now the IGL for this team, and I generally think so. Ashes coming in over here has just brought in a positive impact on the entire team. And for some reason, I also feel like Phoenix Esports might just be the one to snatch this second game away. They've got the firepower, they've got the brains. I think they can do it. But what about you?
I mean, I really want to say OG,
Just
but
say OG.
Fixes is going to knock me off. Or
Why?
trying to,
We're on the same board, brother.
Yeah, to be very honest, I really want to say OG because I feel it for the boys. And Miramar has been one of the map where they normally feel the heat. They normally try their, or rather reach from their comeback story on this map itself and at least make all of us believers. And I think so Aru really likes to call on this map itself. So maybe I'm leaning in a bit more towards them, but history has constantly shown that whatever we predict, things change.
And in the past official as well, NINZA, they have been extremely good performers on the map of Miramar. They've been extremely good on this map, so I generally think there's a big chance even NINZAs can actually snatch it away.
Yeah, the big man is quite greedy.
Oh my god.
And oh my god.
Look at his jawline.
Game, huh? All right. I mean, Necro's got a dimple to show off for. That's there. And Slug, you know, this one player. So now we need to talk about him a little bit because Necro, I think all three of us were there in that previous third-party event right here in this pretty arena. We saw tears in his eyes. He knew that he was feeling it. Exactly. He had the trophy really close.
Yeah.
And now coming back, Necro, what do you think must be his mindset here?
I am pretty sure he just wants to get that trophy no matter how, and this is one of the main reasons why K9 Esports, they've had a crazy start. But here's the main problem with K9 Esports. K9 Esports have always struggled with consistency, and you would agree with me onto this. Yes, one game goes extremely great, the second game they instantly drop the ball. Third game might be great, but the fourth game they instantly bounce back in the overall standings. It's all about that one massive game where K9 Esports just propels themselves in the overall standings and they bring themselves closer to that podium. But here's my thinking. Instead of relying on that one massive game, K9 just try to be consistent. You've got a great start. Just try and roll off of that start now.
I'm still stunned on what has happened to this young man. He always wanted a team to go all out aggressive, go explosive, take all those fights, and suddenly a few months have passed. Yeah, I think it's time for all of us to get married. But again, getting ahead with our conversations. Scared. Now, Slug. Slug, we were talking about him, and Necro had his intentions pretty clear. He does not want them to be going all out explosive. Rather, he wants to be consistent. But that is not their way. Do you like it?
I mean, just go ham at this point. You've got three people who can demolish the entire lobby. And you've got an IGL who likes when his team gets aggressive and they carry it forward. So I really want to see them go on aggressive because that has been their natural game. That is where they feel comfortable. And these hard shifts of the zone eventually push you in the same direction, specifically to clearing out your own vicinities. They did not, I would still say if they would have done that in the previous one a little bit more better, maybe gassing out a little bit more early on, this could have been even a better game for K9 Esports. So I really hope that they this time push on that gas.
I feel like you guys are getting me wrong over here. Consistency can also be achieved by aggression. Maybe they need 8 points per game and they can just go insanely aggressive inside of the game, just wrap up 2 squad wipes pretty quickly and get those 8 points. What do you think?
All right, that's my brother back on the desk because this is what you want, right? When you've got Necro and Scared taking over as we charter through Miramar. Boys, the time is yours.
Here we go. The plane's going to be in the skies once again in the deserty lands of Miramar, as it's going to be starting all the way from La Riviera towards the opposite side, which will be Minas Generalis, and this plane fly path a little bit tilted towards the southern side, but it's still quite forgiving.
I mean, I just like the fact how you did not fumble on the name La Riviera. Well,
I'm used to it at this point.
It's still, you could be used to something, but you still could fumble right now. But what these teams need to do is not fumble this one map. Some of the teams who are already on the receiving end, yeah, it was not really the best game like the previous one. We're talking about Vasista Esports, we're talking about LIKITHA Esports as well, Wyld Fangs. These are the teams who would want that consistency on this map. And to be honest, with the way how this flight path is, everyone who wants to go up north, maybe towards El Pozo, Crater Fields, water treatment, yeah, they're going to have a long way into the air. And to be honest, this map is still type of the one where you could take your time, loot up a lot of things, and then maybe move all the way up. But going in, seems to be something new happening out here.
Yeah, what's going on with Reckoning Esports? Two of the players dropping all the way towards Minas del Sur, while two of the players all the way on the right side, underneath Los Leones, are right next to Chumacera. This is a massive split from Reckoning Esports off the rip. It's such an unorthodox way to kick things off, but I just hope it works out for Reckoning Esports.
To be honest, aggressive playstyle did not work out for them in the previous one, apart from just getting 1 or 2 finish points. So maybe this time around they could eventually do that. But look at this circle. Holy smokes. I miss Shadow on the desk because she would have loved this one. At least 25% of the circle in the water itself, and it's an entire hardship towards the eastern side. So a lot of teams, specifically God's Rain, Phoenix, they're going to have their fun time all the way down in Impala.
I've seen more brutal zones than this one. It's still quite forgiving if you ask me. It's still quite a standard one in my opinion. You've got teams like Cincinnati Kids. You've also got Wyld Fangs dropping towards Los Leones. But once again, Los Leones is such a massive city.
Yeah.
So it's not going to be creating any sort of problems. Two teams can easily loot up there. And now Reckoning Esports finally reuniting with each other. You can see the boys inside of the vehicles moving towards Partona. It's not a problem for them anymore.
It's going to be interesting as well. But my focus is eventually taken on to the members of 8-Bit, right? They always love to drop towards El Pozo, towards very other part of the map, which is entirely away from the circle. They'll also have to take a long way up down there. But here's the thing about Miramar. Whenever we see teams rotate, they normally do not go for a straight slam in. A lot of these teams decide to circle around entirely and enter from a very different hemisphere. So maybe you could eventually do that this time around. The entire northern part is empty. You only got Team Forever all the way towards El Hazard. But again, a split drop, 2 players down south, a couple of players sticking together. Don't really have any other team up close to them, so I don't see any problems happening there.
I mean, specifically looking at Infinix Esports too. Even their drop towards Puerto Paraíso, it's not going to be a problem, at least as of now. There are potential close calls, but once again, they're not close enough to actually get into a fight. So it's all good in the hood for every single team, at least as of now. A peaceful start. In the previous game, Reckoning Esports and Gods for a Reason, they duked out off the rip toward Georgia Pool. But this time around, I highly doubt we're going to see any sort of early clashes. You wanted to see aggression, and I feel like our wishes are not going to be fulfilled in this game.
I mean, that's kind of expected from Miramar, considering none of these teams have any kind of drop clashes with each other as well. And to be honest, even the plane flight path did not really help us out in that matter. So yeah, it's going to be a slow start. The podcast hours going on, us discussing about the teams and their rotations, but it's a bit of a group of forming up down south of Los Leones. That could be my focus point. Maybe we might see something happening there because right now, on the other part of the map, that's LIKITHA Esports, yeah, there's nothing happening. The 2 players from Reckoning, I do like their smart play, dropping down in Minas del Sur and then moving all the way from Partona, rendezvousing with the rest of the members up north.
LIKITHA Esports are the potential dark horses in this tournament. Getting to the grand finals off a massive tournament like this, it's not easy. And LIKITHA Esports, they've done it once again.
True.
Looking at the playing floor, we've seen them in the past as well. Yes, they do possess a lot of firepower too, but once again, they're rookies. Quite new to the scene, quite new overall. If you're trying to compare their experience to some of the big names like REVENANT X SPARK, 8-Bit, they do not really have that much experience.
Yeah.
But the young guns, they always do possess an advanced brain and sometimes also an insane firepower.
We exactly saw what we saw on the screen.
Yeah.
Let's not talk about that. Yeah.
Sahil is not so OP after all.
Not the kind of firepower we were expecting or talking about. But another man who's basically been on top whenever we talk about aggressiveness, it's going to be Slug. And you mentioned about that, right? Or even Fixers mentioned that he was the dude who eventually was shedding tears all the way back in January. And I think so this is more of a redemption arc and more personal to him than anyone else. And K9 Esports is the team that have actually got that potential to lift up those trophies. Omega has been on the podium in the history as well. So he has got what it takes to lead the boys. His boys have got what it takes to follow their leader and reach up on top. It just boils down to sometimes their confidence and the consistency which we talk about, which they do not really possess.
It feels like this roster, they have everything other than a trophy, other than a tournament win. And that is the only thing they're searching for.
Wow.
And this time around, it does seem like Omega and the boys, they definitely do seem quite packed up and ready for this competition. I just hope to see them go extremely aggressive. As I mentioned, consistency can be achieved by aggression too. They need 8 points per game, at least that's what I think. If they do manage to achieve 8 points per game, they will still be at the top of the overall standings. And we'll be looking pretty good too at the end of it.
Eventually it falls down to the same category of easier said than done. But to be honest, one thing is not really easy right now that's happening around the members of Meta NINZA. Bit of a difficult play, fired shots. Yeah, you've got to change those constant positions, Poco. Otherwise it's going to be taken down, and we know the HP on the map of Miramar in those vehicles not really that high, and you do not want the buggy to be demolished like that. In this scenario, chase is still going on, and Poco still trying to survive.
It's all good though. Meta NINZA, they've always been someone who love to sit in the smack center of the zone. And they always do find themselves quite the power spot. But this time around, finding that's going to be a bit tough. You've got Wyld Fangs in the smack center. And a team like Vasista constantly hitting you will be tough. Sahil OP from Vasista Esports in the past used to play for WinGod. And this man does possess a lot of firepower. Quite aggressive. Was quite successful as well with all the aggression this man's pulled off in the past. And hoping for the same in this banner as well. If you look at Vasista Esports' entire lineup, you've got Fury, who used to be a part of the most aggressive team inside of the entire circuit, which was Phoenix Esports in the past. Then you look at a man like Scary John. Even he is one of the strongest players to have inside of your team. And then you bring in Sahil OP. And that guy too possesses an insane firepower. And now you hand those strings to a man like Hector, and now it's his job to drive that force in the right direction.
This was one of the big reasons why this team also directly qualified in the grand finals from the group stages, right? Scary John was the man who always was on top of the chart. A lot of firepower responsibility revolves around him, but another circle forming in right at the smack center truck stop. It is open. Not a lot of teams have occupied that, but the compound that Cincinnati kids have occupied is eventually being knocked upon by another team, and that's Vasista Esports, who we were talking about.
Cincinnati kids, first game was not so great, but this game, it's got to be on the mark. And Vasista Esports, a powerhouse, now getting nailed down slowly and steadily. Let's not forget, even Cincinnati kids, even they have been extremely consistent and good in the past. This is quite a tough fight to be converted. Two Goliaths colliding against each other. The damage has to be done equally. And even Skips falls down. Zeref not in that good of a position. And Zeref falls down as well. Cincinnati kids now starting to face the brunt. And even OG from the back starting to close in. Third party, it's inevitable, especially in this sort of a circle.
And this is the best chance for them right now. And that's the main reason why Juicy has decided to run away from that. Cannot take this fight any longer. He's already lost a lot of members now, but it's Vasista Esports who will eventually face that struggle. Vizgod running it down, knocking the doors, but there's no one to answer on the other side. As the entirety of Vasista Esports are now in that one compound. I do not like it. AKOP is ready with the nade, and he sends out the first round. It's Hector to fall first, as it's the rifle to find the answer.
Vasista Esports, they're hurt. after that collision against Cincinnati Kids. And let's not forget, Cincinnati Kids, they've already faced the brunt. Down to just that one man, the final glimmer of hope, and he needs to survive. 2 back-to-back bad games is not going to give them a good look in the overall standings, but OG, they've got different plans. They want to hunt down the players of Vasista Esports this time around, not let go of them. Utilities tossed from both the sides, even Vasista Esports finding success. But OG, they're just a bit better. They've managed to find that knock, they've managed to thread the needle. Scary John is giving the revival towards Hector. But even Fury falls down. Vasista, they're dropping down to the man number. It's down to just Scary John. Can he save the day for his team? Hector's revived, but he needs to patch himself up first, and he will do so. A 2v4 to be executed. Vasista Esports in a big world of trouble. Utilities tossed out from the boys, but Vasista Esports, they've got a lot on the plate, and it feels like they might just not stand a chance against the entirety of OG. But even OG, they're starting to drop the ball. It's down to just Aru, the IGL himself, facing off against another IGL. But LIKITHA Esports, their third party, a nail in the coffin against the team Vasista Esports.
You did everything right, Hector, but when the Lords want, then you do not have their blessings. LIKITHA Esports. Now this could be a big blessing for the side of OG, or maybe their worst nightmare. At least they're able to get some of the few picks in their own hand though, but now Zone's going to be closing in onto them. On the other side of the mix, Phoenix right now, we've been talking about how solid this team has been, how good their performance has been, and they're showcasing it. And against who? The team who qualified right in the first group stage. That's Reckoning Esports. A second game right now where they've lost an early member, and this time it is Viper.
That's got to blow. Even Phoenix Esports, they've received a heavy punch in the gut. Losing out on a man like Yash, that's got to hurt.
What?
But you've got Mr. Reliable on the screen, which is Godin. And Godin at this point is definitely taking that damage from the blue too, but Godin is focused much more on survival.
Yeah.
He wants to have a good game for his team, at least bring in that consistency.
One of the big things about that is because there's another team in the vicinity, and that's God's Reign. You do not want to mess with that. Considering he's alone out there, left stranded, does not have any opportunity to win that fight. But you guys have got a great opportunity to grab an amazing phone. That's going to be the iQOO Neo 10. It comes with a dual chip power, my man. Imagine the amount of power this phone holds. Eventually get you up on charts of the gaming, and it's also one of the fastest in the segments. I know, Necro, you really want this phone, and to be honest, you can just easily search about it on Google, answer 2 quick questions, and if you're lucky, you can win it instantly.
That's crazy, right? It's not going to cost you anything. Just go towards Google, search for the iQOO Neo 10, and answer a few questions, and you might just stand a chance to win the device. Yep. It's not going to cost you anything. It's for free, so just do it. You might not be lucky enough, but hey, it's not going to cost you anything, so just do it.
I mean, what's the worst that could happen? That you're still going to sit in that chair and watch the games like how we're sitting in the chair and watching the game, but guess what? The best thing that could happen is you winning that phone, and the best thing that could happen right now is K9 winning this entire game, sitting in the smack center, surrounded by a couple of teams, but that's God's for reason, and Meta NINZA. Both of these teams did not really have a great start in the previous one, so this could be a big confidence booster for K9.
Even Team Forever, they've got a fair share of land. A while ago, the map feed did pop up, and we saw Team Forever looking extremely comfortable. On that side of the map, there's no one but Genesis Esports, the winners of the previous map.
Yeah.
This time around as well, looking good and dandy. 2 finish points already acquired in this one. K9 Esports, you've also got Ninjas, and then you've also got Gods for a Reason. Right in that same vicinity. The trifecta of death, this is what you call it.
Imagine. Imagine if there's an unfortunate team who pops up in the center of these three. It's going to be wondering who gets that final shot in the head to eventually steal away the finish.
Yeah, pretty much.
Oh. But guess what? There's something that's not pretty on the other side, and that's LIKITHA Esports right now taking a fight. And it is Reckoning, and they're taking them down one after the other. EXO, the last man who was brought in as a sub for this game, could not help his team survive, but definitely did land a nasty blow. 2 of them down on their feet. Fierce, we just saw him around this vicinity, so he can eventually call his team to try and get these finishes.
It feels like they just made a mad dash, and LIKITHA Esports, they had to face the brunt and got eliminated in the end, but the problems are not done yet. Reckoning Esports, they also need to face off against Wyld Fangs. Elimination point was taken away. And because of that, now the team is short on a man. Look at God's Reign too. They've got Genesis Esports to deal with. Delta is in quite the uncomfortable spot. And Delta will be taken down too. God's Reign, what happened to them? Their wrath, their raid, it's stopped by the players of Genesis Esports. The controlled aggression played to perfection by Genesis.
Beautiful, I'd have to say. They knew the number of members remaining for God's Reign. They knew who was up in front of them. And to be honest, Zap is no one that you can take so easily. My man was part of one of the most famous rosters in India. And he's got that potency. Absolutely destroys Delta in that fight. And now Genesis, they're looking for a pretty fiery start for themselves as well. 3 finishes in their hands and already racking up pretty solid positioning in the circle itself. I think so that's the consistency that we wanted to see from the other team that Genesis is actually showing right now.
I'm still wondering who's going to make it out alive from this trifecta. Is it going to be Meta NINZAs? Will it be Gods for Reason or K9? But looking at the elimination feed, Cincinnati Kids, even they're out. Oh no, that's got to sting. Cincinnati Kids, 2 back-to-back bad games. What happened to them? That's the only thing you're left to wonder.
Glad.
I guess that's an easy answer. 2 games done. Cincinnati Kids sitting with 0 points on the board. Unacceptable. But you know what? Gods for Reason, as I mentioned, 2025, it's been the year of the rookies. It's been the year of new faces just overshadowing the old ones. And there's a big chance teams like Gods for Reason can actually make it. There's a big chance even teams like Infinix Esports can be the one to outshine the competition. And even LIKITHA Esports, the dark horses themselves, can shine through.
Most of these names out here that you mentioned, right, they've got some of the experience as well in them, like Infinix Esports you talked about, Ash. The man who's been in this scene for such a long time, who's taken OG to almost all the heights that they've ever received in their entire BGMI scene. So I think so. It's a very nice opportunity for that team as well to try and bring themselves back up. And since we've been talking about those opportunities and bringing yourself back up on this feed, this very arena has witnessed the power of S Power and how good the entire lineup of 8-Bit has been looking after his join. And I think so this basically brings us back in the same place where 8-Bit, their entire plan relies on activating his power. Their plan is, let this man frag. He's the man who gets everyone on the other side off the game, and that is a big strength right now.
Oh.
But yeah, I know where you're talking about. Go for it.
Look at the new zone shift, and even the power dynamics have now been shifted in the hands of Wyld Fangs. They control a massive terrain, but Fierce is starting to fall back. Giving up that map control. Not exactly sure what Wyld Fangs is thinking, but I do understand playing together is also quite important and crucial. Team synergy, it's important. Communication as well. And maybe they just want to play together instead of spreading themselves out and catching a stray on the way. It's better to just play together.
True. Basically been a very scrappy hill, to be honest. If you really look at the terrain, there's so many trenches that you can play in. And I think so it's better to be around with the team when you know someone's got your 6. Because you don't really want to be shot in the back and then no one around you to bring you back up on your feet and get you the revive. That's going to be very crucial though, but another crucial thing is going to be the eastern edge of the circle. Because that's where Phoenix are now being kept at bay, and it's Genesis on the other side. They are absolutely ready, but guess what? I feel like Gods for Reasons were just not ready for K9, and that in that trifecta, it's at least K9 who have come out of win.
Yeah, K9 Esports, 3 finishes racked up so far. This is the K9 we all love to see. And once again, K9's going to be aiming for consistency.
Yeah. Look at the people who've actually got the finishes. Everyone except Omega. And I think so. That's the strength of this team. Hold on now. This is not what I was talking about. Hitman still standing strong there. Still remaining alive. but he'll eventually be taken down. Oh wait, hold on a second. I thought he was down and out though, but he's able to take a couple of members of K9 with him. Will finally be dealt with, but he's delivered a big blow.
Yeah, and that tier beast is taken out. K9 Esports once again handicapped. Not the way they want to kick things off this time around. K9 Esports still a three-man squad, can do a lot of things. Genesis Esports, Wyld Fangs, and 8-Bit, these are the only teams who are looking extremely strong. Team Forever, True Rippers as well. It depends if they start winning the fight.
It's going to be a big thing right now. We're mentioning about K9, want to bring it back to them as again Omega was taken down on his knees because of one nade that came in from Flock. That's going to be a crucial one. And since we've been talking about how the big names have been falling, it's NINZA who's been taken down by guess who? Meta NINZA. That's a big play. Already focusing on that one, but right now it's Phoenix who've got to try and walk uphill against Genesis. They're right now in the circle, but it's not going to stay for long, maybe less than 20 seconds.
Phoenix Esports, they just want to get out of here. They just want to dip out of this place. But there's Genesis Esports guarding the terrains at Genesis. They're not going to let go of Phoenix Esports. Phoenix, Justin, the only man standing. He does not even have a lot of HP, and at this point, Phoenix knows they've accepted the fate. And that's going to be it for Phoenix Esports. Oh boy, the Guardian Angels, they're extremely strong. And they've got a lot of muscles.
I mean, and there's another team that had a lot of muscles, but a couple of limbs have been taken away from them. 8-Bit right now, NC lost Storm as well, down on his knees, but his power is still standing. Raiden is still standing, tries to go in for a few of those shots though, but is not able to get the connection. And now they're left on an island, stranded, hoping that someone could fly by and maybe save them from this falling race right now as his power falls down. It's a cavalry up in front of him, and he's got nothing but a nade. But a nade is all he needs, as he's able to take one down as well as Raiden, low in the HP, but still is standing.
Team Forever, they've got 3 more players in the back, and 8-Bit, they've got a bit of that brunt to face, as even Wyld Fangs, they step inside of the action. Wyld Fangs, they've constantly been poking the teams over and over again, and once again, Wyld Fangs, this time, they poke against the players of 8-Bit. His power was knocked out. Luckily enough, Team Forever did not press up just yet. Team Forever's too focused on giving that revival, but one nade, that's going to seal the deal, and that's going to be it. Team Forever wiping out the entire existence of 8-Bit.
And then we've been talking about how Cincinnati kids have been struggling out there. Even 8-Bit have been on the exact same road, but it's maybe a new road right now for the Wolves. Reckoning still surviving. Dan still remaining. He's the man who's always been up on top of the charts as well, and now he's got to carry the bat in the low.
Oh my
God! He's able to take one down. Ninja Boy stands up only to fall down. It's Doyen who survives, and you can't bite him as he's ready with the claws.
Dionysus, a monstrous clutch against K9 Esports. Single-handedly holding off one of the strongest teams inside of the lobby, making it look like a piece of cake. Dionysus, this man is an absolute demon, but we've got another fight on hand, and that will be between Wyld Fangs and True Rippers. True Rippers, they've already lost a few numbers. Utilities on point from Wyld Fangs. It's gonna find another knock. Even Keelamap falls down. The last man as well gets wrapped up in a sheet and sent back home. Wyld Fangs. This is the Wyld Fangs we wanted to see. It is the Wild Fears taking the charge.
Along with Safe out here, this team is firing on 2 cylinders, but guess what? They are enough. Absolutely demolishing their side right now, but there's another team. They are now taking in the action as well at the center stage, which has always revolved around them. It's Genesis, and guess what? Even right now, they've got the best part, if not for Wyld Fang, of this entire circle, and they're also ready to try and push Team Forever away in an awkward situation.
Genesis, once again, all the 4 players intact, somehow having some of the strongest covers to play with, and also a lot of map control. But this time, you can also say the similar thing to Wyld Fangs. Even they've got a lot of map control, even they've got a strong cover, and all the 4 players intact. Mafia Ninjas, as I mentioned, it is one of those teams that is extremely good when it comes to playing that survival game. And the Ninjas, they do want to close it out. But in the presence of Wyld Fangs and Genesis, it might just be next to impossible.
It's going to be very difficult, yes, I agree. And You've also got a couple of players remaining up on top. Dian still out there surviving. There's another team up right close to him. So you've got to worry about both of them. You mentioned about Meta NINZA. The only thing where I feel that they have a problem is that they don't have any map of 3 of them just behind this one compound, and you do not, trust me, on that terrain, you do not want to take at least a Lamborghini. Gonna be destroyed out in an instant, or in the open and from multiple directions.
That's the main problem. Wyld Fangs and their rival Genesis. These are the only 2 teams that are controlling the entirety of the terrain and the circle. For Genesis Esports, a bit of a problem. A man's knocked out, and they do want to get the fallen man back up on his feet if they do want to win a fight against Wyld Fangs and get a back-to-back rolling up. But Wyld Fangs too, it's not going to be an easy pill to be swallowed. Wyld Fangs, they're going to try to make it as tough as possible.
Yeah.
Team Forever 2 is still inside of the race. Reckoning Esports is Dionysus, the only man still cooking in the back lines. And Reckoning Esports, they've already got the average in this game. They've done it. But Wyld Fangs, they want to seal the deal and get the chicken dinner. Another knock could have actually followed up. Extremely close. The man's trying to thread the needle, but this time it will be tough.
Good answer back coming in finally. Trace Scott being pushed back. It's yet to open. The account in terms of those finishes, this man had been on top of everyone's lips when we saw him earlier this year. This time around though, he's going to be kept quiet at least for a while as Trace Scott finally completes that one finish, finally opens up his account and moves the total finish. A Wyld Fangs over on 8. And with that one pick, they've got the best chance to try and win this one out though, if not for Team Forever, who are still now posing a big threat to not just Wyld Fangs, but also Genesis Hunter.
Blues on the move. Forever's going to be forced to walk outside of the cover. And this ridge they've got, soon they will need to leave it.
One knock.
The only advantage with the ridge is the high ground they're currently possessing. Genesis Esports losing out on the man number. It's not something we all saw coming. But it is something they now need to deal with. And what an 8 that was. Straight on the feet of Yesh. And the man never saw this coming. Hunter's the only man standing for Genesis. And Team Forever, they've pretty much done the half work. Now they just need to push up and eliminate Hunters.
Lovely.
So Genesis Esports can be kicked outside of this game. And Team Forever can take that strong position in their hands. And Team Forever, they're looking to do it. If all the 3 players pushing at the same time, Hunters, he will have no reply to this push. But still the surrounding rounds are extremely important. Cheyenne will be left in the back to provide the cover fire, while Hunters, he wants to stop that push. He wants to stop that wraparound. A good Molotov, it will force out the man from his cover. But Cheyenne, he puts that final nail in the coffin.
Finally takes him down as well. Cheyenne and Mafia already racking up the 10 finishes of this entire lineup. And Oasis leading the charts. This man with experience knows what he needs to do. And he's taking the fight to Wyld Fangs. 3 players remain. They're taking the individual fights, but the same could be said for Team Forever. It's going to fall down to which one has the better mechanics, who's got the better skills with a gun, and Sensei is blasting out the vehicle and takes the Mafia down
Sensei!
on the knees.
Sensei's just praying and praying, and in the end, he fights Sanhok. That was quite a crucial fight. And look at Trey Scott spawning out the second player as well, takes him down extremely low. This has got to be Trey Scott's fight, and he wins it too. Second knock against Team Forever, now handicapped big time. Cheyenne, the only man, the only person that can save the sinking ship of Team Forever. And Cheyenne's in the back, Blue's on the move. He needs to leave that cover soon. And Wyld Fangs, they will abuse the position they've got. Utilities tossed against Cheyenne, and he's trying his best to dodge him. But in the end, he still peeks out and returns back to favor. But the nade, it will do the job as Wyld Fangs, they eliminate the strongest contender against him. Team Forever eliminated from this game. But Meta NINZAs, they still cook. They've got one man against the 2 players of Wyld Fangs. Seth, he's still alive. And as long as Seth is there, he's someone you can rely upon. And Seth, he will deliver the finishing blow as Wyld Fangs, they conquer the grounds in the second map of Miramar.
My days. Oh my days. What have we just witnessed, folks? Wyld Fangs winning a chicken dinner, absolutely in disbelief. You could see Fierce never really saw that coming, but can't really rule them out. Miramar is theirs for the taking. And boys, what a turn of events have we witnessed. Even the IGL himself, Sensei, is certainly starting to feel it. And there you go. His supporters surely wearing the REVENANT X SPARK banner, but does have a Sensei written all over the t-shirt he's holding. But boy, oh boy, you did get your predictions absolutely thrown out of the window. How are you feeling about it, Necro?
I'm happy with what Sensei has achieved in this game. That's an outstanding performance right there. And this is something Wyld Fangs needed to elevate their confidence inside of the game. Let's not forget, they've got also some of the strongest players in this entire region, and they deserve a win like this. They deserve to be on the top of the charts. But the only reason why Genesis Esports missed out on this chicken dinner, it's because of Team Forever.
Yeah, I mean, that's the most important part about it, right? You mentioned how Team Forever got out at the 3rd position, but my entire focus was that they were able to climb up to 3rd position, considering the position that they had, and that was very difficult.
Yeah, so much going on, but folks, let's head over to our host, Ocean, who's got a really nice interview.
Sensei. Welcome back to the LAN. Welcome back to the vibe. पहला गेम चलिए उतना उस तरीके से जा नहीं पाया, बट सेकंड गेम there's a chicken dinner, there's a statement. और वो स्टेटमेंट ये है, आपने आकर के सबसे पहले अपने उस बैंटर में ये कहा था कि हम प्राइस पूल के लिए आए हैं. अब वो ट्रॉफी भी करीब आती दिख रही है.
नहीं अभी भी प्राइस पूल पे ही हमारा जो टारगेट है वही रहेगा. एंड ट्रॉफी तो आते जाते रहती है, पैसे रहने जरूरी है.
भाई साहब, आप ओनर है टीम के. मैं ये जानना चाहता हूँ इस गेम के अंदर क्या ऐसी डिसीजंस थे जिसने आपको वो चिकन डिनर तक लेकर के गए, क्योंकि जेनेसिस के भी प्लेयर्स बचे हुए थे. टीम फॉरएवर भी एक समय पर ऐसा लग रहा था कि हावी हो सकती है. आप लोग इनफैक्ट उनके ऊपर हावी हुए, सही समय पर हुए. सो व्हाट वर द राइट डिसीजंस?
आई थिंक हमने मैंने बोला कि गेम अब हमारा कन्वर्ट होने में मतलब बस एक ही चीज़ हमें हो सकती है, हमारा पेशेंस. तो पेशेंटली खेलो आप गेम एंड ट्राई करना कि आप नॉक फिनिश ना हो, जो कि हमारे एक प्लेयर ने कर दिया था. लेकिन कोई बात नहीं. आई थिंक उसके बाद उसने हमें काफ़ी इन्फो प्रोवाइड कर ली थी कि आगे क्या करना है तुम्हें गेम में. एंड हमने पेशेंटली खेला, बहुत स्लो फाइट ली, जोन के अकॉर्डिंगली खेला एंड उसके बाद निकल गया चिकन.
चलिए, डे 1 की तो शुरुआत हो चुकी है, चिकन डिनर आ चुका है. डे 1 जैसा भी जाएगा. थोड़ा सा एक हाई नोट पर आपने अपने लिए इस दिन को बना लिया. डे 2, डे 3, व्हाट कैन बी द मोटिव? अब पैसे मत बोलना वापस से. व्हाट कैन बी द मोटिव फॉर डे 2 एंड डे 3?
आई थिंक आज हम जाएंगे एंड थोड़ा स्टडी करेंगे हमने कहाँ पे चोक करा, क्योंकि ऑलरेडी हम बहुत कुछ सोच के आए थे कि हमें कैसे खेलना है कैसे नहीं खेलना है. एंड उसके बाद फर्स्ट मैच हमारा काफ़ी बेकार गया है. वही बस आज की मिस्टेक्स देखेंगे एंड ट्राई करेंगे जो सेकंड थर्ड डे है उसमें हम अपने मिस्टेक्स रिपीट ना करें.
एक सवाल, बस एक आखिरी सवाल. हाउ पर्सनल डज द स्टेज फील टू यू कमिंग बैक अगेन ऑन अ स्टेज ऑन द LAN इवेंट?
आया था यार कुछ टाइम पहले. मैं तुम्हें ओशन ऐसे बोल रहे थे जैसे 2 साल हो गए, लेकिन
मतलब परफॉर्मेंस को तो थोड़ा बट हो गया, बट ठीक है. आप कभी भी 7-8 मार लेते हो, बट स्टिल
हाँ मतलब अच्छा लग रहा है देख के. एंड वही है कि बस जो काफ़ी टाइम से मिसिंग था कि अच्छा नहीं खेल रहे वाइल्ड फैंग वगैरह, तो वो मुझे सही करना है इस बार. और थोड़ा मतलब ट्राई करूँगा कि जो लोगों की एक्सपेक्टेशन है उससे बढ़िया खेलूँ.
Well, Sensei and the gang is ready. Wyld Fangs ने अपना पंजा जो है वो बहुत ही बेहतरीन तरीके से इनफैक्ट उस चिकन डिनर पर डाला. बट अभी के लिए चलते हैं एनालिस्ट की तरफ फॉर फर्दर कम्युनिकेशंस.
Well, who said the trolls don't bite? A bunch of trolls out there just playing, trolling, streaming, doing whatever on earth they want to do, and eventually they emerge as the victors in Miramar, and that's not a fluke. They absolutely shred domination in the lobby. Yes, we're back again once more, folks. I've got Necro and Sked along with me, but yes, Wyld Fangs, of course, they got that chicken dinner, but seems like Team Forever, they really had a good style of play, Sked. Nice improvement.
I'll have to say, they were in a situation where there was absolutely no coming back. The only way to go for them was down, because Hunters was sitting there. They had to flush him out. and then they had to take care of Wyld Fangs after that. And I think so that was one of the worst positions where you could eventually find yourself, because you don't have anything to fall back to. Right behind you is the blue. The only thing that worked for them was that the circle was close, so the blue was moving slow. That gave them enough time to maneuver and finally find where Hunters was.
You know, Hunters, yeah, he was stuck between a rock and a hard place, had nowhere else to run and go. But you know what? Of course, you can somehow manage to mitigate that situation. All you got to do is check out the iQOO Neo 10. We have been talking about the amazing features, right? Necro did mention about the Snapdragon 8S Gen 4, and I've been talking about the 7,000 milliampere battery that it has loaded, and you've got nice cooling, you've got 144 FPS. What else does a gamer need? The best in the segment. Do check it out. But now coming back to the conversations, we were talking about teams. Now let's talk about players. You've been following Mafia, you've seen his journey from quite some while, and I saw 7 finishes. What do we make out of that, Necro?
I mean, at this point, it's all about positioning. That's what I personally think. Team Forever, yes, for some reason it felt like Team Forever was not exactly in the best possible stance in the final 5. But still, looking before that, Team Forever, they were just dominating the crowds. Team Forever was constantly poking teams from the far fray, taking those elimination points underneath their belt. And that's one of the main reasons why Mafia was able to snatch away 7 finishes, but that's also 70% finish contribution. That means he's the one who's got the most amount of work done.
He certainly has, and as a result of which, Team Forever surely will be propelling themselves up the ladder. But we do see the stars of the match, and seems like there's a little bit of a misalignment there. Because Scary John, we are always scared to see him get a lot of finishes, but seems like he had a lot of rescues to give this time.
My whole question is, why was Vasista even going down so many times, considering the positions that they were in and considering the players that they really have? But yeah, you know, those are the questions that I still want to ask, because that's not just one game now. It's been 2 consistent games of not being able to perform, right? So that's been a bit of a problem for them. But another team that I really like that eventually bounced back, Wyld Fangs. We've been talking about how well they performed in the previous one. I think so if they can continue this, they're going to be on top.
You know, this game of Miramar was quite topsy-turvy, especially with this fight, with almost OG being out of the picture to suddenly clutching it out, getting it in. OG did manage to secure 6 finishes, and Necro, would you say it's still a decent game?
Yeah, it's still quite an okay game, right? OG, they had a phenomenal game 1. Now getting these many amount of points. Yes, I do understand it's not exactly the threshold OG want to achieve, but still, since they had a great game 1, game 2 was sort of like a cushion that they earned, and OG getting 6 points, it's completely fine.
But what is not fine, Scared, is 8-Bit. Now, one of the strongest contenders, and a lot might say that they're here for the trophy, and seems like in the first 2 games, the performance has been missing. What's your take?
I mean, I still remember every single time when Shadow was also here, you know, casting with all of us. She mentioned how Somrat likes the map of Miramar, but Necro would always say on contrary, that their performance on the map of Miramar is probably one of the worst of all of their 3 maps that they normally play on. And I think so that could be the big reasons where they do end up struggling on the big stages. But since we've also got Erangel, we've also got Sanhok, I think so they'd be able to pull themselves back up after these couple of maps.
Yeah, but those are the conversations that happened months before.
Yeah.
All right. Recently, in the recent official tournament, Somraj and the boys, they were doing decent on the map of Miramar as well. Even on the map of Erangel, they were also quite good. But months back, they were not doing so great on the map of Miramar, but they were doing extremely good on the map of Erangel. So it feels like 8-Bit, they're still taking their sweet little time to adjust and know exactly how the lobby's going to be functioning. I do understand 8-Bit is one of the OG teams out there. It's not supposed to take this long of a time, but hey, it is what it is. We're supposed to deal with it.
You know, boys, I'm still not, able to buy this, that Team 8-Bit is struggling so much, because I remember once the official LAN ended, Zypix was quite emotional. He was of the opinion, we miss S-Power. Now they do have it. They also did get it in Sieges inside their roster, got Troy out. Aquinox has not been playing so much going along, as the match rankings clearly reflect. Wyld Fangs do strike, and that was a mighty blow. 22 points. Quickly getting the recovery there. Team Forever not far behind. 15 is what they will be satiated with. And Genesis, they've got 12. Reckoning, that's a nice bounce back. 12 points. What do you make out of it?
Yeah, we're seeing decent bit of bounce backs from Reckoning Esports and even NINZA. So NINZA do in the first game, we all know what happened to them, Thunderstruck. And because of that, NINZA was not able to perform that well. Reckoning Esports off the rip got eliminated by Gods for a reason, but this time around, Reckoning Esports, to be honest, is specifically this man, he was able to shut down 3 players all by himself of K9 Esports, and now that's a statement right there.
And to be honest, that is also a big blow on the consistency of K9 now getting 1v3'd by that one dude. Yeah, we know what kind of gun skills Dionysus possesses himself, but to be honest, if you're 1v3, you need to drop the ball big and heavy.
But remember what I said? Remember what I said after the first game that we saw? Yeah, K9 Esports, they've got a great game, but we all know they're probably not going to be consistent. And that's what K9 Esports is. But then comes that one game where K9 Esports just drops a nuclear performance and they're instantly just back on top.
You know, that is exactly how they crafted their way inside the grand finals, and we were hoping they mend their ways, but seems like you cannot take it out of them. It's in their blood. It's literally in their DNA. But, you know, before this match began, along with a lot of things that Necro did say, he also said that he believes Phoenix Esports is going to make a change, but seems like things aren't really going well for them.
Yeah, it seems like Phoenix Esports, something is going wrong with them. I do understand recently they've also went through a bit of a power shift. Now Ash is the IGL before. It used to be someone else. But still, Phoenix Esports, if you talk about the core, it's still pretty much the same. You've got the 3 same boys, Golden also inside of the playing 4. And for some reason, it feels like Phoenix Esports' positioning, it's been quite questionable, at least in the first 2 games.
You're talking about questionable positioning. What on earth was CK up to, Scared?
At this point, just don't even ask me, man. It feels like they're so very underconfident in terms of taking those fights itself. Yes, Juicy's brought some new boys in, but it seems like they're the ones who are facing a lot of land pressure itself. Because, let's be brutally honest, those were not really good positions. They were isolated and then eventually were picked off one after the other, and they were open from the back.
Oh my god, so much going on, but we've got the legend himself with one of my besties out there, so Ocean, joining with Mortal for a nice, juicy interview.
But कुछ ऐसा है जो मिस कर रहे हो?
Well, obviously, इस बार अकेले आया हूँ, iQOO सोल को रिप्रेजेंट करने यहाँ पर ऐसा लग रहा है. But next time I hope मैं पूरी टीम के साथ आऊँगा यहाँ पर.
But are there other teams as well जिनको देख करके ऐसी खुशी हो रही है कि भाई ये टीम्स यहाँ पर देख करके ऐसा लग रहा है कि you know मजा आने वाला है इस लैंड इवेंट में?
Sometimes it feels कि जो हमारे साथ प्लेयर्स खेले हैं in the past iQOO सोल के साथ, उन लोगों के लिए मुझे दिल से अच्छा लगता है that they are here and they are performing really good. First match Genesis ने chicken निकाला, Hunters was playing over there. We've also got Soumay, we've also got Ronnie who is playing over here. But then मैं मर्जी के साथ हूँ यार, 8-bit को support सबसे ज़्यादा है इस वक्त.
100% and you know जिस तरीके से vibe है, competition है, आपने 8-bit का नाम लिया. Do you think 8-bit has it कि वो इस टूर्नामेंट के अंदर भी ट्रॉफी उठा करके सोमराज का थोड़ा बैंटर सुनने को मिल सकता है?
मेरे हिसाब से तो बैंटर तो अगर उसने उठाई तो वो करेगा. But let's see. I guess the deserving one will win over here because everyone is working hard. तो देखते हैं कौन जीतता है.
Well, I just wish you all the very best for all the future endeavors and hopefully आपको भी वापस देखने वाले.
Thank you so much.
All right, some nice, insightful words coming out from the legend himself, Mortal. And I was sort of pondering, you know, he was rooting out for Hunters. He saw his boy Soumay. Everybody once upon a time wore a Soul jersey. And here they are under different banner, still playing the grand final. Genesis has been playing exceptionally well. So, yeah, a lot to fix for Team Soul in their esports department. And I think the work has already begun. But now, gentlemen, let's get back to our discussions. Like Cincinnati kids, as Ked pointed out quite rightfully, they're looking quite lost. And you know, these were some strong statements, Necro, that Juicy couple of moments did make, right? This is the strongest lineup that I've come up with. And did I miss the strongest part?
Here's the thing, Fixes. It's really tough to comment anything because Cincinnati Kids is just not getting any sort of limelight. It's because they're just not doing anything. Every single time they're just on the receiving side of the spectrum, and it's really tough to say what exactly is going wrong with them. Looking on the map itself, yes, they're putting themselves in quite a questionable position. That's all I can say.
All right, I mean, for Cincinnati Kids, in Necro's humble words, as he likes to defend them, it's just 2 games, folks. So, yeah, who knows? You still have 16 more to go, so anything could particularly happen. And maybe, who knows, day number 2 is where they stage their comeback. But you need to get to that position, folks, if you do spot the iQOO Neo 10. We've been talking about it, right? The segment's fastest smartphone, Snapdragon 8s Gen 4, the heart of the smartphone, and now you've got 144 FPS gaming. Who does that? Who gives that in mobile phones? iQOO has delivered. And then we're talking about the 120 watts flash charge also to ensure that you never have to really wait it out for your device to charge. But now coming back, all right, so it's going to be interesting to see how things are panning out. But what about REVENANT X SPARK in this one, folks? Scared. They started off really well, but this game, don't you think it could have been much better?
It would have been a lot better, to be honest. And I'd have to say, you know, it's not just this one, even the previous one. To be honest, they're picking some situations or positions where they're not really, you know, favored in terms of those fights. And they're taking not so good fights out there. I think that has been a bit of a problem for them. But overall, I really want to see them shine up on this one, right? Because on the map of Sanhok, we have seen how on at least the last 2 days, or rather at least in the semi-finals, they were able to perform, they were able to top the charts in the group. But I always come back to the exact same point. When it came to the group stages, REVENANT X SPARK were really on the bottom of this exact pack. So they have to climb an uphill battle.
I guess the main issue inside of this entire new zone structure has always been the third parties. And specifically, the moment a fight stretches out more than a minute or 2, you know there's going to be a lot of eyes on you instantly. And I guess that's one of the main reasons why REVENANT X SPARK was not able to perform that well in this particular game itself, because there were just so many teams watching like vultures. They were constantly getting poked in the fight they were taking. And I guess that was one of the main reasons why they got picked off like that.
I mean, this is where, you know, I'm still not sold, Necro, because REVENANT X SPARK, they've done this in the past, right?
Yeah.
They have handled pressure. They have made one of the biggest comebacks in the entirety of BGMI Esports this year. But heading on would be Sanhok, and Sanhok brings in a lot of mysteries. Anything can happen. Even Cincinnati kids might get a chicken dinner. Tables will definitely flip as we charter through the rainforest, folks. As it is, the map of Sanhok brings in a lot of those juicy battles. So, casters, it is time that you will have to take it away.
Exactly. The plane starting all the way from Tombak towards the opposite side, which will be Likawi. And once again, this plane fly path all the way down south. Now, moving towards the northern side, it's not going to be any sort of problem since it's the map of Sanhok, and we all know Sanhok is quite a small map. But Sanhok is also a map of possibility. Sanhok is also a map of comeback, and we might just see anyone in the overall standings bounce back anytime. Looking at Vasista Esports, too, dropping all the way towards Ruins. You've also got Mafia, Thunder, Cheyenne towards Sami and Nakam. The entirety of Team Forever looking comfortable, at least as of now, but Vasista Esports in the fray, that's got to be a bit of a concern.
Oh, for sure, but let's see how things turn out. It's just the start of the game. And as you mentioned, Vasista Esports, at least they have a little bit of play area to work with, but I'm a little bit more concerned about Gods for a Reason.
Yeah.
Dropping close to the players of K9, and we know Necro back in the days, K9 used to dominate that Camp Alpha fight. They were forced to move away towards Ruins, but now they are back home.
It was quite back and forth, to be honest. Even K9 Esports have lost their fair share of fights, fair share of duels in that spot. Both the teams would take equal amount of damage at a certain time. But at least as of now, K9 Esports do not really need to worry about that temple contest anymore. It's all good in the hood. Looking at Omega, though, dropping all the way towards those houses on the right side, a little bit separated from the pack around boot camp vicinity. Now that's the separation that you would not like to see. Close to Ruins, but let's hope the trifecta of K9 Esports can make miracles happen. Even K9 Esports is one of those teams that's not been doing great. But specifically looking at what's going on towards Phoenix Esports and REVENANT X SPARK. Phoenix, they've already lost out on the main man, Godin. Not looking extremely good. You've also got Oven and the boy right next to him, but losing out on Godin, that's got to be a tough pill to swallow. REVENANT X SPARK, looking at the way things are. Oh boy, let's see how REVENANT X SPARK can actually deal with this scenario. Luckily enough for them, there are no casualties on them yet. A man was taken down extremely low, but he's managed to patch himself up. But REVENANT X SPARK at this point, Having all the 4 players on the board, that's a advantage that REVENANT X SPARK would love to abuse. Jatin going for that revival on towards Godin. Luckily enough, Godin's back up on his feet, so now it's a proper 4v4 fight. But the main concern is going to be the resources.
Oh, he threw out the nade and it damaged his own teammate. Now this is going to be a big sign of concern as well. Those HP advantages between these two teams can definitely help swing the fight in the favor of either these two sides. But Jatin and Owen, especially on the flank, look at that. Sarang moving in, point blank range, and it's going to be Phoenix with the opening knock. Ronnie also dropped extreme low. That's going to be the second man hitting the floor. And REVENANT X SPARK now in a 2v3 situation as they do trade out Ash, and Gordon falls as well. But NINZA from the back lines. Now this is a swing that we did not expect. After the first 2 knocks, Phoenix Esports, this should have been their fight.
Both the teams quite desperate for points. REVENANT X SPARK doing a bit better compared to the players of Phoenix Esports on the point system, but it's still not a lot of points overall. Both the teams are quite desperate. Phoenix Esports going for the revival on the fallen man, so at least they're going to have the man advantage inside of this fight, and they can also loot the death crates off the players of REVENANT X SPARK. As I mentioned a while ago, resources is going to be the main concern. They probably do not even have a lot of meds. They do not even have a lot of ammunition. REVENANT X SPARK, they need to find a way to back out. Committing to this fight might just be digging your own grave, because Phoenix Esports, they've got the man advantage. And if they do decide to play the trade game, Phoenix Esports can easily win this fight.
I think they pretty much have already won this fight, because look at the radar, REVENANT X SPARK. They can't really do anything from here. They have to stay back. It's an early fight as well, so no heals, no throwables. Well, at least not a lot of them. And at this point, you've used pretty much everything that you could find in the few early seconds of the game. NINZA, still quite eager, no ammunition. 11 bullets in the bag, 19 in the mag. And if you look at that, DMR as well. Oh, it's a shotgun. He has 12K, just 5 rounds left. So not a lot of hope to recover from here on out.
It's better to back out.
Yeah.
And Phoenix Esports, I'm not exactly sure what sort of a game plan these boys are going to be sticking with. But it seems like Phoenix Esports, they're always going to stick to that fiery gameplay that they're known for. Always loving to take those fights. Also do see Reckoning Esports on the screen, and Reckoning in the previous game, they were phenomenal. There is one more team closer to Reckoning Esports, and that's going to be Godsreed. But I highly doubt that's going to be a potential threat. Godsreed too, they've got their own business to take care of.
Yeah, it's that 3-1 split that can be a little bit concerning. Especially Genesis present towards Bond. They have an opportunity to catch Destro off guard. But Reckoning, I wonder if they've spotted out Justin. Even if they get that early point, it's still a point, right?
Reckoning Esports, after having such a phenomenal game in the previous one, they definitely have earned them a bit of that leeway, but it's not a big one at all. Reckoning Esports still needs to hit that consistent marker. 8 points per game is what I think. And if Reckoning Esports gets 8 points in this game too, they will put themselves in a bit of a decent spot. It's still not the best, but it is something you can work with, at least on the day one.
They're doing 7 points per match, not too bad, but Genesis, as we were talking about them, look at that, a big start to their journey. First 2 matches, both of them finishing in the top 4, winning the first game of the day. That's a dream start, but dream shattered for Cincinnati kids. Necro, what is going on, man? You have Soma, you have Skips, you have Zerf, Juicy in your lineup. 2 matches done and dusted, and you don't even have a single point.
Unacceptable. 0 points in the first 2 games. And it is a lineup we had a lot of expectations from, but hold on to that thought. Reckoning Esports spotting someone out in the open. Hirsch, no! He hits his vehicle against the rock. And luckily enough, no one from Reckoning Esports was able to abuse that opportunity. Oh man, though, he's so lucky to make it out alive from that spot. Reckoning Esports, they're going to be kicking themselves after watching the replay. But Fury from Vasista Esports, the man seems trapped in the enemy turf. Wyld Fangs, there's someone who's already tasted a chicken dinner in the previous game, and Wyld Fangs, they're probably looking to replicate the history. Taking shots against K9 too, and K9 starting to face the brunt once again. This is exactly what they were doing in the previous game too, poking against every single team that was around them.
Yeah, and this time doing much better actually. They have secured a point against the players of Vasista. They have picked up 1 player there. 1 man from the side of K9 Esports also down, but here comes the trade. Slug knocking out Fierce. That's a little bit of breathing room for Fury to work with, but TraceGod with a shotgun needs to find the knock. Otherwise, he's going to be in trouble, and he does. Oh no, it's K9 Slug who finds the knock. TraceGod with the finish secure, the point stolen away. Wyld Fangs, brilliant opportunity to bounce back, and even Sensei putting up some pressure on the boys of K9, keeping them at bay. But TraceGod finished off here, still knocked out. Recovery looking dire for Wyld Fangs.
After having a solid game, it seems like Wyld Fangs' ship is instantly going to sink. And that's been the main problem with majority of these teams. The moment they find a great game, instantly they drop the ball in the second one. But that's not what happened to Genesis Esports. Yeah. They have been playing extremely consistent. They won the first game and the second game as well. They were in the top 3. So yeah, Genesis Esports, they've been playing incredibly well. But K9 Esports this time around, the problems just never go away. They lose out to 2 players instantly, and K9 down to their one last man, Vasista Esports, making it hurt. And K9, with nowhere to go, they need to face the problems. Maybe Omega's gonna back away and play for the survival, but the damage is already done. And the same thing can be said for Genesis Esports too. 3 players knocked out. Zap is the only one standing. Can he zap his opponents? The answer might just be no. What can one man do against the entirety force of God's Reign?
Especially if he is just thrown out into the open, the best thing he can do is like find a knock, maybe get a finish over here. But Justin, he's on the hunt. And Zap, he's gonna get wrapped up in a nice little present. And God's Reign are just gonna walk away with this point, swing around the corner. There it is. Squad wipe coming through for God's Reign, but look at that finish feed. Gods for a reason, well, even they are being beaten down. Genesis Esports, they're going to be the first team to get wiped out in this game. Which one's the second?
That's a good question. Reckoning Esports, even they followed up, so it's quite rough. 2 of the good performing teams in the previous game, not seen in this one. We were speaking of having the average points of 8 points per game, but getting eliminated with 0 points in this one, that's going to sting, specifically to Reckoning Esports. Genesis, they've already got a major cushion, but for Reckoning Esports, it's still an uphill climb.
And it's going to be a difficult one for sure. But OG up against 8-Bit. There's one more team lurking around the corner. It's going to be Meta NINZAs. And they have showcased their ability and their timing in those third parties throughout the group stages. But OG quite eager to take this fight. There's a 4th team in the mix. True Rippers. Now both the teams have to be extremely cautious about this. You start a fight, you can't end it in time. Well, you are going to be stuck in a trap of your own doing. But look at this, Wiz got off to a great start. When did he get 4 finishes?
Yeah, that's what I was about to ask you as well. When did Wiz God wrap up 4 players?
Hey, I guess we know what happened to Reckoning Esports now.
Yeah, I guess. Or maybe he was just able to pick up strays. Even that's a possibility. Able to pick off those individual frags. Even those can add up to a massive tally in the end. Next zone's going to be shifting even more towards the edge lines. Meta NINZA find themselves in the power spot. Even OG's found themselves in a great one. 8-Bit 2 looking decent. Holding this bot down, guarding it down will be a little bit tough. The moment a massive wave of vehicles going to start to move in towards this vicinity. But luckily enough, there's not a lot of cover on top of the hill. So it might just be 3 points distributed soon.
Yeah, you just got to keep your heads down. But Revenant X SPARK, Necro, you see them moving in. And I was just about to say, bad decision. Ninja pays a heavy price with his life. Last man left alive, I believe, for the side of Revenant X SPARK, and it's going to be difficult for him to survive as well. There it is, Shadow picked off. Revenant X SPARK eliminated from the game on the 14th position.
True. LIKITHA Esports. Now at this point for LIKITHA. First game was not too great. The second one as well, pretty much on the same likes. Just 4 points in 2 games, an average of 2 points per game. It's not something you expect. But generally speaking, for K9 Esports, the way things have been started, it feels like K9, they might just need those survival points to actually save their sinking ship in this game.
And all kicked off with Wyld Fangs sinking their teeth into K9 Esports. That fight earlier on, not really going their way, but look at the finish feed. True Rippers seems like in a conflict of their own against Gods for a reason. Having secured a few points earlier on in the match. Comfortable footing for True Rippers in this game.
Phoenix, a symbol of rebirth. Someone who can rise back up from the ashes. But when you've only got two players standing, I highly doubt a comeback's possible in the given circumstance. God's Reign 2, aiming out against the players of Cincinnati Kids. Just let them have a breather. CK's already been struggling too much, but there we go. If they're not going to strike, someone else will. And LIKITHA Esports, they're taking the advantage of CK. As CK is now getting picked off. They've already lost on the first. He's knocked out. Cincinnati Kids, rough pair once again.
Yeah, I mean, they were circling the edge of the circle, looking for a way to enter. But LIKITHA Esports catching one of the players off guard. Some stuck in a very uncomfortable position now. He moves forward. He is done for. And this is quite interesting. God's Reign, they've left Delta in the blue all the way towards Bond. This could create a sandwich, an opportunity to strike Cincinnati Kids, and they won't even realize what hit them or shot them in the back of their heads.
Exactly, the man's supposed to bring in that X factor, and he's actually doing a perfect job at that too. But even Juicy is replying back even better. Cincinnati Kids, they're not someone who you can take down that easily, but so far they've been struggling in the LAN finals. God's Reign, they're slowly and steadily hammering down the players of Cincinnati Kids, and that X factor was revealed too. Icing atop of the cake, God's Reign plays this fight flawlessly.
And what a perfect play. Now that is what you call a 200 IQ move, but hey, in terms of firepower, Phoenix Esports, they show up right at the nick of time. It could have been a 2v4, but now it's a 2v2, all thanks to Cincinnati Kids knocking out two players from the side of God's Reign, but Phoenix Esports, they can't waste a single second over here. They have to strike, and they have to strike now. Unfortunately, Necro, no utility, no nades, it's just a stun and a smoke in the hands of Goten.
But let's not forget, Goten's always being the Mr. Reliable. Or maybe you can also call him the Clutchmeister. Well, all that hype down the drain. It's rough to be Mr. Reliable when you've just got a nade exploding right on top of your head and you just can't do anything. The only thing you can do is just watch death approaching you. And now for Phoenix Esports, the last man cannot even go for the revival because the man's already finished off. Owen is probably going to try to play for as many points as possible, but God's Reign, they're charging against him, and Owen will be taken down soon.
And I have to say, man, it's been a year since we've seen Justin perform like this. 5 eliminations in the game already for this man. 9 in total for the side of God's Reign. They're just hunting that last man from the side of Phoenix Esports. They have let Owen escape. He's still close by. We see him on the radar. God's Reign just waiting to spot a pixel. Might just spot out the players from Gods for a reason instead. And Owen, I mean, imagine the panic. You're just hiding between rocks.
God's Reign too, they just need to make sure they're not really overcommitting for that one finish point.
True.
If they do so, they might just lose out on a crucial man. And that is not something you're supposed to do if you're God's Reign. And there we go. Last man from Phoenix Esports snuffed out and eliminated from this game. That's going to be it for Phoenix Esports. Back-to-back bad games. Phoenix, they need to find a way to keep on breathing. But Team Forever, at least as of now, all the way from the far fray, taking those shots. Connections not found, but those shots are supposed to be the suppressive shots.
I mean, it's not just them, it's LIKITHA Esports right next to them as well. You see them on the radar. They are playing from the lower ground, but on the finish field, we did see them secure the opening knock against the players of God's Reign. Team Forever tried to capitalize, but, I mean, as you said, no connections found. The finish point conversion that they were looking for did not happen. God's Reign back to a 4-man roster, but Necro, look at this. You have OG, a brilliant compound to work with. Even Meta Ninzas have an amazing position, but hey, is that Omega, the last man from K9 Esports, but Team Forever, oh no! A wild push from Wyld Fangs, and they're the ones getting finished up, but they made sure that Team Forever overcommits for those finishes, and they've dug their own graves with that one.
Wyld Fangs spoiling their game and also spoiling Team Forever's game at the same time in Mafia.
Yeah.
The only man standing, Team Forever. I highly doubt they can pull themselves back from the grave at this rate. Mafia on top of the hill, he's got the high ground, but can he really convert the advantage? That's the question. Probably not, since he's the only man from his team. He needs some cover fire, at least if he's on the high ground. LIKITHA Esports, though, this game, we are seeing a bit of that improvement. At least all the 4 players are on the board. And LIKITHA Esports, they're thriving for map control. But there we go. Justin, he starts to strike. LIKITHA, Starboy down. Now taken down with a 3-man squad.
And it's 8-bit they're up against. They have to be careful. The revive needs to come through. But as you mentioned, Starboy knocked out, and even the backline's compromised. The last man from the side of Team Forever is the one causing them major trouble. 8-bit, luckily, are distracted right now. They're more concerned about the flanks and the front lines. Let's see, heads turning back. Mafia spotted out. The finish goes to the players of LIKITHA Esports. And now, finally, 8-bit decide to charge forward. Somraj going around the slope, does not really find the angle. The blue zone pressure kicks in, and he's forced to run towards the circle instead.
LIKITHA Esports, 4 players, from which 2 of them they've decided to charge on against 8-bit. And Somraj, he just backs away. Does not want to face off against the entire firing force of LIKITHA Esports. But LIKITHA tunnel visioning on just towards one side might be problematic. There are a few teams on the left as well, just like NINZA's. But NINZA, they're known for their survival gameplay. I highly doubt they're going to be pushing outside of their comfort zone to actually go for the elimination points. 8-bit behind the vehicle. Raiden, Aquinox, Somraj, S-Power taken down. S-Power is supposed to be the secret sauce to the recipe, but this time it's taken down first. Somraj falls down too. Big Brain's not there anymore. Scary Jawed, the man stranded. He can't do anything, isolated behind that wall. And OG, they're just watching over him.
OG has been protecting the sidelines for a long time. They have had that compound under control almost the entire match. But made sure that they make it work and get those finishes as well. Scary George, the last survivor from the side of Vasista Esports. There he goes. LIKITHA Esports, 4 finishes in the back. Pressure on the players of 8-bit, down to a 3-man roster. And shots being fired in their direction from both the sides. LIKITHA Esports in the back lines, OG up front. And you see on the radar, OG moving in towards the edges, looking for more map control. AK and Wizgod leading the charge. That's the opener. Aquinox and Somraj, they're going to have to handle this business all by themselves. But it's LIKITHA Esports in the back lines that has them in a little bit of a panic.
They're looking for map control and also the elimination points against 8-bit because they know they're struggling. OG, they're trying to play a smart game. They're trying to disrupt the flow of 8-bit. But since 8-bit, they've only got 2 players standing, defending themselves against LIKITHA Esports will be extremely tough or maybe impossible.
Yeah.
LIKITHA, they've got all the 4 players on the board. Starboy, he does want to push up all the buttons. He wants to put the pedal to the metal. But it's tough to push against a team like 8-bit, but Starboy has still found the important knock. Aquinox down, Somraj is the only man standing for 8-bit, and now Somraj, he wants to keep his position anonymous before getting taken down himself. At least try and squeeze in as much value as you can, and that's what Somraj is thinking. He wants to get as many points as he can. Right next to him is OG, and OG is completely unaware of the fact that there's Somraj right behind that rock.
Exactly.
This is brilliant from Somraj.
It is brilliant, but now it all comes down to the timing. When does he pull the trigger? OG on the other side. This is just brilliant. I love the adaptation coming in. They thought they were just charging on 2 players, but then the third party from LIKITHA Esports forced them to call for backup, and Aru shows up out of nowhere. LIKITHA Esports now under pressure. NINZA also on the flank are going to cause chaos in this final fight. But look at this, Somraj. He is there, the snake of Sanhok, all 3 players of OG in front. And he's holding on to the trigger, waiting for a moment to strike. He has led his opponents do all the heavy lifting, making it into the top 3. And there goes LIKITHA Esports. 8-bit, if not the finishes, they're going to get a few placement points for this one, Necro.
NINZA, Dragon OP's down. Reaper, he's barely surviving, taking his last couple of breaths. And OG, they might just conquer the fields of Sanhok. Zone closing in. Somraj, he might just be the destroyer. Can he stop the flow of OG? He's taken down the first. OG down to just the final 2 men, but Somraj, he moves back in the blue because he had no other option, and in the end, gets eliminated by the play zone itself. And with that, he also denied the point.
What a play from the Apes, though, to take that chicken home.
Yeah.
We might as well crown them as the king of Sanhok because of the way how they played right now. Moving up against the storms that were brewing against them, but man, oh man, Johnny, if this was not one of the most important wins they needed today.
Yeah, I mean, this was pretty incredible, to be honest, and especially love how tactically sound OG was in this particular match. Starting off the game, they get a good position, absolutely no need to move, and they just stay there. And while doing so, they end up racking, what, like 6 or 7 eliminations, and then the push towards LIKITHA Esports. That's the most beautiful play. Best team communication I have seen in a long time.
I mean, we all were questioning what exactly is going on with the OG. We all were questioning what's going on with 8-Bit. But finally, we're seeing that comeback. And this is what I mentioned, too, before the map of Sanhok started. Sanhok is the map of possibilities. It is the map of comebacks, and we are seeing that happen. But here's an interesting fact. While all of this was going on, NINZA once again squeezes themselves in the top 3, and this is what I'm talking about. This team is one of the most consistent teams, and they know how to play the survival gameplay.
And that is one of the big reasons why we are still seeing them in the grand finals, right? But the game of consistency is only going to take you so long, because now you also need those frags. If you want to be on top of the charts, you have already mentioned it, how you need those 8 points out there. But man, oh man, let's quickly send it down onto the stage for the winner interview.
Oh my God, what a game! आरू वापस प्रैक्टिस करने नहीं बैठना होता है. थोड़े सवालों के जवाब दे दो. वापस प्रैक्टिस करने नहीं बैठना होता है. I mean, this एक बार अनलॉक करना. अरे अनलॉक करो तो. This kid is literally just practicing again as soon as the game just ended. I know आप में dedication है, and you guys are just doing insane. Congratulations for the chicken dinner. But did none of you spot सोमराज पीछे बैठे हुए थे? आप चारों उनके आगे से निकल गए थे. What if वो चारों को ले जाते?
पॉसिबल ही नहीं था.
क्या
नहीं कर पाता
कुछ भी नहीं कर पाते. All right. एक ऑनलाइन परफॉर्मेंस कमाल देखिए. हर बार जब भी टूर्नामेंट्स होते हैं, एवरीवन जस्ट नो कॉल्स यू. वो जो MVP वाला ब्लड है वो आपके अंदर जरूर है. राइट नाउ एट द लैंड, हाउ पर्सनल इज दिस वन फॉर यू?
ऑब्वियसली iQOO हमारा स्पॉन्सर है, तो ऑब्वियसली ये तो जितना बनता है. जज ब्रो ने सीधा बोला है कि भाई ट्रॉफी और नथिंग, तो गोल एक ही है. बाकी MVP वाला सीन कुछ ऐसा है कि मेरी टीम जब तक परफॉर्म कर रही है, जिस दिन अनबैलेंस हुआ उस दिन पे पता है कैसे मारना चालू होता है.
कोई नहीं, विल जस्ट गिव इट जस्ट एट दैट. आई थिंक पूरी टीम का डे 1 अभी तक तो अच्छा जा रहा है. इफ थिंग्स फॉल्टेड डाउन फ्रॉम हियर, IGL के माइंड में कोई ना कोई तिकड़म तो होगी. हाउ मच डू यू ट्रस्ट योर IGL नाउ दैट यू गाइज आर हियर? एंड वो भी एक बहुत भयंकर कमबैक से ही आप लोग आए थे. वो 2-3 गेम्स फाइनल डेज के अराउंड के सबको याद है. तो कितना ट्रस्ट करते हो अब इस IGL पे?
ट्रस्ट तो बहुत है. पहली बात तो खराब गेम जाएंगे नहीं. अगर जाएंगे भी तो हमारी टीम हमेशा ही कमबैक करती है. किसी भी टूर्नामेंट में उठा लो, किसी भी टूर्नामेंट में देख लोगे, लास्ट डे कमबैक और सब अच्छे से हो रहा है. अभी तो आई थिंक फुल कॉन्फिडेंस है.
Well, the OG, the orangutans are just here. The apes are ready कि इस जंगल में चाहे वो कैसा भी हो, वो डोमिनेट करने के लिए तैयार हैं. अभी के लिए एक बार चलते जरूर हैं हमारे एनालिस्ट की तरफ. और ये मैं ले लूँ. थैंक यू वेरी मच.
To be honest, I just really want to steal that plushie as well from AK, but man, I know I'm not going to get that chance, and OGs are not going to let the chance of stealing away a chicken dinner. That was so crucial, but I agree with what Ocean asked Necro, that had Somraj pulled the trigger, this game was lost for OG.
No, I definitely do think it was not possible to take down all the players, right? Given the position Somraj had, he had no cover to play around with. Maybe if he had a cover to play with, maybe if there was a lock, then definitely a 1v3 was possible. But given that cover, given the circumstances, it was impossible.
No cover, no utility. He had the
Yeah.
element of surprise, and he did the best thing he could have done in that situation, which is get
True.
that extra point and deny your finish point to the
Yeah.
opponents. And I think, yeah, I agree with you. There ain't no way anyone's pulling a 1v4 like that.
I mean, hold on to that thought, right? Because I know he was not in a good position to get anything, but you know what? A lot of people out there are in a very good position to get the best phone out there in the segment, the iQOO Neo 10. Man, you do not want to miss out on the opportunity to get this. And one of the best chances that you have is to go on your Google, search for iQOO Neo 10, and you get to answer 2 questions, answer them correctly, and you've got the best chance, if you're lucky, to win this phone absolutely for free. And to be very honest now, since we're talking about the best chances, right, there's been a couple of teams that I really feel have got a good chance if they get a good game, and one of them is going to be God's Reign.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, God's Reign so far, the trophy magnet, as we like to all call. Yeah, God's Reign is not being too phenomenally well. But generally speaking, for God's Reign, with the way things are looking like, they've always been someone who does not like to go for flashy plays, at least on day 1 or day 2. Day 3 is where they pop off. So God's Reign, right now, I think they're on an okay track. They should just continue what they're doing.
I think they are focusing a little bit more on finisher, at least that's what they did on Sanhok. But hey, talk about finishes, our MVP of the match, Wizgod. We were surprised. The first time we saw him in the game, the man already had 4 finishes and his entire team was sitting at 0. So, like, from the start of the match till the very end, he was just firing on all cylinders.
It's crazy. It's unbelievable to look at these stats. 8 finishes all by himself. Wizgod was popping off and also getting 2 bonuses for his team and the damage number 802. Usually you see these stats by the entire team. Here's one man just pulling off those stats all by himself.
That's the strength of this man himself, right? But you can't really keep aside the rest of the members of God's Reign themselves. We already saw Delta out here standing out top. And I think so, yes, I agree in terms of what you said, that the consistency is really not there. But in terms of the position points, in terms of the finishes, this team has been on top, like in every single game.
That's how God's Reign likes to play, right, Johnny? If you remember, day 1, day 2, God's Reign is nowhere to be seen, right? Or maybe they are there, but slipping under the radar slowly and steadily. But day 3 is where they start dropping nukes after nukes, and that's where you start to notice God's Reign's power.
And that's what happened in this game as well, because they were getting those finishes, but as you said, Necro, flying under the radar. I think they are not going to have a lot of placement points from this particular game. But hey, highlights of the match, and what a way to kick things off for Phoenix Esports, or at least that is what we would have said had they survived for a long time in this match.
That's the main part about the entire lineup, right? But Phoenix, they've been on the struggling end on the other side, so I don't really feel like it's really the best day for them. But man, this dude is feeling himself. Team forever. Firstly, in the previous game of Miramar, now in this game, Shean pulling a play like that. That was so crucial for his team to get those points.
And generally speaking, I was also a little bit impressed by LIKITHA Esports too, with the way they're pulling off the moves as well, with the way they were pulling the strings. It did feel like LIKITHA Esports as well could have stand a good chance to actually take it away. But the moment the zone just shifted in the favor of OG, we all knew OG had all the 4 players standing on top of their feet. And OG, for them, this chicken dinner was pretty much just served on a silver platter. And this is what I always keep on saying on the map of Sanhok. This map is extremely oriented towards the zone. The moment a zone pops up on a team, you know it's them taking the chicken.
And moving around on this map is the biggest hurdle, right? We saw what happened to the players of 8-bit. They got stuck in a very awkward position. Somraj, he had the right idea of clearing his backline by picking up the players of LIKITHA Esports, but then OG was causing so much trouble for him, and then he was forced to move towards OG. And that is what happens to teams that are stuck in Sanhok. You get stuck, you get made into a sandwich and eaten up.
And that's something you really do not want to be caught in. But right now, man, since we've been talking about that, there's a team who's on top, OG, with the chicken dinner and 26 points. This is probably the highest finishes that we've seen till now.
Hey, I mean, we were speaking of God's Reign slipping under the radar, but I guess this time around they've got different plans. 11 finishes, 3 position points. They're definitely being noticed now, and everyone's going to watch this man, the trophy magnet, come up towards the overall standing slowly and steadily. LIKITHA Esports, definitely a major bounce back from this team as well. 10 points, 8-bit as well, getting 9 points. Vasista Esports bounce back too. But here is the big consistent part, and that is going to be the Meta Ninzas. First game, not too good. Second game in the top 2. Third game in the top 3. Meta Ninzas, they're supposed to be consistent, and that's what they're exactly doing.
And this lineup has been very impressive if you look at the journey for the entirety of 2024, the start of 25 as well. I mean, looking quite decent, but they're going to have to put those finish numbers on the board as well. But as we were talking about it, OG sitting on the first position, 47 points, most of it coming from that last match.
Yeah.
Genesis, this is the team that I wanted to focus on as well because they got 0 points from that previous game. And that is kind of a reset that you would not want after you start the day off with a massive chicken dinner.
Yeah, I mean, we were also having a conversation about K9 Esports and how even they've been struggling to find those points, right? But being in the top 8 after 3 games, it's not that bad if you think about it.
But Necro, I think a team that has been under the radar, Wyld Fangs, quite decent. I mean, that chicken dinner was there. It keeps them in the top 4. This game as well, they got a decent number of eliminations. But I think if they continue on this path, focusing on frag-heavy performance, they have a lineup that can actually deliver.
Hey, we've got a good news. Cincinnati Kids finally opening up their
Hey,
account.
let's go!
First finish
Let's
point
go, baby!
of this LAN finals. You got to give it up to them.
Oh my goodness, imagine. In 3 games, only 1 point, and that's how much hyped you guys are. But to be honest, Neo, you were talking about some things that you really need to change. I believe Phoenix, Cincinnati Kids, Gods for Reason, these teams really need to change their gears at this point because being on the bottom, not even reaching the double digits in terms of point, that's a bit of a problem, Johnny.
I mean, see, I've heard there's a little bit of a rivalry that has been started or kicked off in the last few days between Juicy and Sensei. So I guess we go and make Sensei talk to Juicy and ask him, what's up, buddy?
Yeah, I know, right? I mean, Sensei's keeping his word, but Juicy's not really able to keep up with the pace of the lobby, and that's a bit of a problem. Honestly, all that hype was sarcastic. I'm a little bit disappointed in Cincinnati Kids' performance. It's not something that you expect from a banner like this, specifically having some of the experienced boys underneath the banner. Yeah, I mean, 1 point, Johnny. That's exactly what I'm trying to say. Just 1 point. They're at the bottom, and that is the biggest concern. And honestly, even Phoenix Esports is my concern. Looking at the core, it's still pretty much the same. Yes, the IGL has changed. That means the playing structure, the play style as well has changed. But I expect a lot more from this team. At least as of now, I'm not happy with their performance.
But I could give you something that could make you really happy, and that is the iQOO Neo 10. And this smartphone comes with absolutely bonkers features, man. You've got the Snapdragon 8S Gen 4. You've also got 144 FPS gaming, which you really love, big boy. You've been talking about that since the first game itself. And 120 watts supercharge. You get 50% battery in less than 19 minutes, dude. That's the best thing that you could eventually ask for.
Listen here, right? I mean, I did the entire season with the lads on the Hindi desk, but Necro, I'm back on English desk and we are at LAN. You know, Heist Edition 4 is here, buddy.
Yeah, but the main problem is we got no devices. So where are we supposed to pull the heist from? I've heard there's an iQOO booth.
It's just day 1, right? We have 2 more days.
I've heard there's an iQOO booth.
Oh yeah.
Let's take down the whole.
It's right there.
Yeah, let's
boys,
take all the devices away.
It's absolutely fine. You know what? We're going to have you check out all of that, right? We're going to be sending it into a very short break. Do not go anywhere because on the other side of the break, we've got Erangel booting up.
It just seems like yesterday when we started with 500 questers, and today we have 3 million plus questers with us, supporting us, guiding us, and building iQOO together with us. Lots of gratitude and a promise to keep questing on and on.
I am from Delhi, Chennai, Mumbai.
Swadika, welcome to IFM 3.0, and we are back yet again. 3 times more fun, 3 times more excitement. So let the action begin.
Welcome back after that short break, and once again, after watching such an exhilarating game of Sanhok, we have seen a lot of comebacks, specifically from the side of OG. We've seen the comebacks even coming in from the side of another team that was right there, which was LIKITHA Esports, and even 8-Bit bouncing themselves back in that game. Sanhok is supposed to be the map of opportunities, and that's what we've seen so far. But ladies and gentlemen, if you're someone who lives around Delhi or Delhi NCR, or even in Noida, do hop inside of Noida Indoor Stadium. We've got a nice iQOO booth over here, and there's also some meet and greets going on with your favorite content creators.
Yeah, this is what every fan dreams of, right? Especially you've been watching Mortal, Mercy, Pyle, everybody from SA2L for quite some time, and yeah, getting up close and personal, maybe having those little chatters there, maybe giving some suggestions on what he could do next so that SA2L make it to the LAN as a playing team. So all of that is there. You can still come tomorrow. We will have new sets of creators, but boy, oh boy, I'm finally happy. OG gets a big chicken dinner. Guess I was the problem.
Yeah, it seems like it. I mean, the moment you left the desk, we saw 3 comebacks. 8-Bit, we saw LIKITHA Esports too, but I don't think you were the problem, my friend. I think the map was the problem, because Sanhok is supposed to be the comeback map, and that's exactly what happened. We saw a lot of comebacks, but now we're seeing a consistent strength from NINZA. NINZA, first game, yes, they dropped the ball, but the second game, they were in the top 3. Third game as well, they were in the top 3.
I mean, there's the big thing about NINZA that I really want to point out, and yes, you're being in the top 3, but even if you're in top 3, you're getting what, 6 or 4 points max to max. If you do not pair it up with a few eliminations, at least maybe 3 or 4, considering the position that you're in, you're going to face a lot of problem out there. Now, I know what you want to say out, big boy, but I'm really looking at for in terms of the trophy and not in terms of the podium.
Fine, look, you cannot get the trophy on the day 1 itself, right? You need to wait till the day 3. In my opinion, positioning yourself anywhere inside of top 8 on the day 1, it's still a win-win situation. On day 2, you can try and sustain that spot, and then on day 3, you can go just all guns blazing. At least that's what I personally think.
You know, honestly speaking, I feel like NINZA is one of the most overlooked team, because not a lot of people talk about them.
Yeah,
they always keep those conversations, but realistically speaking, they put on some really good numbers and some really interesting numbers at that. We've been talking about the recent official LAN performance. They were almost around the podium, and then as they moved on ahead, we could see them, you know, they had those tough stretches in, you know, they had to make that long way out from the semi-finals and qualify inside the grand finals. But yes, this team, I think they're looking so balanced and so good at the same time.
Yeah, but I guess, Fixes, the problems are still continuing for a few banners like Phoenix Esports and Cincinnati Kids. Cincinnati Kids did open up their account. They got 1 elimination point out of that game, but we all know that's not enough. Even REVENANT X SPARK has been struggling. They only got 1 decent game so far, but the remaining 2 games, they've not been that great. Will this game of Erangel change anything for these teams at the bottom? Well, let's find out.
We did witness those tipsy-turvy turns in the rainforest of Sanhok, but once again, we are back to where it all begun. It is the game of Erangel, folks, the 4th of the evening, and surely lying in wait for a few of the teams to stage their comeback. We've seen those highs, we have seen those lows. It is drama in the making as the flight path trajectory heads all the way from Stalbert towards Nova Ripnoi, has that inclination towards the eastern side. So let's hope we get a different circle this time around.
I think so. I'm just really hoping for Vasista Esports out here, because they really like to drop around the parts of Gatka, but you don't really have an easy access to that part. So maybe it's going to be a bit of a struggle now. This is interesting to see that OG are not really dropping towards Milta Power, where we've seen them drop a lot in the group stages as well as the semi-finals. They've taken an early drop, and we did see them lean in a bit towards the Rozhok part in the group stages itself, but that was not really the best possible result for them.
You know, OG and their relationship with Rozhok has been quite toxic, to be honest. There was one time they were so in love with Rozhok, and till Team Seoul did come around that, and they left that spot. And ever since, of course, Aru took over the IGL ship, they head on towards Milta Power. So, considering the fact that they do not have to worry about Team Seoul anymore because they're not in the grand final, so could easily take over the Rozhok area. And the only reason is because of the accessibility of vehicles and the abundance of loot that Team OG finds. And of course, you know, maybe also could be on the lookout for a couple of finishes as well.
Big point out there, specifically when WizGod and AK, both of them are feeling themselves on this day one. Atanki out there with the support as well for the team, and Aru for the scout. Been doing good. That's nice cheeky maneuver out there, but how long can you manage that, Ninja boy? Because now the weapons are going to be fired upon you, circled around and hunted like a true pack of wolves.
More like hyenas, right? Because Ninja Boy, he was kind of feeling helpless there. And Reckoning was just toying around, playing with him till the point he is very helpless.
I just feel that hyenas more like steal those finishes.
And they're like the scavengers.
Yeah, exactly. They're like one of the nasty scavengers that just poke you until you give up on your meal.
They were sort of annoying Ninja Boy to the point where he was like, you know, guys, guess what? I do not have any weapons. I'm up to your mercy. Do whatever with me you can. And yeah, I think a finish, 1 point is what Reckoning walks away with.
Yeah.
As K9, they've already lost out on the numbers. But when you look at the grand scheme of things, Orangutan, they have managed to build up quite a juicy lead there. 47 points. And second to them would be Genesis with 31. So Genesis did have the first 2 games very consistent. Sanhok is where I feel like they kind of missed out.
Yeah, it seems
it's
like
okay though.
It's absolutely fine since you've been consistently performing for those 2 games, but not for this time. I think so. This is a very solid play that they've been making, right? They've been very fast onto those rankings for the first 2 games, just like how fast the iQOO Neo 10 has been. With that absolute bonkers processor of the Snapdragon 8S series, you do not want to miss out on any of that option. Just like how in this game, at least Cincinnati gets Phoenix and Gods for reason, they do not want to miss out on that opportunity.
So this time we at least do have something to work around with, as the circle has formed a slightly hybrid one, a lot might say, still centered around farm. And this is, you know, ideally one of those circles where Team Forever really thrives.
Yeah.
Now, given the fact that Meta NINZA just underneath that farm area, maybe they also have a chance at getting a chicken dinner. And for Wyld Fangs, we saw how good they were. That Miramar dinner still etched in our hearts. Everybody happy that Sensei, he still got it in him. And the fact that he's got a band of brothers that he can rely on and, you know, get so much finishes, I think Wyld Fangs do have their hopes up. But then again, their brothers, REVENANT X SPARK, they have been having quite a journey so far.
Let's just say that has not really been leaning on to rising up, but rather falling down on that roller coaster. More like a final destination roller coaster right there, but let's hope it doesn't end in that similar misery. Because they've been struggling. We've been talking about them since a while, right? That it's not just that this entire game of Sanhok was the bad one for them, but rather throughout the day, they've not really been picking the best fights for them. They've been in the open spaces. Their gun skills, or rather the mechanical skills, are being diffed by the other teams right now. And I think so at this point, their confidence is also being bunkered down a little bit. So really need to double down onto all of that. And yeah.
To be honest, Ked, it's just that first game of Erangel where they had, what, 8 or 9 points. And the remainder of the 2 games that they played, they could barely gather any. So at this point, REVENANT X SPARK needs to go back to their old ways, right? Take those early fights. Forget that you've got new zones, right? Engaged in those battles. Maybe go after Genesis or Phoenix. Because when you look at this lineup, they know how to take those fights, right? But for God's Reign, it's been a rather interesting journey. In the previous game, we saw, I think, they are going for those frags, right? They're getting a lot of those eliminations. And as a result of which, they just not have kept their heads above the water, but still in a position where they can actually go for the trophy.
If you're constantly getting those 7 to 10 elimination points as well, combined with a couple of position points, you're getting those average points. And that is what's kept you right now in the race. So just one good game, and with the way they are claiming those elims, one big game, and they'll probably take over even OGs out there and maybe set a new record for the evening.
I still remember a couple of months ago in February when in this very arena we had another third-party event. The winners were, of course, God's Reign, and we saw, you know, the circle really favoring them and them capitalizing. And when it mattered the most, when K9 was actually in the race, GDR, everything just got aligned. But this time around, I think they're not just relying on mere luck. I think they've got their assaulters also speaking the dance of death, and they're doing everything that needs to be done. But, you know, so far it's been a silent show. Just barring that initial first finish where we saw Reckoning taking down Ninja Boy, there has been literally a dead silence in the lobby.
I just really want to see what's going to be the result of Likitha, OG and Meta NINZA in this game.
Okay.
So that if in case neither of them performs, then we know who to show the exit. But right now, since we're talking about Likitha, out in the vicinity of around Infinix Esports now, they themselves have been on the struggling end, only 7 points claimed till now. And that is the big thing, right? When Necro was also sitting here, I was discussing with the big boy and he's sitting right next to me. Just wanted to point out that the gap between the first and the 8th, it is actually pretty big. You could also count in Meta NINZA in there. That gap is humongous. So just one good game is not going to cut it.
You know what, I feel like OG, they've got everything set, but we'll get to that conversation because REVENANT X SPARK, they've been dealt with a big blow.
Again?
Yeah, Ronnie getting picked off, maybe came out scouring for information and was sent back into the lobby. And for REVENANT X SPARK, the argument still stands corrected, right? This is a team that knows how to stage their comeback. And maybe day number 2 is where we give them another chance, but another chance denied for Dragon, at least in this one.
Yeah.
Got picked off, and Cincinnati kids not having the best of performance. I mean, so far, just sitting at what, 2 points?
Oh my
This is a game where they might hope to somehow get something back.
I genuinely don't feel that the circle shift is going to favor them at all. Down on the southern edge, and they've got a, you know what, it's not even like a wasp nest up in front of them. It's even crazier than that. All the teams entirely filled with color. The circle is towards the center, so I don't know if it's going to be easy for them to make their move up north, which will be required pretty soon. You can look at the circle, right? The entire northern hemisphere is almost empty.
I'm kind of mesmerized with how beautifully OG are controlling the circle. Look at that, the northern area, and then how... Oh my god, this could be interesting because, you know, when we had a wee bit look at the map feed, I saw OG, they were kind of around the center, and then suddenly had 2 of their players take a different position in the game. So now that kind of makes it a whole lot more interesting now because OG, they are hell-bent on controlling that northern part of the circle. So again, that comes with its own set of flaws if they get spotted out, if information has been conveyed to the opposition that, yeah, the chances are there. They can be isolated and picked off one after the other. But OG, maybe they know the risk that they're taking.
And they've always been the risk takers out here. That's also one of the big reasons why even in the map of Sanhok, they were able to take them down. Or rather get that chicken for themselves. Again, focusing down on this entire conundrum that's been causing. It's been pretty silent out there, but your phone's not going to be silent after you hear that iQOO Neo 10 comes with the absolute beast processor with a Snapdragon 8S and dual chip power. So you know that you're probably going to outperform all of your peers out there, at least in terms of the gaming. And that too for longer hours, because I know, Fixes, you absolutely love long battery lives. And
imagine you do not have an iQOO Neo 10 phone and you're watching and you're suddenly envious. It's a good thing that phones do not... you know, these days phones are getting equipped with AI, but it's fine that they don't have emotions because... yeah, your phone would want an upgrade, and we have been telling you, go for the iQOO Neo 10. Maybe get an evolved version of it, enjoy whatever you want to do. But now, coming back to this game now, we were talking about True Rippers. Again, another team. So, Jelly was off to a decent start, and now it feels like we're back to the old ways, right? Where we had our hopes up in the group stages, absolutely dominating. This time, also came back. We thought that, yeah, there were those promises, yeah, there were those moments, but still, it's the same old story, but not the same old circle for a fact. And this is where OG playing with those splits makes so much sense, kid. Look at them.
God. It's just, they're in the best position again, and day one has been going very solid for them. I just really hope at this point they build a lead strong enough that they can retain it on day 2 and day 3, where we know what might happen later on. But again, as we said, hoping for the best out there. And so is the hope standing with Wyld Fangs too, right? Because not really feeling themselves. They were struggling out early on, but then after that, they picked up a very solid pace. And to be honest, right from the map of Miramar, where they were able to get that big chicken dinner, they got their maximum number of points. And then on the map of Sanhok as well, we saw the similar story as to what happened on Erangel. So maybe this time around, they want to try and change those things, maybe change that fate. But staying in the southern end is not going to help that. But Fury might help Vasista grab a few points out there, standing on the rooftop. Not the best place as he's still open from multiple directions.
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, at this point, it could be an interesting one. Vasista Esports, they have been struggling so much. Imagine again, Hector given another chance under this banner. He's ought to perform, and that performance has been missing by miles.
Yeah.
God's Rain right next to them, and somehow they've managed to escape, at least for now, at least for the next couple of minutes. But Vasista Esports, this is not the Vasista that we've come to love and adore.
True.
They've been running away from fights, especially having players like Scary Jord. You've got Fury. Hector himself is quite a decent assaulter himself, and and they're not playing to their strengths. I don't know what's really stopping them.
Doesn't that really remind you of that previous Carnival Gaming roster, which would always show up on the LAN like one of the favorites, would always perform on at least one of the days, but then on the other days, they just feel lost? I think so. It's kind of the similar story, because back then Hector had the assaulters like Neo. You also had Goblin. I mean, few of the best in the scene, maybe few of the fan favorites. And I think so. It's again falling down to the same thing where this, we could say, be like a broken record and say that this is a new zone meta. Maybe they're just trying and falling back to the same routines that they had. But you have to adapt quickly if you want to pick up the trophy.
You know, honestly, it's not the zones, right? It's about your confidence in the fights. That's completely missing.
Yep.
You know, one thing leading to another, the domino effect going on for Vasista Esports. They kind of tend to overthink a little bit, and the timing has been a little off. And as a result of which, having their players picked off pretty early on, they have seen better days. But what we're about to see is another circle, maybe a hard shift this time, or could be concentric. As for 8-bit, another team that did manage to redeem themselves. And look at this circle. Look at how beautifully the players of Orangutan are. But right next to them, you've got a splash of colors. GDR entering in from the western side. G4R still lying in wait for all these teams to kind of maybe get inside and then initiate something. But GDR, they kind of snuff the players of G4R out, and instantly one of them gets decimated.
And I don't really like the position of the rest of the players as well. They are not just open from multiple directions, but they've got nowhere else to go. So it's more like a sandwich situation, which you guys have been mentioning throughout the previous post-game segments as well. I don't really feel they're in the best place. And if you're talking about the Apes, yeah, absolutely perfect. But if you're looking at 8-bit, I could say they can do a little bit more better out here, but they just need to survive, right? There's going to be commotion all around them. We're seeing some big clusters forming right towards the southeastern part of the map as well, where we've got at least 4 teams clubbing up. The entire northeastern part is empty. Northwest, or rather the western fronts, that's where you got some of the other teams, including GDR, and that's where they're taking these fights, right on the faces. Still trying to take them down though, but Sean, he's the first one to fall down on his feet. Scary Jord is indeed scary. Finally, Oasis takes a heroic entry, but can he lead his team for the big numbers that they're normally known for putting up? Scary Jord still standing, will be taken down, and so will Hitman.
Yeah, this is where the chaos begins, right? And Vasista Esports find themselves in the middle of the thunderstorm, and suddenly they are off scent packing once again as the fight still continues. Gods for a reason. They're here for a reason. They're here to prove their mettle. As Mafia, he gets dealt with. Thunder and Oasis. 2 players still surviving, but G4R slowly trying to wrap them up. And at this point, you would be wondering, what would Oasis and Thunder do? How do they get themselves out of the situation? The only answer is they need a knock on Sarwar. Anything other than that will not suffice. Maybe even Sarwar prioritizes the circle as elsewhere. We do have Revenant X SPARK picking up arms against the likes of K9 as Sarwar out in the open. HP quite low, but hold on. Even despite that, won that fight against Thunder and got away with murder.
That's the big thing about the shotguns. You don't land in the couple of pumps. That means the AR is going to get that lead. And his AUG was picture perfect for that. And look at the smart positioning of Chandan. Now he's also around Sarwar so that he can provide a perfect cover, not really creating a crossfire, as they know it's only Oways who's remaining. He's going to try and survive now, but not for long since there's been a watch party coming in from Destro.
I mean, at this point, it's so difficult to contemplate what's really happening. Because for God's for reason, it feels like, you know, they're on mission to really sabotage other games. Playing around the edges, but Revenant X SPARK, we did talk about them engaging against K9, as K9 does not matter how many men they have up, as long as they have their assaulters, hopes always with the players. As Chandan OP brought down quite low, needs to patch himself up before this buggy explodes, as the circle takes another shift, and OG again maybe in pursuit to find a back-to-back chicken dinner. And this is what I was wanting to have this conversation with you about, that OG seems like they're not leaving things till the final day. Wow. They want to ensure by the second day they have a sizable lead enough. Nobody touches that, which eventually in the grand scheme of things gets very boring. We would not want that to happen as Cincinnati kids. All right, so this is one of those games, Scared, where they need to go big.
I'll have to say one thing, right? Before we talk about Cincinnati kids, you got to choose one. You either want to see OG winning or you want to see a great BGMI. You can't have both of them.
I mean...
Yeah, sorry, not happening.
Yeah.
It's okay. It's okay.
Greed is not good sometimes.
Absolutely. And I think so. That's exactly what Cincinnati kids will need to focus on as well. They do not need to get greedy. But if we are considering the amount of points they have till now, I mean, they're averaging less than 0.5 points per map. Maybe it's time around that you let your demons through and maybe, you know, you make a deal with the devil right now that you really want to get those finishes, because Wyld Fangs, they were not really in the best place, but Cincinnati kids, their repositioning eventually has helped Wyld Fangs a little bit to maybe survive for at least a little bit longer.
At this point, I'm starting to actually take this into account. Maybe Wyld Fangs have signed a deal with the devil themselves, because boy, oh boy, for a moment it felt like they were really in this and suddenly wanted to release themselves from that situation and got caught. Some getting that finish, and Cincinnati kids, this could be the start of something at least, especially where they're languishing pretty much dead last at the bottom. Yeah. Wyld Fangs, hope still up, fear still alive, but Trace got completely caught with his pants down, no response, as Some will easily deal with him as Fierce. He responds back, he finds the trade.
That's a big response as well, because Some, he's the only man who's got a couple of finishes out for himself, and there's also True Rippers right next to them, getting caught in the open. It's AK to eventually find the last bullet in the skull. Cincinnati kids being sent back home. The good thing, they get 3 more points from this one, so averaging 1 point per game now. But not really, that's going to get you in the top 8 or anywhere near top 10. The main battle, it's going to end up being between LIKITHA Esports. It's also going to be between God's Reign and Orangutan, who are in the dead center.
All right, this is going to be an interesting stuff. Dionysus, previously we saw, they did clutch it out. It was a big one, but this time, again, just dropping down to so much pressure and also so much lead. But even for 8-bit, this time around the edges of the circle, Somraj does find a knock onto its Delta, and seems like 8-bit, they have their number. God's Reign, one after the other, they get dealt with as Destro falls down the play zone, and GDR, especially after such a good game in Sanhok, really thought they would build a momentum up, but seems like they failed.
And the big reason for that, I'd say, is that 8-bit are finally back with their confidence. They're finally back with the 6-finger prodigy Aquanox in the mix.
Ooh.
And that has been, I mean, look at the impact of that. You've already deleted the team who was racking finishes after finishes in every single one of those games and stopping them in their tracks. And I think so this could help them build up that momentum from this game, carrying it forward for the next few. which could eventually pave their way to lift another trophy. That's a very far-fetched idea as well, but
Look
you
at
may
the
never
circle.
know.
Only one team inside.
Please don't tell me that this is where OG use all of their luck of the grand finals.
I think it's more than luck. I think they've been hustling too much. The hard work finally paying off. Their reads have been perfect. Everything going their way.
Yeah.
Even during the fights, you could see, right? The sync between the players pretty much visible, as even for LIKITHA. They've been on a steady climb. The previous game, we saw them do decently well, and now even 6 finishes already secured in this one.
True.
They did take a couple of games to get themselves into pace, but boy, oh boy, they are swinging hard.
And they're going to continue that as well. Inferno was the only man who was down on his knees, and they've got him back up as well. A couple of more hands to swing that swivel. And maybe turn the odds even in more of their favor. Playing on the edge, so that's going to be a bit of a risky, I'd say it's a Queen's Gambit out here. A risky maneuver that could eventually pay off as well a little bit if things work out for you. Because if you're in the smack center like OG is right now, you're going to attract attention from 3 different fronts after the dust settles between these few fights, as where Hydro finds the first one. And Meta NINZA, even though they had all 4 players, now are down to just 1.
Yeah, that's going to be quite a bummer, because this is one of those games where Meta NINZA again will have to rely on their survival skills, try and get as many position points, but seems like that's the end of it.
Yeah.
They find themselves in really exposed areas, as a result of which got picked off. But that leaves OG in a very commanding position, and even for the likes of LIKITHA Esports, they have their numbers up, and True Rippers, they're really on the hunt. Maybe Owen, he gets knocked out, and seems like, yeah, there you go, gets picked off, an easy task. But Omega, he's got a couple of smokes around him. Of course, True Rippers are aware that the humble IGL is somewhere one with the nature, shrouded inside that murky smoke.
What is with these IGLs just laying down around those rocks and being the last member of their team trying to survive? Omega just wants to try and pull off a Somraj onto the members of OG this time around, but fortunately for him, it's True Rippers on the other side, and they know where his position is. So not going to survive for long. Yeah, Jelly has seen that. IGL for an IGL, and it takes the life away. Being the Reaper himself, we were questioning their consistency. We were questioning if that's another land choke we're going to witness. They are so strong, and holy smokes. 4 teams and 16 players alive right now in the last few circles. This is going to be impactful.
Oh, this certainly is. And in fact, it's going to slow the pace down a little bit, because we saw so much chaos happening a couple of moments ago. Bodies were dropping down left, right, and center. But now, Orangutan well aware of LIKITHA Esports and their whereabouts, and now, given the cover has been blown, it's going to be interesting to see what way do LIKITHA Esports opt for. Maybe from the northeastern side inject themselves, but even True Rippers, of course they might not have a concrete cover, but they do have a couple of rocks to play around with, and a little bit of scattering also done from their end, as now 8-bit, I guess their trial of fire begins now.
Got a hit marker out there on a couple of players. Zozo was brought in as a stand-in the second game as the main player for the team, and since then, let's just say LIKITHA Esports has really been on that climb up. It's been working out for them as well. Maybe get a few changes and your team eventually pushes up forward. Right now, they've got to push against the Apes who are feeling themselves. The compound's not so bad. Zozo falls the first one. Down on his knees. He's got to try and survive as everything's going to be blasted off. AKOP will be taken down, but not for long as Atanki stands and he's delivering the shots. His God is there for the support as he's going to down be in the last 1v1 and he's been taking the blow. Inferno fires up like a volcano and he saves his team and puts them back up in the winning race.
Yeah, down to the depths of hell. He's put 6 feet under Inferno. Take a bow, young man. You need absolute cojones to clutch it out, especially with OG having such a good spot and dropping the ball there. Surely contemplations have to be made, but now True Rippers and 8-bit quite close to each other. That little skirmish gave enough time for the players of 8-bit to make their way inside the circle, and now True Rippers so prepared. Kyo Lamau All right, he's got that angle around across the trees. Hydro just knock under beside that vehicle. He's going to throw a couple of grenades. And at this time, LIKITHA Esports, they've got all the time in the world to reset. Still survive with just 2 players. Would be interesting to note though, what happens next?
I think so. It was one of the big reasons why LIKITHA survived there was because of a bit of cover fire provided by 8-Bit as well onto the members of OG, which forced them to take those fights a bit more early than they would have loved to. And I think so that has basically paved their way and they were able to bounce on that opportunity. And it's a pretty solid play out here. But now it's going to be between True Rippers and 8-Bit and LIKITHA. Who do you spoil that game for is the big question. Inferno is the man all the way out in the center, but the small cover that's been provided to him by the terrain and his own smoke with a blasted vehicle is able to create that one hard cover, and I think so it could be big.
I get the idea. One of the players going for the position points, the other left for dead. And the only objective here he has right now, maybe get a couple of finishes. No, a decision change, and there you go. Hurts himself in the process. Going to be Kyo Lamau getting that knock, and yeah, Starboy out of the lobby. LIKITHA Esports down to the last man. And for True Rippers, seems like a chicken dinner in the making.
Yeah.
Unless 8-Bit have to say something about that.
I think so. Even this circle shift is kind of a nada. It's still a stalemate for all of these teams, and I don't think so. True Rippers, they've kind of got an idea that maybe one man actually popped in, right? Because Jelly was still focused on that place. He was still having his crosshairs set. But it seems 8-Bit have got that clue. They probably know where Inferno is, and they're just trying to create a flank angle to try and snuff out this one Thorn, maybe take him down first. Inferno is not going to have a chance out here to survive, but hold on. He's able to spoil the game right in. He's been taken down on his knees as Inferno falls. This is the best chance for True Rippers to capitalize.
The floodgates have certainly opened for True Rippers. And lo and behold, they want to strike and ambush from Jelly's side from the eastern end. And that grenade! That is absolutely monumental. 3 bodies from 8-Bit down on the floor, leaving their IGL helpless. Not really happy about it will be Somraj. Of course, went for one finish, gave away 3 points as True Rippers, without even breaking a sweat there, easily securing this winner chicken dinner. And Jelly, finally, that smile on his face. That's something we love to see.
Yeah, True Rippers, they were not able to find that success for a while today, but finally, they woke up on the classic grounds of Erangel. But let's not forget Fixes, even 8-Bit, 2 back-to-back massive games. In the previous game, 8-Bit managed to finish things off in the second. In this game as well, 8-Bit finished things off in the second. And how can we forget that clutch from Inferno? That was absolutely monumental.
I'll still mention the exact same thing, a little bit of a support, and this team does not know when to stop. LIKITHA Esports is still surviving, they're still thriving. And I guess I'll have to say, Fixes, yeah, you are not really the black sheep. It's still fine, they're still performing.
You know, but then again, Necro, I'm not really impressed with how OG dealt with the situation, right? They had everything set up for them, and Inferno, I mean, this guy refused to just give up there. And you know, it's kind of gutting that OG should have secured the back-to-back, but again, glad that Jelly got it.
Exactly. And of course, there were a lot of great moments, including True Rippers taking that chicken dinner. And I guess True Rippers, as you pointed out, right, True Rippers desperately needed that chicken dinner too. And now that they've got it, let's move on towards the stage.
Or like, what am I seeing today?
अभी तो स्माइल जेली है. काफी टाइम तक शायद स्माइल जेली रहेगा.
You know, आपने बहुत ही कुछ दिनों पहले एक फोटो भी डाली थी अपने सोशल मीडिया के ऊपर और उसके अंदर लिखा हुआ था कि so I just want to know right now is this chicken dinner, is this tournament, is this what you mean by it कि अब पूरी दुनिया को दिखाने का समय आ चुका है. Who is Jelly?
Yes, definitely. पूरा ट्राई कर रहा हूँ वाले टूर्नामेंट में कि इस बार ट्रॉफी आ जाए और जो कैप्शन मैंने लिखा था वो सही हो जाए. बाकी देखते हैं.
Alright, and you know, इसके पहले there were so many times एक Just Jelly नाम से टीम होती थी. अब आप True Rippers का पार्ट बने हुए, आपको भी उसका भी समय हो चुका है. Right now you are here representing yourself, your team, everyone. How does it feel just getting these chicken dinners, this chicken dinner right now, and how's the vibe with the team?
Like अभी vibe तो बहुत अच्छी है टीम की and ये चिकन बहुत ज़्यादा important था अभी
क्योंकि पहले 3 मैचेस शायद उतने अच्छे नहीं गए थे, लेकिन टीम बहुत अच्छी है, मोमेंटम ब्रेक नहीं हुआ, हाइड्रो बहुत अच्छा खेला, अपना हर्ष बहुत अच्छा खेला, और कियो लमाओ का तो आपको पता है
क्यों लमाओ विन है
विन है
ऑलराइट। एंड लास्ट मोमेंट पर जब वो पुश किया गया कि एक मोलोटॉफ डाला गया, उसके बाद सीधा आगे मूव करना था, आई थिंक दैट वाज द डिसीजन जो चीज़ें चेंज कर चुका था। अगर वो ना होता तो शायद चीज़ें ऑपोजिट हो जाती, बिकॉज 8-बिट तो एक अलग फॉर्म में चल रहे थे।
हाँ 8-बिट काफ़ी अच्छा खेल रही थी, हम लोग किल फीड देख रहे थे, लेकिन वही है ना कि हमारी टीम ज़्यादा बेटर है तो हमने मार दिया।
ऑलराइट वेल, टीम 100% रेडी लग रही है, टीम 100% तैयार लग रही है, एंड उस चीज़ के ऊपर पूरे कॉन्वर्सेशंस हो भी चुके हैं। अब वक्त है एनालिस्ट पर जाने का, जहां पर आपको गेम की और सारी निट्स बिट्स बताई जाएंगी। स्माइल जल्दी।
Jelly firing a few shots against 8-Bit, saying his team's much better compared to 8-Bit. And of course, I'm pretty sure in the overall standings too, these guys are now going to be extremely close against each other.
We've seen the buzz, we've heard all of that commotion, and yeah, True Rippers really upping their social media game, and yeah, some light banters out there, but yes, rightfully said, right? True Rippers, they finally seem to have found some momentum to latch onto a nice chicken dinner, but 8-Bit, they have been quite consistent as well.
Yeah, at least in the past 2 games, 8-Bit has managed to place themselves in quite a decent spot. And I guess now you can also say Cincinnati kids, they're definitely showcasing a bit of that confidence. They're taking the initiative, they're trying to go for the fights as well. In this game too, they had a few elimination points to contribute towards this entire overall standings. I know it's not enough, but at least it's a good step in the right direction.
I mean, at least they've got something, to be very honest, right? So that's a pretty decent thing for their side, but I really want to see them step things up, and that too big time.
And I guess the main concern over here still has got to be around teams like Infinix Esports, REVENANT X SPARK, who are not really able to find that secret lost sauce.
Yeah, REVENANT X SPARK, they've been going through quite a topsy-turvy phase lately because really feeling off. I do not know what's going on for RNTX because nothing seems to be working right. I feel like they're overthinking at this point.
Hey, generally speaking though, something that's going to work out for you guys is also going to be the iQOO Neo 10. Move on towards Google, check out the device, and of course if you answer a few simple questions and if you answer them right, you might just stand a chance to win this iQOO Neo 10 device for free. And speaking about a few specs, let me tell you some of the important specs inside of this device. It also comes with 120 watts flash charger, and the most important thing, it's 144 FPS, 144 hertz on this device. That means you are going to be experiencing buttery smooth gameplay.
So that means you basically can see yourself falling down again and again as the first player in 144 FPS, right?
Well, let's not go there. I guess I am a pretty decent player at the end of the day. I have had a few things up my sleeves myself, but I'm not really going to go there. The conversation's about the professionals on the stage. So, moving on towards that conversation, let's move on and have a look at the MVP of that previous game. It's going to be Keo from True Rippers, getting 4 finishes and 36% finish contribution. I guess the elimination points were equally distributed in this banner.
Yeah, of course they were. For True Rippers and Kyo Lamau, he's been such an essential piece of their puzzle, right? Because he was the only player that was retained apart from Jelly. And they had to go for an entire restructuring. You know, he's good in his social media game these days and certainly has upped his BGMI gameplay. And that's what we want to see, because after a long time, you know, Ocean did end his segment saying, "Smile, Jelly." Surely not smiling here, maybe a little smile once he lifts the trophy, because stars of the match, it's True Rippers all taking over.
Yeah, of course, True Rippers all over the place. And the best thing about Keo, and something I love about Keo, is he's a realist, right? There have been a lot of questions in the past that has been asked to this man. What happens if you lose this tournament? And the man just straight up says, what happens? We go home, and then we'll be back once again in the future.
That's the confidence
He's
you
got
really
himself
need.
sorted.
Yeah.
That's the best part about it. And to be very honest, you know, I'm really happy that the team is feeling the vibes. They're still absolutely confident as well. Because all the way from the group stages, we've been seeing this team not shine because of one player, but rather shine with all 4 of them combined. And that showed up really well in this game.
Yeah, of course. I mean, overall, just the limelight of this previous game has to be that Inferno clutch. I know there's a lot of highlights going on currently on the screen. We also did see Sarvar pop off in his own right, but that clutch from Inferno, it just stood out well. Cincinnati kids too, as I mentioned, we did see them take the step right towards the direction, but for some reason for CK, they were way too exposed and they got picked off from different angles.
Yeah, I mean, at that point, it was so difficult to say what's going on because we were kind of unhappy with the fact that teams were really not fighting early. It was just that one knock and a finish, and suddenly the entire hell broke loose. And that was where we saw multiple fights break out. But this was the highlight moment, right? That Inferno clutch where OG really dropped the ball out. I mean, Scared was saying that, yeah, it was 8-bit also trying to poke them. And you should have just dropped the smoke, right? That's the only solution. Just drop the smoke and take a fight. You've got the numbers. You know the players are pushing in from one direction. That was absolutely a comedy of errors that Orangutan did there.
Yeah, of course, OG, it felt like they definitely did overcommit a little bit too much, but can you really blame them when it's 1 against 3 people? And OG, of course, the odds were heavily stacked with them. They thought it's just one man in the front. Let's go and ego challenge this guy. They were trying to jump peek on top of that wall, and while they were trying to jump peek, of course, shot just directly landed on that man's chest. He got knocked out, and that's where we did see the comedy of errors, as you like to call it. But generally speaking, you cannot even blame that team over there in that scenario. They had all the rights to go aggressive and take it on the ego. But we've got the match rankings on the screen. True Ripper's getting 21 points. LIKITHA Esports, another team that's bringing up that consistency. 16 points in this one. OG getting 13 and 8-bit, a consistent 9-pointer.
And I think so that's going to help them in a very big leap as well in the overall standings out there. For 8-bit, yes, but also for OG. 13 points right now. They've already crossed the 60-point mark. I mean, imagine, in first 4 games, you're already crossing the 60 points. That means you're averaging pretty solid. My math is not good enough to calculate that. But what I really have good is the focus that I was seeing God's Reign, though, and even Genesis Esports, they've dropped the ball in this one game. That's going to bring them down on the leaderboard.
Yeah, definitely. But as I mentioned, right on day 1, the most important thing is you're maintaining that spot inside of the top 8. And I guess K9 Esports, God's Reign, they're doing exactly that. But OG taking the first spot with 60 freaking points. Now that's a cushion to be proud about.
That's a lead. That's everybody's surprised. Imagine it's just 4 games done and dusted, and OG has already amassed a 30-pointer lead. What do we make out of it? They're having their own competition.
Exactly. Here's the thing. Even if you remove all the position points of this team, they still have 4 extra points based on their finishes. Yeah. That is just bonkers.
I just want to hit you guys with a reality check once again. I mean, it's OG, and they've always known to drop the ball specifically when it matters the most, which is the day 3 itself. So there's a big chance, yeah, OG right now is doing extremely well, but we know day 2, it is called the day of comebacks, and we will probably see a lot of comebacks on day 2.
No, I'm telling you, I feel like this is coming. Yes. I feel like I'm starting to manifest this.
Yeah, that's the problem. Whenever you feel like it's coming, it just never comes.
They have never been in this position, and they're on the right track. Let me second my the thoughts with that, because what I feel like they're trying to ensure over here, by the end of day 2, they want maybe a 60-pointer lead, and they don't care what happens in day 3, because day 3 has always been their problem. It's always the final day where they struggle, so might as well do the heavy lifting in 2 days.
Look, in my opinion, if they do manage to play the same way on day 2, they're already the champions. They're already the winner. But I highly doubt that's going to happen, because you know on day 2, it's just a mad dash on the latter half of the board, just trying to dash on towards the top. So we know on day 2, teams are extremely desperate. They know they've got these 6 games to make a mark and prove themselves, or at least place themselves closer to that top 8.
Can you imagine a bad game for OG? They still got 13 points out of this one. Yeah, of course, this could have been a chicken dinner, but 13 points is a lot of teams dreaming for that. Revenant X SPARK still does not have overall 13 points. That is what OG has secured. So RNTX is one of those teams where we need to shift our focus on, because nothing seems to be going right.
REVENANT X SPARK, Infinix Esports. And the funny part is, Osman was sounding pretty confident before this tournament started, before all the games started. And now look at what's going on with REVENANT X SPARK. It feels like they're just completely lost. They do not know what to do. They do not know how the lobby's currently functioning. And REVENANT X SPARK themselves just does not know what's going on with them. But we've got a short interview lined up with Karthik. So let's move on towards Ocean, because this man is definitely going to be spilling some beans.
मेरे साथ इस वक्त जुड़े हुए हैं अभिजीत घातक अंधारे। घातक भाई, घातक भाऊ, आपको जो भी बोला जाए उन्हें प्यार से बोला जाता है, लेकिन यहाँ पर आए हो बहुत टाइम बाद एक लैन इवेंट पर दिख रहे हो। हाउ इज द वाइब, हाउ इज द जोश?
यार किसी भी एथलीट को आप अगर लाइन पे बुलाओ तो उसको मजा ही आएगा, बहुत ज्यादा। और एड्रेनलिन रश जो होता है ना वो नेक्स्ट लेवल होता है।
100%। अब यहाँ पर RNTX घातक है हमारे सामने, ORV घातक के टाइम पर जो लैन की वाइब्स होती थी वर्सेस ये कुछ तो मिस हो रहा होगा। यहाँ पर आप ऑडियंस के उसमें बैठ करके देख रहे हो थोड़ा।
मतलब वो टाइम पे मैं खेलता था यार, जब खेलते तो जो वो अलग ही वाइब होती है, मतलब उसको अपन वर्ड्स में जाया नहीं कर सकते, तो वो अलग मजा होता है। अभी एज अ मतलब टीम का पार्ट में टीम को सपोर्ट करने आऊँ, उसमें भी मजा आता है, बट जो खेलने का मजा आता है वो मतलब कोई मैच नहीं कर सकता।
एंड आपका लैन पर कमबैक हुआ RNTX का, काफी डाउन्स के बाद वापस से यहाँ पर कमबैक हुआ। एक्सपेक्टेशंस क्या हैं टीम से?
यार एक अच्छी मैच, उसके बाद जो उनको मोमेंटम मिल जाएगा ना तो छोड़ेंगे नहीं, क्योंकि मेरे हिसाब से अभी की जो अपनी RNTX की टीम है ना, ये जो लैन पे बैठी है, ये सबसे एग्रेसिव टीम है अभी ये लैन पे। बस एक अच्छा मैच और उसके बाद आप देखोगे कि पॉइंट टेबल पूरा चेंज हो जाएगा।
मैं आपको बोलूंगा एंजॉय कीजिए एंड आई जस्ट विश यू ऑल द वेरी बेस्ट विद द टीम।
One good match is what they're searching for. Fixes, do you think they will find that one good match today?
I don't know, man, because this is not the usual RNTX. They again have to go back to their good old drawing boards. In the previous game, we saw Ronnie was out for seeking information, and suddenly he got picked off, and then the entirety of the pack got taken down in a jiffy. So at this point, they've got bigger issues to deal with. And REVENANT X SPARK, I'm going to give them some leeway. I'm going to give them time till at least day number 2. Day number 2, if they don't perform well, then I guess Osmium has to come live once more. Make some strong statements.
Yeah, and I guess you got to give him that toxic motivation once again, right?
They should have done this right at the beginning of the broadcast. Why not?
God.
I mean, imagine he comes out, the next day the team wins it all.
You know, there's a saying in Gen Z terms, they're lost in the sauce. That's a saying. And for some reason, it feels like REVENANT X SPARK, they're definitely quite lost. But something that's not going to get you lost, it's the iQOO Neo 10. Let's not forget Segment's fastest smartphone with Snapdragon 8S Gen 4. And also comes with 144 FPS gaming. And let's not forget dual chip power, supercomputing chip Q1, and also that 120 watts flash charger, which means your device will be charged pretty quickly, and also means you are going to be experiencing buttery smooth gameplay every single time.
In Gen Z words, you're never going to lose out on sauce anymore. You got to check this phone out.
Holy smokes.
You could play along. What else can we do? I mean, he bought that up. That's not on me. I'm a millennial. I'm pretty sure you are Gen Z.
I mean, I'm 99 born. I consider myself
He's
a
catting.
millennial.
Oh my God, he's one of those guys. He's one of those. I'm a Gen Z, but I identify myself as a millennial.
Oh my God, no. I can't, bro. I can't. I just, at this point, what Necro has been mentioning, what you've been saying, you know, iQOO Neo 10 might be the tung sahur of the entire phones out here. The best one in the board. Yeah, you called for it. You called for it.
You stop this cringe fest now.
He's that cringe to bring out dead memes now. All right, you know what? I'm just going to move on with the conversation. And guys, I guess another team that definitely does need a bit of that limelight, and we need to talk about them, is also Vasista Esports.
Yes.
We did see a bit of a signs of life from them in the past couple of games, but this previous game, Vasista Esports a little bit lost in the sauce.
Not a little bit lost, but it feels like they're lost in the woods, literally. It's not the sauce anymore. Maybe the entire dish they're trying to cook is not there. I mean, the ingredients definitely are, but seems like, I don't know. I mean, it's too early to jump the gun, because Vasista Esports, how can you mess up fights like that? Their decision-making has been wrong. Their rotation hasn't been on point. Their salters haven't been swinging. Nothing has been going right.
And that's the crazy part, right? Looking at this lineup on paper, this is supposed to be the strongest team inside of this entire region, or one of the strongest teams inside of this entire region on paper. But it feels like the players are just not really able to get that confidence so far to actually go for the fights head on. What do you think, though?
I mean, that's one of the big things, right? It's not just about the rotations, or rather, it's not about the circles anymore. It's just raw mechanics now, where they've constantly been failing. And I think so. Even if you're talking about on the map of Miramar, previously they did not really do a very solid performance. So I think so they're still having those struggles.
Exactly. I mean, with the way Vasista Esports has been playing, with the way Phoenix Esports have been playing, these are some promising lineups, still struggling. But we've got a short interview lined up with Pyle Gaming in the iQOO booth. So let's move on over there.
ऑलराइट गाइस, सो यहाँ पर फैन मीटअप हो रहा है, और फैन मीटअप के अंदर मैं आया हूँ जानने के लिए पायल के पूरे थॉट्स। इतने फैंस देखे, इतना प्यार देखा, हाउ आर यू फीलिंग?
यार बहुत ओवरवेलमिंग है, और बहुत अच्छा लगता है। लैन इवेंट में बहुत कम आने का मौका मिलता है, बट इतने सारे लोगों को देख के बहुत अच्छा फील हो रहा है।
कोई स्पेसिफिक टीम जिसको कि आप यहाँ पर चीयर अप करने के लिए आई हैं? कोई स्पेसिफिक?
iQOO
Alright, I mean iQOO 8-bit जरूर है. And जो ये पूरा प्यार है, जो ये पूरा fandom है, you know, how do you see it? Every year it has grown and grown. It's grown many folds. In the future, do you think it's gonna grow more and more?
Hopefully, but thank you so much guys for all the love and support. इतने सालों से constant love मुझे मिल रहा है, so I'm very grateful for it.
I'm pretty sure you have lots of autographs to sign for, so I'll just let you be, and we'll see you guys on the other side as well.
Exactly, there's also a meet and greet session that's going on over there, so you guys can drop in towards Noida Indoor Stadium and meet your favorite content creators right there in the iQOO booth. But once again, back towards the conversation that we're having, right? Yeah. Now, teams struggling, yes, that's a whole other story. We've got teams currently sitting at the bottom as well. That's also a different story. But then you look at a team like Team Forever. That showed a lot of promises from the game one itself. But Team Forever, now the graph is slowly and steadily dwindling down.
Yeah, that has been a prolonging issue with Team Forever. But still, you know, I have my hopes up with them because you've got the likes of Oasis are leading the pack. They've got a coach, an international one. That so everything is pretty much still dandy. I mean, Team Forever, they still have decent games. We've got bigger issues at hand to deal with, especially with so many other bigger names that have failed to show up. I mean, REVENANT X SPARK being one of them. Cincinnati kids, LIKITHA Esports. They're finally catching some steam. They're finally getting some pace. But I think at this point, you would in fact want Phoenix and K9 maybe to get a chicken.
That is true, but at least K9 Esports is keeping themselves pinned inside of the top 8. And I think the moment you keep yourself pinned inside of the top 8, at least on the day one, that's a decent way to kick things off inside of a LAN. We did see the schedule a while ago. The upcoming map is going to be the map of Miramar. Guys, I would love to know your prediction. Which team you guys think will be the one to take the cake in this one?
I mean, it's the map of Miramar. You know, I'm just going to randomly throw a ball out there. I think so. It's going to be 8-bit.
K9.
Oh, K9 Esports, you're quite optimistic in this one. So let's hope that K9 Esports does get that big game they're searching for.
I mean, we'll have to see if that happens or not, ladies and gentlemen, because it is going to be the map of Miramar. We're going to be moving down onto the deserted lands as the big bird flies high in the sky. And let's see which one of them will eventually take the cake.
Of course, it's going to be an interesting one. And thank you so much, Scare. That little cameo, I loved it. But folks, this time, we've got one of our brothers, Johnny, joining us. In fact, joining me on this desk as the flight path trajectory all the way from the northern side towards the southern, slightly skewed towards the western areas. Partona is where we're headed at. And that leaves a lot of these teams, especially the ones vying for that eastern side, they'll have to go for a long stretch. But Johnny, welcome back. How are you feeling?
I mean, I'm feeling good, man. I mean, the action has been quite intense. We are seeing a lot of resets happen on the board. And of course, that previous game, oof, the way it ended. But this one, this Miramar, it's going to get quite stressful right off the bat, especially for Gods for a reason, I believe. One player, Hitman, landing quite close to the players of Phoenix Esports. I'm pretty sure they've seen that parachute in the air.
At this point, it feels like Gods for a reason. They've got so many scores to settle. There hasn't been a moment where you could say that G4R, they're really going for the chicken dinners, right?
Yeah.
They've always been those bad boys in the alley, always up for a hunt,
but they aren't getting any
each other's games. And yeah, that's more Johnny-like, right?
They aren't getting any chicken dinners. That's the problem. I mean, you are correct. That's what they're eyeing for. But you got to start thinking about just the averages, just the points in general after a few matches. But hey, look at that. We have a Lost Leonis circle leaning towards the southeastern quadrant of the map. And of course, if we move a little bit north towards Hacienda del Patron, we have a drop clash, kind of, to be honest. Team Forever, K9 Esports, this REVENANT X SPARK handling their own business in San Martin. I want these teams to fight early.
We all want them to fight, don't we? But again, we're quite unhappy with how REVENANT X SPARK have started their campaign in the grand finals. Really not the ideal start, but we know Miramar has been always one of those games where they kind of stage their comeback. We've seen when nothing goes right for them, and then there comes that coveted game of Miramar. They get a biggie, they get a chicken dinner, and voila, they're right back in. But looking at how the circle has really formed, Johnny, it feels like Wyld Fangs might have their hopes up. Till the point Reckoning have something else to say about it.
Yeah, I was just about to say that as well. Wyld Fangs, while hopes might be high, Sensei, he needs to get himself back on the ground as quickly as possible. You see one of the players from the side of Reckoning Esports closing in on his position, but hey, they overshoot, and I think that should keep Sensei safe. If he finds a vehicle, he needs to get the heck out of there, join his team as quickly as possible in Los Leones. But talk about teammates joining each other, we do see the players from Team Forever picking up those vehicles, moving towards the eastern side of the map. Or are they heading back towards water treatment?
All right, that's interesting.
Yeah.
And what's really not interesting, Johnny, is the fact that teams are really shying away from picking those early fights. You know, we have been cribbing about it since day one, ever since the new zones were introduced to BGMI. We wanted teams to engage in those early battles, win those fights, create some space, and teams being very reluctant on doing that. Now look at God's Reign. They've head off towards Impala, but yeah, hoping for a good performance. But things won't really rest to hope when you have the iQOO Neo 10 with you. Is powered by Snapdragon 8 Gen 4, has 144 FPS gaming, everything locked and loaded. But now, back into action. Sensei, what is he? Why is he crawling?
Yeah, I have no idea. I mean, he's still out into the open, about 400, 500 meters west of Los Leones.
Yeah.
And I know we do not have the massive amount of viewership as the Hindi desk, but you guys need to go to his stream tonight if he does and ask him what was he doing right here. Because first of all, right off the bat, what was this drop? It does not make sense at all. He's quite far out into the open. You know for a fact that you are going to be surrounded in Los Leones, especially when there is CK in the same lobby as you. And you have just started a beef with Juicy.
Exactly where I was headed. And does that mean Sensei got intimidated and he feels phased by the players of Cincinnati Kids, left the Los Leones drop?
But then why did he send his teammates up into the city to face off against CK like that?
So Sensei like, you guys go, you guys get finished off for all I care. I just want to get inside the circle. I've had enough, right? It's been, it's kind of like Sensei's redemption arc, don't you feel like?
Yeah.
It has always been him who gets caught. It has always been him who is the first player to get eliminated. Might as well let his friends have a taste of what he's been eating so far.
Yeah, but a little bit of an update on that entire situation. The man did find a vehicle and has moved back into the city of Los Leones, regrouping with the rest of Wyld Fangs, and they are setting themselves up to take a fight against Cincinnati Kids. It's going to be a party for sure over there. But right now, switching focus, Vasista Esports in Picado all alone with absolutely nothing to do but gatekeep that northwestern edge of the play zone.
Yeah, that's going to be an interesting one because, around the western side, we do see so many other teams, right? NINZA, another team that we were quite proud of, them being so low-key, under the radar, often overlooked, don't you feel, Johnny? Because lately, this has been one of the most consistent teams in the BGMI circuit and yet not talked about quite often. And previous game did not go their way, but it's always these games of Miramar where they find those strings of success as even Vasista Esports. This is one team I'm absolutely not happy with. A team that should have been contending for the podium. They are pretty much somewhere languishing at the bottom.
Yeah, I mean, but still an opportunity to pick up the pace. We know it's just day one. You get one chicken dinner in the bag, and that will help you catch up at least till the top 8 or the top 5 maybe. And that should be the goal for Vasista before the day comes to an end. But we see the map. Vasista Esports have an opportunity to cut off the remainder of Meta NINZAs from where Dragon OP is right now. It seems like they are moving in position to do exactly that. Will a fight break out? Will Meta NINZAs avoid any conflict? We are about to find that out in a few short moments, but Genesis Esports on our screens, they have control of the hills southeast of Los Leones. And seems like they are going to stay there for a while. Absolutely no incentive to move out of this position, to be honest.
I mean, Genesis have been quite dandy so far.
True.
The entire day, especially the first 2 games. That consistency was there, and then that little slip up. But still, looking at Genesis, this roster looks quite fine. They've got the right players, they've got the right IGL, and everything seems to be set up for them. 34 points is where they are sitting at, and it's such a shame that the distance is just too much. I mean, OG, this is animalistic. Look at this, you know, when they entered, they came up with chef's hats and they are really cooking.
Oh man, they are cooking the dish. It looks tasty and they're serving the deaths of these players to them on a silver platter. Look at that, LIKITHA Esports. They made the mistake of getting spotted out by OG and instantly lose 3 players. Not really how you would want your game of Miramar to kick off, but then again, OG has been on fire the entire day.
Talk about revenge being a dish served cold. A couple of moments ago, if OG were denied the chicken dinner, it was courtesy to the players of LIKITHA, right? And now, given the moment came again, this time they did prance upon the opportunity, 2 early finishes. And now it's going to be interesting, Johnny, to see what happens next for Orangutan, as they are surrounded by foes and a couple of mighty ones at that, because when the circle shift occurs, we'll have a more vivid picture of what's happening around, because the circle has actually taken a hard shift down south below Los Leones, and OG seem to be surrounded by the players of 8-bit.
There's 8-bit, there's more teams closing in, there's Vasista Esports on the flank moving in as well. So OG, they gotta be extremely cautious. Like that, checking the ridges, just making sure they have their eye on the horizon, but 8-bit up against the players of Vasista Esports over here. Omega and Hector can be caught off guard, and it's gonna be Raiden kicking things off. Shot connection found, but it's gonna be Cincinnati Kids from the distance actually causing a lot of harm to Vasista Esports. Instantly, Scary Jod gets dropped as well. And oh my goodness, what a blunder. OG, they're still going to get themselves out of this precarious situation without a lot of harm, but that was a big mistake in communication. And now Cincinnati Kids have an opportunity to go move in for this third party and finish off 8-bit as well, but we see them quite hesitant. They're not moving in.
Of course, it's the body language. They've not had a great day so far. Just that previous game where they got a couple of finishes, but that was pretty much it.
Yeah.
And 8-bit finding their moments, and a little bit of slip-ups, of course. Raiden being taken down, courtesy to a TK, but still, he's back on his toes. Nothing lost for 8-bit. You know, Somraj, he's an angry man, right? He's not going to be happy about it.
For sure.
And, yeah, 8-bit did not have the best of starts, but ever since they got Aquinox in and Insidious out, seems like they found their tracks, right? Back-to-back consistent games. They've been in the top 2, so... Yeah, 8-bit surely eyeing out for the chicken dinner, but they have to be wary because the threat of Orangutan constantly looming around their heads.
I mean, and it's the biggest threat that you have to try and avoid. S-Power knocked out a few moments ago. The revive comes through. He's back on his feet in a fighting position. I'm a little confused because if you look at the possibilities of this fight and how things can work out for 8-bit, I think at this point they're just praying that OG goes for a wide rotation either from the southern or the northern side and run into the line of fire of Cincinnati Kids, of Reckoning Esports. You see them on the radar towards the southern edge of the map. And OG on the other end, they're just waiting for an opportunity to strike. They really, really want this factory.
They do. They certainly do. But you know what baffles me is... the cojones on the players of OG. Look at these splits, man. What's up? I mean, imagine. It's such a small circle. They have got so much room to play around. That is confidence exuding out. And on one side, we've got OG, who's well settled inside the circle. The circle shifts away from them. And then we've got their friendly foes, True Rippers, who are yet to make their way inside the zone.
Don't say it, Fixes. Don't say Jelly is the problem again.
No, he certainly isn't. They just got a chicken dinner.
Yeah, I mean, Smiley Jelly, right? That's what our lovely colleagues on the Hindi desk have started to call him. And of course, deserves a smile. That chicken dinner did help them catch up all the way to the top 4, but that's not going to be enough. OG, as we mentioned, we had a look, and there it is, the leaderboard. They have a big lead to work with. So it's going to take more than just one chicken dinner now if you want to challenge the Apes.
Ooh, look at this. Somraj gets threatened a little bit. And this is what this is the kind of conversation that we were also having on the desk before you came. OG, I think they've got their head straight, right? They want to secure enough points required to win the championship in just 2 days. Because third day is usually the day where they bottle things down. So They're not leaving it till the final day. Imagine sitting at 60 while the second position team just has mere 34.
Yeah, but that's the thing, as you mentioned, this has happened to OG before, where they've had a massive lead on day one.
Come on, this is the first time. Such a big lead, never.
Nah, man, I mean, we all keep talking about that iconic moment where OG lost the biggest, well, back then the biggest prize pool in the history of Indian esports, all because of 1 point. Day one, they were again at a 30-point lead, same tournament, that tournament. They were doing well on day one, and then they just completely bombed on day 2 and 3.
I'll pretend I never heard that. But guess we cannot wipe history though. But OG, they have to recreate history as Reckoning.
In the right way this time.
In the right way. And that is when, you know, good days will be back. At least for me, you know, I've been yearning for OG lifting the trophy ever since.
Yeah.
But yeah, Reckoning, let's talk about them a little bit. They've made a couple of changes. You've got Max coming in. That's going to be interesting, but hold on as OG again picking up arms against the players of REVENANT SPARK, and slaps after slaps. I feel like RNTX.
Ouch!
They have been played. They've been toyed with.
Yeah, man. That one hurt me in the chest. Wizgod, what was that? An impressive jump shot right around the corner. And as you mentioned, REVENANT X SPARK, they do not know what just happened to them. They thought they were running in to a 2v2 to try and take away the cover from OG, but no. Just get destroyed.
This is the same OG that was overthinking a couple of tournaments ago, but seems like Shadow has got some spark in him. Wizgod will just drop down and eventually get knocked out. Of course, that velocity from the vehicle hurting him, but Shadow, too much on his plate. Ninja also needs to provide that cover fire, but OG, a little bit of turbulence there as Aru, he's got to trigger that revive. It's the third stage, but eventually could be quite costly for OG as Wizgod, he does not live to tell the tale.
Yeah, there are moments where you need to let go of your teammates, and for OG, that one was it. But while they might have lost Wizgod in that conflict, they do end up wiping the floor with the players of REVENANT X SPARK. A third party also came in because they had 5 eliminations before this. Now just getting the last finish in the back. 6 points in total. But who cares? That's 66 on the overall leaderboard, man.
It's in a league of their own at this point, to be honest. It's not, they're kind of making it feel like it's not the grand finals anymore. Imagine going up against REVENANT X SPARK, nothing really budging you, nothing really bothering you, and they're just taking down bodies left, right, and center. And what baffles me is how have times turned. OG from being one of the most defensive teams to be one of the most aggressive teams, where now it feels like even 8-bit might not match up to their firepower at this point.
I mean, 8-bit, I think they were just, I heard a sigh of relief from the stage from Somraj in particular when OG left. And now he's going to be concerned again. Like, why are they back? What did we ever do to you guys? Please leave.
Kind of takes me back to one of the banters OG had. And that was one tournament where Somraj actually won. It was under a different banner, and he was very out loud. Called out the boys of Orangutan.
It happened right here in this very arena.
Right here in this very arena. So, seems like they've got some scores to settle. And yeah, it's a long-lost rivalry. No one talks about it, but it's here.
Fixers, I love you so much for bringing back all of those memories, because, yeah, you can call it banter, but that was just so salty. I love it.
Everybody loved it.
Yeah.
Look at OG. They get to have their say once again, and this time in the right ways, right?
Yeah.
Fragging heavy, but yeah, that fight's still not over. They still need to wipe out 8-bit, and in all that commotion, it's been an OG story so far. The highest finishes amassed in this game so far. 6 finishes in their bags, but True Team Forever. They've got the players of True Rippers maybe in a little bit of a pinch, because you do see Harsh there. And Kyo Lamau is also around the vicinity, but seems like they've got bigger problems, Johnny. Everybody needs to march inside the zone.
And their flanks not looking good. Phoenix, they have a little bit of high ground. You constantly see that player from Phoenix Esports, that's Owen. He's just constantly, his eyes, his vision is towards the side of True Rippers. That means he does have some vision, some angle that he can work with. On the other side, well, threat deterred, Forever, Team Forever, they actually move inside the zone, clearing up the edge for True Rippers to work with. But on the finish feed, just a few moments ago, we did see 8-bit under pressure at the hands of Cincinnati kids. And on the radar as well, you do see the fight, the constant line of fire from Cincinnati kids towards 8-bit. And it seems like the revive still hasn't come through fixtures. In fact, CK get the second knock.
What? This is where it's going to be very interesting, because we'll have a circle shifting in the next couple of seconds, and that is where Cincinnati kids could actually press the matter, but yeah, Sahil OP could be a little bit of a problem there. So everybody's just lying in wait. When will the circles shift, or rather concentric one, and that Meta Ninjas again. And this is their supremacy, right? This is their reads of the zone. That has been so perfect, to be honest.
Oh man, that is very true. I mean, Meta Ninja, they've always been able to get themselves in the perfect spot inside of the zone, but fixtures, that's the thing. You need to gain value after that as well with that position. Just like OG in that game of Sanhok as well, right? You get to the center, you get those finishes, and then you start pushing for the chicken dinner. But Meta Ninja, I mean, we're talking about great positioning, they still lose a player. And it's at the hands of OG as well.
They want a compound, they're going to do anything to get it. Yeah. That is the kind of confidence that was seemingly missing from OG. But for Phoenix Esports, I guess they really need to climb back, man. It's been already 4 games, still haven't touched up double digits. It's quite uncanny, because Phoenix Esports, usually this lineup plays really well in day 1 and 2, eventually to play really bad in day 3. So yeah, for Phoenix Esports, maybe things might change, but right now, Two Rippers find themselves in a situation there. Harsh bot down quite low, but Phoenix Esports seems like they've got a lot on their plate. You've got G4R from one side, Likitha from the backlines, and on the sidelines you already have Two Rippers to deal with.
And Jatin is kind of stuck, to be honest. His teammate does show up with a vehicle to try and get him out of there, but it's definitely going to be a big challenge. On the flanks though, Ash kicking things off, taking the fight against the players of True Rippers. Opening knock secured, but it's the lack of utility that has me worried. 3 nades, 1 Molotov to work with, and the distance a little too much to lob all of that into the face of the opponents. But talk about competition. CK, they've been causing so much trouble for the lads of 8-bit, but 8-bit finally dealing with the opponents. Although no time to celebrate as Reckoning Esports show up knocking on their doors.
Yeah, and 8-bit, look at that, in the blink of an eye. We were not even there, and suddenly our team goes eviscerated from the lobby as for Genesis. They seem to have found an opening there. Gravity, he gets a knock, and it's going to be interesting as to see what Genesis is up to next, because Genesis have really been enjoying their games of Miramar, the previous one where we saw. As for Reckoning, still not a single finish secure. This is not how Reckoning likes to play. Dionysus having a lot on his plate as of now. As for 8-bit, they need to blitz their way inside. Still inside the circle though, but you know, look at them, just getting restless.
I mean, they are, as you mentioned, it's the panic of what's going to happen to them once the circle moves away. They've been stuck on the edge for a very long time now. And it forces the players out into the open. Nice little ridge to work with. A little bit of space just at the very edge. But while it's a name at the front that has them wadded, you need to keep track of Wyld Fangs as well. You barely see them on the radar. But what a brilliant nade coming in from S-Power. Finds the opening, and now the pressure changes tides. It's Reckoning Esports that are under fire. S-Power looking to move in, closing in from the flank, and the third party from OG as well, causing more trouble for the players of Reckoning Esports. 2 players down and out, the other 2 left to hide in that building in the backlines.
Oh my god, what's going on? As for Team 8-bit, they've also been getting a lot of eliminations their way. And we know, right, Miramar is synonymous with Somraj. Every time you talk about this map in BGMI, it has to be Somraj, whose name pops off, having one of the best success ratios in this particular map. And here they are, chartering their way inside the circle. As circle shifts once again, and OG find themselves in a good position, but Reckoning and Meta Ninjas now, they're feeling all that heat because they've got surrounded all the ways by their opponents. You've seen G4R, Phoenix, then 8-bit. It's all about them being defensively good there.
Man, I just realized, did OG just secure their knock from like 200 meters away on the players of Reckoning?
Maybe, yeah, sure, why not?
Man, oh man. I mean, just absolutely brutal on the opponents, aren't they? But 8-bit, we saw them circling the compounds of Reckoning Esports. Could be some time wasted, but on the other side of things, Wyld Fangs in a conflict of their own against the players of God's Reign. Trades coming through from either sides. K9 Esports on our screens though, as we have a look of the eastern edge after a very long time, but moving back towards the northern side of things. And over here, Delta needs a revive. Neo drop extreme low. Sensei, that is just brilliant, but it needs to move in, needs to go in now. Both the teams going for the revives. And even though the numbers are going to be equalized, what about the finishes? Had he just lobbed a nade, it would have been an easy 2-point grenade from Sensei. But look at what has happened. While God's Reign reset themselves, Wyld Fangs are put under pressure by guess who? It's OG again.
But look at this. Now Wyld Fangs seems like they want to double down on this one. As suddenly God's Reign on the verge of getting exterminated from the lobby. Say a few mistakes committed, gets punished by Neo, the danger man himself. But what I make out of this is it being a buffet for the players of Orangutan from the far fray. They're just lying in wait. You know, you show yourself, we're going to be there to take you down.
Oh, for sure. But I think even though a few mistakes have been made, the result is going to... Where did that nade go? He had utility on him. What is going on with Wyld Fangs, man? I mean, they started the day off on a decent note, but now it seems like all these small little mistakes, they are going to cost them. Seth, he's been brought back. Fierce runs into a Molotov. Well, almost. But OG, they show up right in the nick of time. And I think God's Reign with OG making their way through are going to be done for. Now AKOP is going to show Sensei how it's done. There it is, the absolute beauty. A slam dunk on the gods themselves.
This is not fair. This is not done. You cannot do them this dirty. Imagine 3 players all out aggressive. What are they even on, man? At this point, I'm starting to feel like the kind of feeling sus.
Hey, monkey business is good this season, Fixes.
At least for OG, sure.
I mean, of course. Look at how well they are playing. On the other side of things, Infinix Esports seems like rising back for the from the ashes, even if it is ever so slightly. Jatin and Ash quite close to the players of Gods for a reason. And they have left them bleeding. Seems like they're out of util now. Otherwise, you know for a fact, the default move over here is a molly and a nade on the other side of the ridge to wrap things up, but they're just sticking to their guns, literally.
Oh my god. At this point, Infinix Esports, Jatin, a very important point at that, and G4R surely out for some shenanigans. Survive with just Soham and Chandan. Couple of shots fired, nothing really to make a difference there. Jatin is trying to patch himself up. He does have his comrades, so, but does he have any grenades? Surely the answer is no. Owen even has run out of all his utility there. As now Phoenix, they have to march inside the circle, but instantly thwarted on their tracks. As Mafia, he finds another knock. Team Forever, they come for the hunt. They get the finish. Cheyenne surviving by the whiskers and still walks away. As Team Forever increase their tally up to 2, as Infinix Esports again bite the dust.
Not the best start to the journey of the grand finals for Phoenix, for Vasista, for Cincinnati kids, but this game holds a lot of hope for 8-bit. And well, with every single finish point that OG secures, the hope to catch up to the first spot in the overall leaderboard gets taken away. Wyld Fangs are going to be the next target. And they've just walked into this den of apes. Fierce knocked out. Sensei still there, all set up with a pump action shotgun. But will we get to see him in action? Especially, oh, OG, they're going to be pissed about that. Meta Ninjas just took away their point. Atanki kicks things off. Sensei knocked out. He runs out for the finish. But Grace God finds the trade. And Wyld Fangs, they need to reset, but it looks impossible. Aru secures the finish point. And what a brilliant duck. Behind the broken wall, manages to avoid getting knocked out. But AKOP, oh, that's just lucky as well.
Look at this, the circle has shifted away from them. And OG might find themselves in a little bit of a pickle over here. They already have secured 10 finishes, not leaving anything a chance. And if you ask me, they are going to hunt for more. As AKOP quickly snipes down Trace God. as he wanted to get inside the circle, meant no harm at all. As now OG even out of any sort of healing, as they have secured 11 finishes. Absolute monstrosity being shown inside the lobby. Losing out on a Tanki is going to take a lot of steam out from them, as even G4R, they also take an exit as Reckoning. It's going to be Flock who gets the final blow there, and can he get Dionysus back? I don't think so.
Nah,
I don't think that's possible.
Not from there, not from that position, but
Round
this.
3.
Round 3. It's 1v2. Seth is trying to move in, trying to inch closer to the players of OG. I want to see if he has any nades or Molotov, but AKOP constantly making sure that he checks the back lines. Hey, round 3 for these guys as well, OG versus 8-bit. And I think AKOP actually has a brilliant line of fire to work with. It's going to be down to the trigger discipline. All right, a third party from Team Forever. Safe no more in competition or contention to pick off the men from the side of Orangutan. 11 finishes on the board as they find themselves into the top 5.
I mean, at this point, look at this. AKOP, he
Oh,
seems
boy.
to stop at nothing at all. And seems like it's going to take a couple of teams combined together to take down 2 players of OG at this very point. AKOP, Aru, AKOP feeling himself already. And look at this. It's incoming, Johnny. Oh my God, they are on that death train, but instantly stopped at their tracks by the players of Genesis. As Raiden this time, he wants vengeance out in the open. It's going to be Cheyenne who gets that knock in his power. What is he doing? He's taking a different fight and he succeeds. Takes down 2 players as 8-bit. They're the ones rising from the ashes. As Raiden gets picked off as 8-bit. Again, losing out on Aquanox. Have to rely on the supremacy of Somraj and his power for this one.
I mean, they're still going to be happy that OG isn't in this game anymore. But as you said, S-Power fixes, I think that was the direction they should have moved in. They sent Raiden up with an aid, and that was a bait from the players of OG, because that would have put the players of 8-bit into the direct line of fire of Team Forever. But S-Power, the superpower is kicking in. 6 eliminations secured as 8-bit finally are having the time of their lives on Miramar. It seems like the king has returned to claim his throne, and there it is, his knight in shining armor helping him out. Another brilliant nade, and knock secure. Team Forever under pressure. Genesis, not enough bodies to commit to this fight. It is a 1 versus 2 versus 1. What is going on? These nades are torpedoes, heat-seeking as well. 8 eliminations secured, 14 for the side of 8-bit, and now 1 man stands in their way, and the chicken dinner. Gravity spotted out, peek out S-Power, the first shot connects, and the second as well. What a game from S-Power! What a game from 8-bit!
He waves his hairs and the entire lobby trembled, bowed down in front of him. That's the beauty of this man. He's in his villain arc at this point. It seems like he felt himself, and tremors occurred in Noida Indoor Stadium. When the entire match was poised around OG, comes the knight in his shining armor, and it was S-Power taking over and over.
Did he just say to his IGL, I wasn't able to hear anything, and I just went for it? I think that is what that hand sign went. Look at that. Oh, I can't tell if his hands are shaking or he's just ice cold that he doesn't feel a thing right now.
At this point, this game just ended up being the Battle of Goliaths. AKOP for the side of OG, but guess what? The man who bettered every single one, S-Power.
Yeah,
the man
literally
carries
took the
the
show
name.
there.
Yeah. At this point, I just really feel he's like, you know what, my hands are not shaking. It's every single one who's in the lobby, who's playing against me and my team. That's whose their hands are shaking. But man, is S-Power really the savior of iQOO 8-bit? I thought I was going to ask that question, but Fixes, we've been given the answer.
I think this was coming, right, Johnny?
Yeah.
Because this is something that even I would again bring back to our audience. Zypex was of the opinion that, they needed S-Power. And this is exactly why they need S-Power.
And it's not just one man, to be honest. This lineup, this playing 4 is the best thing you can have.
And another best thing we can have is the interview. So let's quickly send it down to Ocean.
S-Power,
फर्स्ट थिंग्स फर्स्ट, मैंने जस्ट अभी इस पावर से हाथ मिलाया एंड ये हाथ बहुत ठंडे हो रखे हैं. यू वर जस्ट स्टैंडिंग अप एंड लुकिंग फीलिंग योर हैंड्स एज वेल कि क्या हुआ. जस्ट टेक मी थ्रू द एंटायर फाइनल मूवमेंट, पहले ग्रेनेड से लेकर के आखिरी 1v1 तक. जस्ट टेक मी थ्रू इट.
मेरा एक यही प्लान था कि जो बंदा आ रहा है उस पर अनएक्सपेक्टेड पुश करना है, वही किया मैंने. और बाकी टीम का चारों बंदों का जाने का प्लान था, बट ज़ाइपेक्स ने बोला कि टीम नहीं आ रही है तो अकेले चले जाओ, और मेरे को हिट हुआ और मैं घुस गया बस.
एंड राइट फ्रॉम द मोमेंट जब दो प्लेयर्स बचे थे, आपने मूव करना शुरू किया है, अपने टीममेट को गाड़ी में बिठाना, फिर जाना, फिर पहले टीम फॉरएवर के ऊपर हावी होना, जेनेसिस के ऊपर हावी होना. इट फॉर एनी अदर प्लेयर इट माइट जस्ट बी प्रेशर, बट फॉर यू इट वाज जस्ट अ नॉर्मल फ्राइडे.
एक हिसाब से.
सॉम, एक्वानॉक्स के खेलने के ऊपर काफ़ी ये चर्चा हो रही थी कि एक्वानॉक्स खेलेंगे या नहीं, बिकॉज आई स्टिल रिमेंबर उनकी सर्जरी हुई थी एंड यस ही इज जस्ट प्लेइंग विद कॉटन ऑन हिज फिंगर्स. राइट नाउ हिम कमिंग बैक, वो इम्पैक्ट टीम के अंदर दिख रहा है काफ़ी अच्छे तरीके से.
ज़रूर से वो हमारी टीम के साथ इतने पहले से खेल रहा है, सो ही नोज कि हाउ टू चेंज द पेस.
Right. No worries, but when we just talk about the incredible moments, यहाँ पर movement incredible हुई है. This is what iQOO Battleground Series was for, और उसका एक बहुत ही अच्छा example यहाँ दिया गया. Right now, back to the analyst desk.
We had a story being prepared for the Apes, but guess what? There was a man who took it all away, just deleted that script, threw it in the dustbin like the nades he sent in that game, and rewrote the entire history for that match, man. Fixes. S-Power was firing on all cylinders.
Just another day for S-Power, I must say. I don't think at this point we would even, be shocked. He's just doing his job. I think he's him is all I can say at this point.
Hey, man, I mean, you know what's happening, right? AKOP, he said it. It's the name that's there on the chest that's been giving them a reason to go on a quest. And, well, these two names are succeeding pretty well, both 8-Bit and OG.
I mean, they've been on a success streak right now, and I'm pretty sure that they're probably using that new device, right, which we've been constantly talking about, iQOO Neo 10. I know a lot of people out there, you've got your own questions as to how to get your hands on that. A very simple procedure. Go to the Google, search iQOO Neo 10, answer 2 simple questions, and you can stand a chance at winning this device for absolutely free. Maybe, who knows, you're the one, or maybe you're the new upcoming S-Power or AKOP out there, but Bipin, on a roll about both of these players, there's still a few teams that I really wanted to discuss about, and some of them are not really on the giving end, but on the receiving end, Johnny, and one of them is God's Reign.
I mean, God's Reign aren't doing too well, are they? I mean, in this particular game, I didn't even notice when they were gone, to be honest.
It was OG. It was OG, Wyld Fangs. They were just caught in the middle around the silos, if you remember, and they could not do anything.
I was making a joke, Fixes.
They could not do anything. I think OG just broke this match initially.
It was AKOP actually who showed up. I remember how they were forced out of the match. I was just making a joke. Why are you so old?
I'm getting old. I need to get married. Yes,
oh my God. People, I absolutely understand. We're going to let these two people do their own thing, just like how this man did his own thing in the game. 9 finishes in hand, Johnny. 60% finish contribution.
Why aren't you listening to what he's saying? He's just saying, calm down. Listen to the cries of my opponents. Because they are going to be crying. I mean, especially the players of Team Forever. You saw how upset Team Forever was on the stage after the match, right?
Absolutely.
Always looking at his team is like, what happened?
An absolute disbelief around Team Forever. Because they got so close. And this is another Miramar game where they got so close, I think. So Team Forever overall did have a decent run in Miramar. But again, a chicken dinner taken away. That has to be a bummer.
It's gonna be a definitely big bummer out here, no. But to be very honest, you guys could talk about how Team Forever was focusing on themselves, but every single camera was on this man. he's probably going to have not one but two or three pay-per-view moments after this one, because the way he stood up, raised both of his hands, put his hands in his own hair, and then stood taller than anyone. Yeah, you cannot really come
You
close.
see those beautiful locks. I mean, if he was just blonde, he would have been like an actual, what was that, Prince Charming, right? He is a Prince Charming. I mean, this power has his own charm.
Yeah, certainly does. Enough to get him a shampoo ad. So yeah, brands, if you're watching this, he's the guy to look out for.
Oh my
I
God.
had to bring that in. I'm sorry.
I was kind of waiting for you to do that as well. Had you not done that, I would have done
even
that.
had my line set up for that.
Everything prepared and everything balanced just how it should be, right in the start of the match as well, because 8-Bit is the team that eventually got that chicken dinner, and all of that trophy is going to go into the hands of both his power as well as Somraj. One important factor, he was the man who gave 3 revivals to his team, and two of them were crucial in a couple of fights.
Yeah, because one of them was on S-Power. He was the first man to get knocked out, by the way. You remember that early fight where 8-Bit tried to push, OG tried to push 8-Bit inside of that factory, and then you had Cincinnati kids in the backlines. S-Power was the man they knocked out. From there, he got back up and he's like, all right, let me just show you how it's done, boys.
I think the golden moment was, of course, it began with S-Power getting the better out of Cincinnati kids. But if you remember that point where 8-Bit were in such a bad chokehold where they had nowhere to run, right? One of them pushed for the players of OG, he got taken down. And then S-Power, suddenly he picks a fight against 2 players of Meta Ninjas. I was in absolute shock. What is he doing? And suddenly he wins that fight. And then they somehow managed to get the numbers up. Of course, they lost on one player. The numbers kept on falling, but this man kept on hitting.
You know what? I truly believe that had they not won this game, Somraj would have had a few choice words for S-Power. Because, it was a call given for the shack where OG was.
Yeah.
We are going to see that moment in a few seconds. There it is. Raiden got knocked out. And S-Power just sees Meta Ninjas and he's like, mine. Just runs towards them, beats both of them out with that S12K, and then Somraj just decided, hey, might as well take that clear position that my teammate has made for us, so he just follows up as well.
And then this. It just keeps getting better. I mean, at that point, Team Forever, what would you do if you were there, man? Even for Genesis, right? By the point this moment had come up, I knew at the back of my head, it does not matter. He was not even looking at his HP there. He was completely locked and loaded.
Out of ammo as well. There was the last 5 rounds in the S12K. And, I mean, this was just incredible. His parents are there. His dad is always happy to see him perform. Mom as well. I mean, they're used to it now. They're like, yeah, he's just like, we know he's built different. We made it.
Is it a parents buff that he's always got? Because they're mostly here, right?
Yeah.
I mean, I think so. I can get that the mama papa buff out here happening, and that's basically what's led this team to be out here on top.
No wonder he always plays well, right? As you mentioned, his parents are watching him. Imagine your parents sitting behind you while you give an exam.
Well, good thing is they're not carrying any stick. Otherwise, he might have got probably 12 or 13 out of there.
Yeah, let's not get
Here's the thing.
Yeah, we are kind of against that. But
True.
yeah. So coming back, I mean, 25 points for 8-Bit. I mean, imagine the second, third game went really well, where they picked the pace up. They needed that recovery, and from then getting that podium, getting that chicken there, 25 points. I think if somebody is closing the gap against OG, has to be 8-Bit.
It is 8-Bit. I mean, the previous match as well, they did quite decent, and they're managing to get those finishes one way or the other, and I think that's the one thing that will help them out.
And one of the big things is, you mentioned about 8-Bit closing that gap. I believe we're going to have a look at the overall ranking as well. Genesis are still not falling that far behind. Yes, there's a humongous gap between all the other teams, but when we talk about consistency, they've still been on the second place for a long time now.
I think I'm kind of in a trouble over here, in a very precarious situation, because before we kick things off today, I had the honor of meeting one of my old friends, a person who I used to idolize, Ronak, who has gone ahead and joined OG. I told him if they won the trophy, the party's on me.
Yeah,
good luck.
I don't think I'm going to show up on the last day.
Would you be the one preparing for the party? I mean, you are quite a nice host.
I'm going to go and hide my face.
I mean, it's going to be pretty tough on his pocket if that
Isn't that another reason for you to party, John?
Yeah.
I mean, actually, we'll see. All right, let's go.
I mean, here's the thing, you know, there's a couple of teams that are actually having their fun time, but then again, if you look at the other part of the leaderboard, God's Reign, they started their day pretty well, right? They were constantly in the top 5, but now they're on that receiving end. You can also talk about Team Meta NINZA.
Yeah, it's quite evident, isn't it? 3 position points, 22 finishes. Of course, they're accounting in terms of their finish department, but position points. This is not typical God's Reign, right? They really do need to get that one good chicken, find their flow back.
But they are having a lot of trouble in terms of surviving till the late game stages. And it's quite surprising because if you have the prime spot, how do you not make it to the top 4?
I mean, one of the big reasons is because probably the rotation patterns, right? We've been playing Erangel multiple times now. They constantly drop in military base and then they try to play at the edge. And by the time they reach that edge, there's already 3 to 4 teams standing, gatekeeping them.
Exactly. Adding on what he just said, of course, they need to understand that they need to take those early fights.
Yeah, I think so. They really need to focus down on that one. But ladies and gentlemen, to chill things out here, we're going to send it down to an interview with Ocean. And guess what? The special guest is Kashvi.
Alright guys, so now I have Kashvi with me. Kashvi, welcome. How are you feeling the LAN vibes right now? अब जब आए हो, I'm pretty sure fans की वो chants रही होंगी. How are you feeling it?
Thank you. I'm so excited to be here. LAN vibes are always amazing. It's always so fun to see the people that watch you online in person. Like it's such a heartwarming feeling, and this LAN is amazing. There's so many people here, and everyone's so excited. So I mean, it's fab. Excited for day 2 and day 3.
And I'm pretty sure everyone has their favorite teams or something. Is there any team that you are just here for to cheer up, to chant their names with the audience?
Yeah, of course. I'm here for RNTX primarily, but I also have friends in other teams like Wyld Fangs, like the guys at 8-bit. So I mean those teams as well. But of course RNTX is. I mean they're not playing so well today, but I hope they pick it up.
Baby steps. I mean, धीरे धीरे वो हो जाएगा. Is there one thing that you're the most excited for? Is it going to be the fan meetups? Is it going to be watching the teams play? What is that one thing?
Both of them. I feel like meeting the people is something I love, but I feel like day 2, day 3 is going to be so nail biting. I hope that the competition is super close. Right now, OG is got this wild lead, but I hope it becomes neck to neck so that we are on the edge of our seats like how we were at the last official.
Well, I just hope you enjoy the LAN and thank you very much.
I just really hope that OG's got their voodoo magic here because there's a lot of people who are constantly praising them, and I don't want that jinx to happen, not on day 2, but on the last game of day 1.
We were talking about during the group stage, we were talking about you visiting the temple, praying for OG. You did that, right?
No, I just visited my doormat and seems like, yeah. My hair problems would get fixed. I think I could really go for those longer mains and maybe swirl it around.
Yeah. I mean, you know the amount of dandruff that came out of here once you did that.
You didn't. You didn't have to tell
what?
that. You're spoiling all the bro.
Just say it, man. Playing. You might as well want to talk to his power how to take care of the hair health out there with the way how he's been doing it.
But we're gonna have a word with him, right?
I think
surely,
so. I think
surely.
so.
I mean, he's speaking too much.
Yeah. Oh my God. I guess I'm going to be in a bit of trouble out there. Maybe there's one thing that could eventually save me, and maybe that one thing is going to be the iQOO Neo 10. This phone comes with backed up Snapdragon 8S Gen 4, and you've also got 144 FPS gaming thanks to Necro, who really loves that. But when we're talking about the chip power, the dual chip power, it gives you the best performance that you could ever ask for, and SenseFixes loves the battery. You've got 7000 mAh battery with 120 volt of flash charge. That means you can charge your phone to over 50% in just 19 minutes. That means more BGMI action, Johnny.
Yeah, so we're getting bribes of iQOO Neo 10 to let Saisnu go. We accept that, right? We're gonna love it. An iQOO Neo 10 for both of us, one each?
No, I'm going to take an iQOO Neo 10 and bash his bums off in a BGMI TDM after this. I'm
that
so
works.
enraged. Yeah, that works for me because I know I've been playing on that device. He's not got his hands on it, and I'll try to keep his hands away from the device and enjoy myself that edge.
Oh my goodness, these people are so very angry on me. But you know what? Here's one thing that
we are OG fans. What do you expect from us?
Yeah. Even I love OG out here, man. Come on. We've been always...
actually, he's also on the same
absolutely.
level.
We've been singing. Thank you so much. I really love these people out here. Beautiful
We
people.
don't love
but
Necro then. Yeah, he's the only guy who's not been rooting for OG.
He's been rooting for K9, but to be honest, he's been jinxing K9 himself.
K9, yeah, dude. Now Necro seems to be the problem all of a sudden.
He's actually sitting to the side, looking quite upset with all this.
He's like a grumpy old papa. Like this, what's wrong with K9?
I wish I could click a picture of him and upload it right here. But here's the fun thing, right? But there's a lot of things that we would really wish, but some of them are not really happening. And one of them is probably my and even Necro's wish to see Phoenix perform pretty good. But they have been on a very big receiving end journey.
Yeah, it seems like the new pace of play in these particular lobbies is just not suiting them pretty well. And after the first few matches, I mean, you would not expect a team like Phoenix Esports, especially with Goten being there, to shy away from fights out into the open. But that was constantly happening. First of all, I mean, we saw that earlier conflict where you had Team Forever towards the southern edge. There were the players of Genesis up front and Phoenix towards the flank. They had the perfect opportunity to charge towards Team Forever, pick off at least a few individuals. They just chose to run towards the 8-bit for some reason.
Yeah, I mean, that's been a tough call for their side for multiple games out there, but things have been really tough for REVENANT X SPARK as well, Fixes. I know you really want to talk about all of that. We all want to see that last map, but ladies and gentlemen, just before that action, we're going to be taking a very short break. Don't go anywhere. Erangel on the other side.
It's a battle for not just a mere trophy, it's a battle for dreams. Dreams coming true, and seems like OG, they've got their first steps at the doors of hell. But it is 8-bit who just staged that epic comeback and that S-Power supremacy, bringing them right back into the competition, heads on to the final day of the evening as the game is on its way. And I've got my casters ready. Of course, wanted to have a little bit of a chatter with them, but seems like they'll be talking to you guys. So, my dear lovely casters, take it away.
Final game of the day. Boot on the game. As it's going to be starting all the way from Nora of Noid towards the opposite side, which will be Stalber. Once again, the plane flat path a little bit tilted on the right side of the map. If the teams do want to traverse all the way towards Primorsk, Georgia Pole, it will be a tough stretch, but not a problem.
Yeah, that western half of the map is going to give a lot of trouble to a lot of these teams, but let's see how things work out. And especially for the two teams that have been riding that wave for, well, the last few matches in particular, both 8-bit and OG. But right off the bat, you have the players of God's Reign. They are going to take control of the military base. Cincinnati kids dropping towards Noida Indoor, looking for those early vehicles. Team Forever, I think they are going to head towards the compounds on the shorelines, looking for those vehicles as well, and then move up north.
I mean, with the way God's Reign 2 have been playing so far, a lot of questions being raised on what exactly is going on with God's Reign, Cincinnati Kids, Phoenix Esports. But teams like OG and 8-Bit, they're definitely proving a lot to everyone that's currently watching this broadcast and everyone that's currently in this arena. OG, they're on a completely different level with 28 points of lead. OG, they seem unstoppable. But that's what OG's been all about. On day one, they perform extremely well. On day two, we see them drop the ball slowly and steadily. On day three, they completely drop it.
Exactly. I mean, this is a discussion me and Fixus were having in the previous match. And that is something that needs to be avoided by OG. But look at the zone on top of Yasnaya Poliana. REVENANT X SPARK. It's their home. This is the one game where they could actually kick off the comeback that everyone has been praying for, everyone has been wanting to see.
Everyone wants to see a monstrous game even from the likes of K9 Esports. And so far we're not exactly getting that. REVENANT X SPARK 2 all the way down to the slumbers in the overall standings. Now's the time to wake up. Final game. That's going to give you a great momentum shift, at least for the day two, which is supposed to be the day of comebacks. Wyld Fangs, yeah, started things off on a great note, but slowly and steadily even they're fizzling out.
Oh man, gods for a reason. Look at that. They could be gone for a reason in the next few seconds. They are surrounded by the players of OG with Reckoning Esports up the hill. Moving in those vehicles, they can be spotted out. And I think Aru is actually setting up a trap.
Yeah, it does seem like it. OG, they want to set up a spring trap the moment the players of gods for a reason walk into that trap. OG will spring into fruition and might just start to eliminate the entirety of that team. But still, it's going to be a tough pill to swallow. There's also Reckoning Esports on that same track. And maybe Reckoning Esports, even they want to hunt down the players of Gods for a reason. But no, instead, everyone's going to go their own peaceful way. Even Reckoning Esports is going to back out.
Quite surprising that OG decided not to pull the trigger over there, having a big lead against the rest of the competition. Instead, playing it safe, moving towards Rozak. God for a reason. They are going to get easy control of the George Pool containers, but they have to make sure that they keep a check on the other side of the river as well. Reckoning Esports following up.
Gods for a reason. Easily will be able to make it towards Georgia Pool City. It's not a problem. And just look at Chuntan. He's only got 13 bullets in that Uzi. But it's fine. Luckily enough, they do not really need to face anyone. So those 13 bullets are still going to be in his backpack, in his magazine, safe. And as usual, this is another game of Erangel, off to a slow start.
Yeah, I was just about to say the same thing. What a peaceful start we are having. Quite surprising considering there were a lot of off drops for a lot of these teams, especially towards the northern side, as we were talking about all of them. OG, Reckoning, Gods for a Reason. REVENANT Esports was roaming out into the open towards Rozak, but since OG wasn't there, they were free to do whatever they please. They pick up those vehicles, move back to Yasnaya.
Yeah, everyone's found their own peaceful drop locations. No one wants to lock any sort of horns with any one of these teams. God's Reign on the 9th spot. Definitely does hurt to see this big lineup outside of the top 8. NINZA had a lot of expectations as well from them from the day one. But NINZA, even they've been lacking. Let's hope on day 2, the day of comebacks, NINZA does much better. This is the last game itself. If they do manage to pop off with a chicken dinner, it might just throw them in the top 5.
And 28-point lead is what OG have to work with. That's a safety cushion worth at least 2 to 3 matches. We're going to see when it comes into play.
Tomorrow.
Tomorrow for sure. I mean, hopefully, even if they secure from here on out, if OG just plays like 4 or 5 points per game, I believe they still get the trophy.
That's tough to say. Then you've got teams like 8-Bit, K9 Esports, and you know what happens when K9 Esports reaches that day 2 or day 3. It's all about that one game, that one explosive performance, and K9 Esports instantly puts themselves in the top 3. And for 8-Bit, they have been a burning torch of consistency. And the same thing can be said for Genesis Esports too.
K9 is going to have to catch up 47 points just to be where OG is right now.
Yeah, but we've seen those explosive performances from K9 Esports too, man. It's one of those teams that can drop a 30 bomber and not even break a sweat.
I mean, we'll see. This new pace of play, the new meta, they haven't really done well.
they have been consistently making it to the LAN finals, though.
Yeah, and then bombing in the LAN finals.
You never know. Maybe this time they've got something new cooking up. K9 is not doing extremely bad. As we mentioned, it's all about that one game, and that's all that matters for K9.
They're 20 points, my boy. What are you talking about? They're not doing too bad.
Well, that's the thing. As I mentioned, it's K9 standard, Johnny. One game.
I mean,
just that one game. I know I want to count K9 Esports out, but I would have counted K9 Esports out if they were someone who likes to play on that consistent spree. It's not K9. K9's never consistent.
We're going to see where they end up, because I believe they are going to finish, well, they're, what, 8th right now, right?
Yeah, top 8. I still think being inside the top 8 on the day one is a good standing.
No, they're literally on the 8th position.
Yeah.
So I think if they do end up getting to... All right, so for this game, the goal should be 40s. If they can get themselves into that mid-40s, even the early 40s, then there's going to be a lot of hope tomorrow.
I still think getting themselves more than 35 points as well is sort of a win-win situation. It will put them in a decent spot inside of the top 8, maybe in the top 6, somewhere around that.
That depends on what happens to Wyld Fangs, LIKITHA Esports, 2 teams above them already in the 30s. And of course, Troopers as well, who also have been very inconsistent. Just one chicken dinner from both these 2 teams, actually, Troopers and Wyld Fangs. And that's the only reason they are there in the top 8.
And Team Forever slowly and steadily just slipping under the radar.
Yeah.
Team Forever is doing work without making any sort of noise. They're showing up every single time, currently in the top 4. And Genesis Esports too. Yeah, they had an explosive start later on. We did see them drop the ball a little bit, but Genesis Esports is doing barely enough. They're doing just enough to keep themselves in that top 2.
I think that last Miramar especially helped Genesis stay on the 2nd position. Otherwise, 8-Bit would have for sure overtaken them.
Yeah.
Because Genesis was in a very tough spot, almost getting taken out very early inside of this match, but the previous Miramar, but somehow making it into the top 2 of that game also keeps them in the top 2 of the overall leaderboard, but just 1 point lead, to be fair.
Honestly, Johnny, I had a lot of expectations from banners like Cincinnati Kids, Phoenix Esports, and both these teams are not doing good at all in the overall standings. But hold on, Sensei, the man's already kicked things off.
That's the first fight of the game, catching the players of, well, Genesis out of all people off guard. We were just praising this team and walking into the crosshairs of Sensei. By the way, Wyld Fangs have finally gotten aggressive this season. I don't know why they were always just keeping their heads down, shying away from fights throughout the entire year, but now finally over here in iQOO Battleground Series is where they show up.
Yeah. And we knew Wyld Fangs always had it in them.
Yeah.
We always knew, but look at that wave of vehicles now starting to move in towards that center of the zone. Of course, stage 2 is always the curveballic shift, and it's out of the stage 2 rotations. We definitely do see a few stragglers dropping down, and that's what exactly is happening inside of the elimination feed too. Sensei finding himself that one free piece of candy is also going to elevate a bit of that confidence of Wyld Fangs in the top 6. Once again, that's a great way to end the day 1. If only Wyld Fangs is able to keep themselves pinned down in the top 6.
Well, let's see how things are going to turn out for them. Although more action spotted on the finished feed, Troopers losing out on one of their men, and it's going to be God's Reign who get that pick for themselves, but REVENANT X SPARK, this is going to get chaotic. Look at the radar. There's NINZA is already moving in to control a high ground close to the center of the circle, but they are not the only ones there.
NINZA is not a big fan of early aggression.
Yeah.
They do not like those early game fights. So I knew, even if they do find themselves in the claws of REVENANT X SPARK, they will try to find a way to get out of those. NINZA is always someone that likes to rely heavily on the placement points, even though I'm not a big fan of this strategy. It's been working out for them. But I've mentioned this time and time in the past as well. This strategy will get you consistent points. This strategy will get you in the top 5, but not the trophy. To get the trophy, you gotta be consistent. And Sarang, what a way to strike down the first man of NINZA. IGL's down.
As you mentioned, got to be consistent, got to be able to survive, and from behind that tree, smoke lobbed out. Cover fire coming through from the window. Poco has made sure that Dragon at least gets a revive, but Sarang constantly putting pressure. And look at the radar, REVENANT X SPARK. They're setting themselves to move in from the flank shots coming in. Distraction for the players of NINZA, but return fire catches a man. The IGL, Shadow off guard. Well, at least he's not knocked out, just loses half his HP in that conflict.
Yeah, Meta NINZA though. Almost lost out on Dragon OP in that scenario. Completely unaware of the fact that there was REVENANT X SPARK around the vicinity. They should have been aware of that fact, but still decided to somehow ignore it. Erangel still got the X Factor.
Look at the map. Look towards the north. Necro K9 against the players of Reckoning Esports. And seems like they are going to kick things off, picking off one man from the side of Reckoning Esports. Viper out of the way. The other three players, they show up looking for a trade. Oh no, maybe. They just want to fall back. They've managed to... Well, oh, Dionysus, I don't think he's coming back, is he?
Two powerhouses colliding against each other. K9 Esports getting the best of Reckoning Esports. Down 2 players Reckoning Esports is, and I'm not exactly sure what Reckoning Esports can do at this point in time. But one thing is for sure, they're extremely hurt. And now they're not good enough to go for a fight against K9 Esports. They cannot go for 4.
Especially, I mean, they want to move in towards the zone from that small island west of Rozhok, but unfortunately for them, Vasista Esports, they show up, block their way, and then head towards the circle themselves. K9 Esports still controlling a nice piece of land towards the northern part of the circle. If the circle moves towards the south of this ravine, then they're going to be forced down. That is when they are going to be in trouble. For now, they're going to be happy with all of this land. They can call themselves, and of course, the 2 finishes that they have.
All good in the hood, at least as of now. Reckoning Esports, though, even this team should be part of the conversation. A few games that start Reckoning Esports, it felt like Reckoning Esports, this is the prime Reckoning Esports that we all wanted to see, but now it's just all lost. Reckoning Esports is stuck with 17 points on the 11th spot. It's not something you would like to see.
Of course. And it's quite surprising to see this downfall, to be honest. Because Reckoning Esports is one of those names that always is there, present in the big tournaments, in the finals, and they always end up doing kind of well for themselves.
Yeah. And you speak of downfalls, what's going on with Vasista Esports?
Oh, no.
On paper, this is one of the strongest lineups that can be made. Scary John underneath their banner. This man has proved himself time and time. Insane plays every single time, and now Phoenix Esports struggling too much. K9 on the screen, looking around. K9, they're searching for smoke. They're searching for fights. And that player close to them, he just wants to evade the tracks of K9, but Psalm gets caught in return. Gots for a reason, not Gots anymore. K9 just chewing them off.
So just caught in a very awkward spot, and even his other teammates now put under pressure. As Sarvar and Hitman try to run away, K9 Esports with the chase. Looking for those frags, another knock found, and this time it's going to be a third party coming in from a ways. But Gods for a reason, gone for a reason, the reason being Team Forever and K9 Esports.
Yeah, the elimination point that was stolen by K9 Esports, so yeah, Team Forever, efforts down the drain. K9 Esports extremely happy with that free elimination point.
Now I think they also realize, the players from Team Forever, that they aren't the only ones there. And look at the map, Necro. Reckoning is still lurking in the back lines. Max in particular got quite close to the Beast. Needs to be cautious, needs to be careful. In fact, K9 needs to be careful as well, because the moment one of their men gets knocked out, that is just the green signal for Team Forever to move in, to charge and take those 4 points off the board.
It's crazy if you think about it. Reckoning Esports did not decide to back away. Instead, Beast gets the best of Max. As Max gets eliminated from this game, Reckoning Esports now down to just the one man. If you're Reckoning, you can't do anything there.
Yeah.
Gods for a reason. Even they're taken down to just that one man. Let's see how they can deal with it. But Wyld Fangs finding themselves in one of the worst possible spots. Sensei gets knocked out. Wyld Fangs slowly and steadily. It's a domino effect. Even Fierce falls down. Trey Scott and Seth, the final 2 players standing, but they instantly evade the tracks. They back away. They escape. Meta NINZAs.
Well, somehow managing to stay alive, but I think with the charge towards the shorelines, it's still going to be quite difficult for Wyld Fangs to break into the top 8 of this match. On the other side of things, Reckoning Esports, another team to get eliminated from the game, along with the players of Gods for a Reason, Reckoning going out on 16th and Gods for a Reason going out on 15th in terms of eliminations.
Gods for a Reason, it's understandable, right? New faces on the block, trying their best to make a mark, but teams like Reckoning Esports, oh man, you expect a lot more. Reckoning Esports, at the end of the day, these guys are like the seniors for Gods for a Reason, and they're actually matching up with them. It's not something you would want to see. Reckoning Esports, I would love to see them at the top of the board, at least around the top 5. Team Forever now spawning out a few rotations from that bridge. Team Forever definitely does want to take the action, but Team Forever, how can they breach inside of the circle? That's the main question. NINZA spotted. Reaper's taking a lot of shots upon himself. Luckily enough, none of those shots connected. K9 Esports, they've got a storm approaching them, and K9 Esports completely caught off guard. 2 players down. What a way to kick things off inside of the fight, Team Forever. But even they've lost out on a crucial man. It's not looking too good for Team Forever either. Beast from the back is trying to put in as much work as possible, but Omega and Beast, the only 2 men standing for K9, it's just making things even worse. Beast, he's able to find another knock on Mafia. Team Forever, there's a big chance they might just lose out in this fight, even though they started things off with the advantage. The fight's taken down to a 2v2. Omega wants to find another knock to keep his team on the advantage side of the spectrum, but instead, Omega gets knocked out as well. Beast, the only man standing for K9, but Team Forever, they've got 2 warriors still breathing on the battlefield, and Mafia NINZA, as they started closing from the back, NINZA, they might just not be able to get any sort of elimination points out of this fight, but Team Forever, they want to shut down the final man of K9, and somehow Beast, he actually makes it alive.
Well, somehow still surviving, somehow still alive, playing for placements, but NINZA now putting the pressure on the players of Team Forever. I think that's the one miscalculation K9 Esports made. They forgot about NINZA, because even if Omega over there was able to secure a knock, the third party would have gotten him. But talk about getting the opponents. It's REVENANT X SPARK against the players of Infinix Esports, and both the teams just struggling for points in the overall leaderboard. REVENANT X SPARK on the 13th, Infinix Esports on the 14th. And Phoenix are going to be the ones kicked out back to the lobby. REVENANT X SPARK getting those 3 finishes in the bag, but Wyld Fangs safe. The splash damage from the nade catches Zap off guard. Gravity should be the next man to fall. Oh, barely a pixel, and he's still alive. Safe as well, not looking too healthy. And that nade a bit off as Gravity repositions.
Genesis Esports trying to hang on by a thread. They've managed to acquire 0 points out of this game, and Genesis at least wants to get a few. But with just 1 man standing, it seems impossible. Genesis, for them to run inside of this game, might just be done. Last game, desperation at its peak. Wyld Fangs as well are trying to pull off something miraculous. While teams like K9 as well, they've taken major hits, but K9, they've done enough to keep themselves pinned in that top 8. LIKITHA Esports still standing, all the 4 players, but they've only managed to acquire just 1 point. The overall standings, they're shaping up quite close, unless if you rule out OG.
Yeah, that's true. Everyone apart from OG. From Team Forever till about God's Reign, they are sitting on the 10th spot, is quite close. This game can push you inside of the top 5, but Wyld Fangs, talking about them for a minute, picking off the players of REVENANT X SPARK, who are trying to breach, find their way inside of the circle, but Sev goes down. Praise God finds the 2nd. If he gets the 3rd, brings the numbers down to a 1v1, maybe he can still survive, but I think Wyld Fangs, their time in this match is coming to an end.
Yeah, OG, look at them though. Still trying to scout out the crowds. The elimination feed as well starting to pop off. God's Reign going up against Cincinnati Kids. Cincinnati Kids extremely desperate for points, but God's Reign, they're going to put that nail in the coffin, and that will be it for Cincinnati Kids. The woes, they continue. But now as we move on towards Vasista Esports, another desperate team looking for those points. They're fighting off against REVENANT X SPARK. 2 desperate bunch trying to get the game on their name. But this time might just not be the time. Vasista in the Smack Center, but that also means they're going to be the center of attraction soon.
And they have been for a long time. They've lost bodies because of that, but still keeping their heads down on the other side of things. 8-bit taking on God's Reign as well. And towards the north, NINZA still trying to see if they can finish off the remaining players from the side of Team Forever. They are struggling. They've gotten Sheon. Now looking for the second as Thunder tries to run away. We see him on the radar. There's going to be a little bit of a help from the other side of the river, but Thunder, he needs to be precise. Going for Dragon. Poco with the spray. Shots whiffed. Thunder extremely low in terms of HP. Closing in the distance. The shot can go off. And they finally make sure that Thunder is not going to strike anyone anymore.
Exactly. And he's the man who struck down NINZA in the first game. And this time, NINZA, they shut down Thunder to get the control off the northern side, but still it's not going to matter. The zone actually shifts all the way down south. NINZA's problems after problems stacking on top of each other. What can you do? The best possible thing NINZA can do is actually go for that rotation down south, but the only team that's holding them off from doing so is REVENANT X SPARK. But the moment NINZA finds out they've got the man advantage in that fight and REVENANT X SPARK is outnumbered, I'm pretty sure NINZA will go for a send-it moment. And honestly speaking, Johnny, this is NINZA outside of their comfort zone. NINZA usually likes to play from the smack center, but this time they've been playing from the edges, taking as many fights as possible.
Exactly. I mean, Scared Yet a few moments ago did point that out, because on Erangel they are playing from the edges. On Miramar and Sanhok, they're just playing the center. And it seems like this time, finally in the last game of the day, things are finally starting to click. All 4 players still alive, 6 finishes secured. But talk about finishes, and it seems like OG are going to try and get themselves a few finishes by shutting down LIKITHA Esports and their breach inside of the circle from the west. Magic already out of the way. EXO, and Smoker still alive. But do they know that there's K9 Esports base waiting towards the north? You see him on the radar. He hasn't done anything yet, but the nade, another player down, and it's going to be EXO hitting the floor. Beast finally strikes. He walks away with 1 finish, a point stolen from the players of OG.
There's 2 fights breaking out at the same time, and OG now finally making the pounce against LIKITHA Esports. And just looking in front, I was the only man standing, but not anymore. OG wiping out the existence of LIKITHA Esports. But even on the opposite side, REVENANT X SPARK was facing off against NINZA. And that fight as well, it came to fruition. REVENANT X SPARK, they did their best to try and stop the players of NINZA in their tracks. They did find 1 knockout on the confirmation, but maybe that might just be it. They fight. It's going to be tough to find anything more than that. NINZA, they've got the man advantage. They've got the man number in that scenario.
Yeah, what they don't have is the angle to flush out Ronnie. I just hope they have utility to work with, because Molotov is the only way you can try and take him out, or maybe those nades, but we're going to have to see what happens. On the other side of things, God's Reign, spotted out by players of OG. WizGod, he's the one put under pressure by Justin, but a lot of utility committed at no avail as well. Not enough damage dished out. On the other side, REVENANT X SPARK, Ronnie still causing harm to NINZA. Does end up securing a knock and the finish as well. It's just one man causing so much trouble.
Yeah, it's time for God's Reign to make that pounce. OG. Oh boy, they have been fighting off a lot of teams. They've actually won a lot of fights as well, including LIKITHA Esports. But now, for OG, they need to go up against the strongest hurdle. But as we move on towards another fight, 8-Bit versus Vasista Esports. Silo P's already down. 8-Bit's got the man advantage. Vasista Esports in a big world of trouble. A 2-on-4 fight to be executed. Vasista Esports, an uphill battle for the boys, but they do find a major knock against Equinox. Omega, he manages to thread the needle, but still the fight's taken down to a 3-on-2. Man advantage still in the hands of 8-Bit. Vasista Esports pressing up on the charge is going to be tough, so they cannot even push up close and personal.
Yeah, but this is the match where they get the revenge, the players of 8-Bit. They are going to be able to take out the opponents. It could be a back-to-back chicken dinner for the lads from 8-Bit. Solid position inside of the circle, the compound in the zone, the only place with cover to work with. But Vasista in their way, and Omega has gone into hiding. I have never seen Hector be this passive, but as soon as he gets out, we find out the reason why. Somraj with a knock, and Vasista are going to be left bleeding over here.
8-Bit just stomping on top of the players of Vasista Esports, and Vasista knows they just can't do anything. 8-Bit got the man advantage. They've got the firepower. It should not be a struggle to take down Omega. 8-Bit is messing things up though. They've already lost out on 1 man. He's knocked out, but still the man advantage sticks with the Vasista. Just Omega on the board. Can Omega really clutch things out for his team? That's the main question. That S12K, the fear of Omega, is keeping the players of 8-Bit away from this upper floor. But Vasista Esports, for how long can they actually bank upon this? For how long can they keep themselves alive?
I don't think for any bit longer. That team nade did give Omega a little bit of a breathing room to work with, but S-Power has been brought back, and as soon as the first aid is going to be popped, the push is going to be there. Look at this, they are getting eager. Their fingers itching. S-Power. What is going on? First he gets knocked out by his own teammates, and now I think he's just upset. The Diva tantrums coming through.
Yeah, they need to start making coordinated plays. It feels like 8-Bit. Everyone just wants to go for that elimination points, and because of that, they're starting to make mistakes. Omega is taken down low, though. Just one single bullet can actually seal the deal on towards Omega. He does have a first aid pop, but not the time. That's the main concern. Now decides to pop the bandages. A great flashbang. It's going to blind Omega completely. And here comes the push for 8-Bit. Great tactical maneuver from 8-Bit to shut down the man who was creating constant problems. And that one pain in the foot has now been eliminated from this game.
And I think in a similar manner, Delta is going to be pushed out of the match as well. He's the last man surviving for the side of God's range, so there's an update. OG taking on GDR. They did manage to pick off 3 men from the opposing side, but now finally the push on the players of 8-Bit, and it's going to be 8-Bit who are on the wrong end of the stick. WizGod and Athenki just annihilating 8-Bit, dismantling them into the pixels they can claim to be. And Somraj and S-Power again, the dynamic duo that secured the chicken dinner in the previous game, is all that remains.
Yeah, look at 8-Bit. Oh boy. But now OG, they're looking to make that pounce against God's Reign. Delta can't do anything. He's just got that piece of corner. And a well-placed nade's going to delete the man outside of the cave. But 8-Bit, even they're starting to face the brunt. 2 players taken down extremely low. 8-Bit does have the utilities. They do have the meds as well to patch themselves up, and that's what they're exactly going to start to do as power is still softened up. Smoke's laid out. 8-Bit, Somraj in the bushes, position unknown. Somraj, he might just have the striking advantage, but the explosive bow and arrow, it might just change the entire game. The explosive bow and arrow, they do tend to be quite dangerous, especially inside of closed spaces. And this building, it's going to give you the maximum advantage of that. NINZA spotting out OG, AKOP out in the open, faces the brunt, gets knocked out. A third party from NINZA helping the players of 8-Bit get back into fruition.
The most opportunistic play made by NINZA, but 8-Bit, they still commit. And Athenki with brilliant punishes takes both those individuals down. Now it's down to the IGL. Somraj sitting on the flank to see if he can secure a top 2 spot in this game. S-Power, oh, he's still left. He's still alive. Has a sliver of HP to work with, at least about 30 to 40 HP, but at least he's still there. But NINZA in the back lines, they get themselves into a position from where a nade can be lobbed. Or maybe not. Athenki sees Poco and wonders, what are you doing, my friend?
Massive blunder from NINZA. This could have been their game. They just needed to play the patience game, but instead got a little bit too overeager, and even S-Power gets blown to smithereen with that nade. Somraj, the only man standing in the way of OG and the chicken dinner, and one more man from NINZA. But 8-Bit, now they've got their side situated on towards Reaper, the final man standing for NINZA. 8-Bit and OG, they've been extremely consistent in the past couple of games, but 8-Bit, they're on a completely different league. If they do manage to snatch the chicken dinner away, it will just extend the lead even more.
I mean, this chicken dinner is theirs, man. There's no way anyone else is taking it. And by the way, takes me back to the game of Sanhok. A question asked to the players of 8-Bit.
Oh my
God,
God,
think
what?
Somraj can take you on? And the answer was no. For the second time, they prove it. That doesn't matter if this man is hiding or out in the open. They're still gonna beat him down.
You know what? They came up wearing chef's hat. They have been serving some amazing dishes to eat them all, just devouring everything. Getting yet another bombastic chicken dinner, boys. Now, that was such a close affair towards the very end.
Another chicken dinner against the same guy.
Yeah, and redemption in style also for the boys from OG. And how are they making it happen, Necro?
I know, right? OG, it feels like they're just on a complete different form. They're on a different level. They're not playing in this dimension. They're in a completely different dimension. But 8-bit too, do not forget this. Even they're doing quite good for themselves. Yes, OG's lead is now going to extend even more. But if you're trying to stick to the past data, OG's past hasn't been that great on day 2.
I mean, at this point, it's a 40-point lead. It's going to take like 2 chicken dinners, both with like 10 finishes in each of these games for anyone to catch up.
Yeah, he's the only hater. He is the only non-believer.
Why are you a hater, Necro?
And I'm telling you, by the end of this tournament, I'm telling you, he's going to be a believer. I think they are conjuring magic. What they're doing over here has to be one of the highest points ever secured in a third-party LAN. But more of that is going to be asked by Ocean. So over to him. He's with the boys from OG.
Highest points in a single day, 97. And just तरीके से, you know, in fact, खेला गया है. When we just talk about the entire scenario, 87, sorry. But जिस तरीके से खेला गया है, कल और परसों जो OG के बारे में, you know, बात करी जाती है, that OG plays good on day 1, day 2, day 3 में चीजें खराब होती हैं. What will you do so that you guys don't lose it at all?
इतना देखो टूर्नामेंट्स खेल के सेकंड थर्ड डे पे चोक करके हम लोग एक चीज़ सीख गए हैं कि मैच के बाहर जो हो रहा है वो एकदम साइड में कर दो. सिर्फ जो मैच खेल रहे हैं हम, सिर्फ उस एक मैच पे फोकस करो और चीज़ें आपके लिए अपने आप ही फॉरेन प्लेस कर जाती हैं.
Let me give you a good news. How many points were you saying?
87.
10 और जोड़ दो.
97.
So, I mean, ये जो number of points बने हैं ना, it's all because of all of you when it comes down to it. I want to see the OG chant again, you know, when it just happens, and I want to be a part of it as well. We know how brilliant it always is. एक अलग goosebump होता है. So, oh, do we have a new guest here as well? All right. ये बोलेंगे या क्या?
No offense to R&T.
All right. All right.
3, 2, 1. I say 3, 2, 1.
OG! All right, I mean, OG has done their work and they have done their work in the most brilliant ways. I just hope ये काम कल भी चले, परसों भी चले, क्योंकि ये कंपटीशन को और ज़्यादा इंटरेस्टिंग करेगा या तो बहुत वन साइडेड करेगा. क्या होगा? Let's hear from the analysts themselves.
Yeah, that was all for the non-believers, because even whilst I was in the talent room, all my commentators had the same opinion. I'm listing one of your besties, AnkiBot.
Who fixes who?
AnkiBot.
OG.
We will do that with the boys from OG. But yeah, so far creating records, and this time you could see they were still not satisfied. 5 finishes, Necro. What do you make out of this man's performance throughout the entire day?
It feels like the entirety of this team is in form. Straight up, they're in red-hot form. It feels like they're not in this dimension anymore. They're playing a completely different game that no one is able to anticipate, that no one is able to predict what OG is going to bring on the board every single time. OG, they're on a completely different league. And even if you look at the stars of the match, of course, AKOP is going to be there with the most amount of finishes, which is going to be 5. You've also got Raiden from the side of 8-bit with 2 rescues, and then Aru coming in with 1 finish right there. As I mentioned, it's not just AKOP, it's everyone. They're playing like a well-knit effort.
Yeah, I mean, Vizgod did very well in this game as well. Atanki towards the end was the one securing your finishes, but as you said, Anki is not believing. He's just salty his team isn't here.
I get it. I get where this is coming from, and we did have those banters. You're going to find that on my blog next. But heading on to the match rankings, 23 points accumulated. And this is preposterous what OG have been doing right now. But let's not also forget 8-bit. And Johnny, is it safe to say that it's just day 1, but it feels like it's just 2 teams competing, man?
It's not even 2, it's 1 team competing right now.
I mean, the nearest would be 8-bit, right?
Yeah.
Of course.
Yeah.
But again, why are they playing so well? Of course, they are powered by the iQOO Neo 10. They've been playing on the devices. Absolutely, that support coming in from iQOO, getting in these amazing devices, out of which we have nitpicked the iQOO Neo 10 for you. If you're on a budget and you want the best smartphone in that segment, do check it out. Because why? It has won the Snapdragon 8S Gen 4 That's the heart of this device, of course, carrying it forward with the 7000 mAh power that you have, along with 120 watts of flash charging. Now, coming back, all right, now, K9 is a team that Necro used to love, right?
Yeah.
Why? Because they were aggressive, they were explosive. Isn't that how OG played tonight?
Of course, OG was extremely consistent. Yes, I'm not going to take that away. Look, credit where credit's due. They're currently the table toppers. They've also got the most amount of points that everyone could have expected. Even Aro himself thought that maybe they wanted to get 87 points, but now he's got 97 on the overall standings. So, of course, a little bit of brownie points over there, too. But generally speaking, yes, OG, they have brought in an explosive performance, but you brought up K9 Esports, too. We all know K9 Esports is all about that one freaking game. And that one game can instantly bring themselves back in the race and might just put them in the top 3. But yeah, looking at the amount of points OG has, top 3 is not going to be enough.
Yeah, I mean, we were discussing this during the game as well, that one big, the difference between the teams during the game was about 47 points. Well, now it's 53.
Yeah, that's a staggering difference. And look at this vacuum that OG and 8-Bit have been building up in terms of the overall standings. It feels like a couple of these teams will pretend as if it is day one for them. And I'm talking about some really, really big names, starting off with Cincinnati kids, not even hitting double digits. Vasista Esports, I mean, we could have a whole different segment on what's gone wrong with them. Reckoning, REVENANT X SPARK, even GDR, despite a very good start, we could see that fall off from their side. And looking at the top players, AKOP, Wizcord, Atanki, 3 players out of 5 from OG, and then the man himself, S-Power, right?
Yeah.
Even he was bested. I think, yeah, it must be a little bit of a bummer there.
That's what I'm saying, right? It feels like OG's just on a completely different level. And this is what they've been manifesting for the longest of the times. OG, they have been manifesting that domination. We're finally seeing that domination too. And let's not forget, OG is the only team that does not have any sort of trophy underneath their belt. So they definitely do need one, at least as of now. And since they've also got the most amount of points, we all think OG might just be the one to move on towards day 3 and lift it. But guys, generally speaking, we cannot see the future. We do not know what's going to happen on day 2.
Of course, who has seen the future? Did you in the worst of your dreams ever think that Sensei is going to get a chicken dinner in Miramar today, Johnny?
Yeah, no, man. To be honest, no. I feel like him and Juicy, they've been hanging out a little too much. And for Juicy's benefit, he got to stop doing that. Just you see what's happening. Wyld Fangs is doing well. All of a sudden, Cincinnati kids are dead last.
And imagine they have a drop collision at Los Leones, and Sensei didn't even go there. He was around the edges. He was just enjoying himself. But folks, I mean, what a day it has been, right? So many unexpected names coming up. OG, of course, having a great lead. But you never know, day 2 and day 3 might hold some rather unfolding mysteries that will unravel itself. But that is all from our side, as all the games are done and dusted. We're going to be calling it a night very, very soon. But still, we were kind of impressed with how the audience really turned up and, you know, supporting, you know, so many teams. We saw hooting for teams like Genesis.
Yeah.
We had Team Forever also playing quite consistent. Everybody has already played their matches. They will be back playing 6 more tomorrow. Till then, you guys take care and have a good night.